This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to another 5 matches on the European Cricket Network. Tomorrow is finals day. That means there's some important points up for grabs. I'm Rico Fu. You're watching the European Cricket Network and the action starts right here, right now, here in Estonia. First up, we have the Italian United, a team that is holding on to that very important 4th spot at the moment, taking on the Riders, who are sitting at the wrong end of the table. The last time these two teams met, it was a comfortable victory for United, and United are wanting to stay up with the top 3, hoping they can do the same again. Let's join the 2 captains with the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters, for the all-important coin toss.
United to call. Tails is the call, and it's a heads.
You're batting first.
They can never bat first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Horns himself, Tyrone Peters, and as you saw from the coin toss, that it's the Italian Riders that win the toss and decide they'll have a bat first. A nice confident move for the captain and the Riders this morning. First things first, the weather. Of course, yesterday we started, it was a wet start. We had a lot of rain during the first 2 matches, and that's meant that we had a 3 and an 8 over a side match. But today, though, it's nice and calm. In fact, it has to be said, it's probably the mildest in terms of the wind factor that we've had so far here in Estonia. Let's hope that continues. The weather forecast for today is good. There's no chance of any rain is what they tell me, though it will be a little bit of cloud and sunshine. At the moment, you can see the sun is trying to break through. So we're going to have, I think, 5 very good matches, starting off with this one. Last time these 2 teams met, it was a good player of the match performance from the Italian United bowler, Murali Ubeli. He's picked up 3 wickets, restricting the Riders to a score in the 80s. Only Rupam Baru was able to get some runs on the board for the Riders. And then United knocked them off quite comfortably with their captain, Sahil Chauhan, making a fine 36. When we saw the Riders yesterday, we did see good performances from some of their batters. Ronnie Zaman was in good form, but there was Prajapati who scored that very good half century, though it wasn't enough to get them that win over the Wolves. United, they've got some key players in there as well, so I think Obeli will be key. Again, I like the fact that Sahil Chauhan is looking to be available here today. I mean, when he's in the side, things are very much different. Him and his brother Shakil are key. But yesterday, we saw a good performance from Kuldeep Tika. I think he is going to be pretty key in this match as well. So United in 4th spot. They just want to secure some more points to make sure that they will be here tomorrow. Remember, only the top 4 return tomorrow for finals day. Going to be an interesting match. You can join me back in the commentary position. I will give you an update of what happened yesterday, and then myself and Marco will talk you through this first match.
Good morning, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. I suppose I should say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome to this International Estonia Cricket and Rugby Ground. We've got a big day of action ahead, 5 matches, but let's take a look back at what happened yesterday first. Of course, it didn't look like this yesterday. It was rainy, it was miserable, and it was cold, but we did manage to get some cricket played. We started off with a 3 over a side match when the Italian Riders took on the Italian Strikers. The Riders, a team that's at the bottom of the standings, did okay to get to 39 for 3, but then Habib Khan, who is in some serious form at the moment, smashed 20 of 5 balls and gave the Strikers the victory. So first victory in the day went to the Strikers. The next match, Italian United took on the Stallions, and United, they struggled without the likes of Sahil Chauhan in the side and Shakil going cheaply. But Kuldeep Tika, and that's why I think he's one to look up for today. 34 of 20. But the Stallions, Saifur Rahman was in sensational form. 58 not out in this match. We would see him also torment the Hippos a little bit later as well. So win there for the Stallions. And then we did see the Hippos in action. This was an 8-over-a-side match. The Hippos 125 for 1. It's Jordan O'Brien scored a half century. Stephen Gooch made a fine 39 before he departed. 102-run partnership between those two. But Habib Khan, there he was again. The player of the match performance, 85 not out of 20 balls. I think the worry for the strikers is maybe he's peaked too early. Arsan Amjad, though, hasn't. He was in the runs finally, 33 of 9. A win by 9 wickets and 17 balls to go. Then we would see the Riders in action again against the Wolves. Now, this was the one match that the Riders did win the last time round these two teams met. And Hardik Prajapati, as I mentioned him in my intro, 37 of 28. He did well. And so did Ronnie Zaman, 40 of 22, 113. Those two put on together to get their team to 124. But it was Sanu Marji with a personal best himself, 79 of 28. What a knot that was from him, supported well by Furkan Manzoor, which gave the Wolves their first win. Finished today with the Hippos going down once again to the Stallions. Not a good day for the Hippos, losing both their matches. Stuart Hook, 29, Dave Robson, 28, helped them to 113, but they really did collapse. Hardly scoring any runs in the last 3 overs and losing stat loads of wickets. And the Stallions, yep, Saifur Rahman, second not out from him, 58 in the earlier match and 68 not out, 23 in this one. Henry Paladin, though, did bowl very well. He took 2 for 14, and we also saw a great catch from Romeo. So Stallions at the top of the standings. The Hippos were there. Well, they've been there since the end of day one, but the Stallions have now taken top spot. Strikers, they are in third, and this is what's up next. The United taking on the Riders. And United, they're playing 2 matches here today. If they can get a good couple of wins here, and if the Strikers stumble, who knows? Who knows if United can pip the Strikers. But it's all about taking as many points as possible. One thing United will want is all 4 points. We'll take a look at the squads that we're going to see. So still no Sahil Chauhan. So he's still obviously unavailable. That makes it harder for them. Shakil Chauhan, their captain, will have to be good here today. But he's got some players in there, though. I think someone like Bhupendra Verma, Kuldeep Tikas, who I think really played a good knock yesterday. Those guys come in. Achit Nigam is there as well. Maybe he can perform. Question is, though, what about the bowling? Also, you got Rajiv Haran, who we saw him put a good performance in with the bat the other day as well. So, but they're forever changing, aren't they? You never know which type of United team we're going to see. Whereas the Riders, Rupam Baru comes back into their side. I think that's a big move there for them. Prajapati is still in there, Ronnie Zaman as well. And I think the captain, Monsieur Rahman, will be looking for a good performance from himself. 75% to 25% in favour of United, though. But I do think it's an interesting one. Myself and Vinny were talking about this yesterday. We do feel that the Riders and the Wolves are good sides. They just haven't been able to click at the right time, or the players haven't been able to click at the right time. Well, Vinny Sandhu is on a day off today, so I'm not going to be running solo. I've got Marco here with me, and it's good to be calling this one or this day alongside Marco. Marco, good morning to you.
Good morning, Rico. Yeah, very nice to be back and at the business end of the week. And yeah, let's see if today I'm going to be really interested, as you mentioned before, to see if we can put some pressure on the top 2. I think that's going to be the real important part for looking forward to tomorrow. If the Strikers can put some pressure on the Hippos for that second position and that extra final spot in the eliminator.
Yeah, Kuldeep Tikas is going to be bowling. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at Kuldeep, actually. He was good yesterday. I liked his impact on the match. He's got the ball first up, bowling to Baru, who's out there with his captain, which is Rahman, the non-striker. Here's the first ball of the day. And it's well bowled. Shouts a catch it there from Kuldeep. And gets it in the right areas. Good morning to our early birds in the chat. Rob Thompson, how are you? Gulwam Mustafa, good morning to you indeed. And KG's in the chat as well. Hello, KG.
Yeah, nice to see a nice dry day today after some wet moments yesterday.
That's played nice. This has got some work to do, the fielder, but his legs just can't get him there. That's the captain, Shakil Chauhan. You can see he's trying to get out of that second gear. He goes from second to third, but he just wouldn't go into fourth. And the ball beats him. It's a nicely timed shot, waits on it, does Rupam, and it skids across this outfield. A little bit of moisture around this morning. We noticed that, didn't we, Marco, as we walked across the field to our commentary position. But I get the feeling that that will dry off pretty quickly. Up his chance. Oh, he's thrown himself at it as the fielder has got to go down as a chance. It will be also 4 runs. I think he got excited here, Marco, the fielder. Gets excited. He throws himself at it like a gazelle. And in the end, I think he was more in danger of hurting himself than taking the catch.
Yeah, he threw the hands up, and Barua again hits lustily through the offside, and it went through, and we've opened the boundary tally for the day with 2 boundaries now off this first over.
Bit of width, cut away nicely. That could be another boundary, and it will be. So 3 4s on the spin. Rupam Baru is getting going again. Rupam, we've seen him in the runs, I think, a couple of times. He's got himself into the 40s. He's a good player. We've seen him get into the national team as well and playing there in Malta. He put some good performances together. He was very close to getting an international T20 50, but just fell short. I think in the end he got run out on something like 47. But he's a good player, and he's been pretty aggressive this time. Straight to the fielder, who, if he could have picked this up and got the throw in straight away, there probably was an opportunity for a run out there. So Rupam gets lucky once again.
Yeah, there is a lot of moisture around, and I must say that Tallinn United aren't too bothered about a wet ball because they're just rolling the ball along the ground, and that's not going to make it any easier for the bowlers.
Tikas, that's a good delivery chance, maybe. Oh, he's a little bit slow. It's cool up Tikas here. I don't think he was quite expecting this. And by the time he reacts, the ball gets away from him. And take a good look at this. I think he just doesn't react quick enough. And by the time he does, have a look here. And by the time he reacts, the ball gets away from him. So a couple of opportunities in there. But 13 runs off the first. And you mentioned the day yesterday. So we have a look at some of the stats here. Look at the maximum rate. One thing to bear in mind, it almost goes the way the tables are looking. Look, Riders sitting at the bottom, not hitting maximos at the bottom. Stallions hitting the most, they're at the top. And then you've got the strikers and the hippers. I know that's the other way around, that's the only change. But I suppose the moral of the story is hit maximos and see yourself at the top of the standings. That gets played away. They'll take the single. This is now the captain, Shakil Chauhan, to bowl. Yeah, it was a wet day yesterday, and I was thinking of you yesterday, Marco. And I was thinking, if I was back at base on a day like yesterday, I know where I would be. I'll be in that spa. I get a feeling that you probably did spend a bit of time in the spa.
I certainly did. It was the perfect day for it. And not only the spa, but I did also make use of the wild water slide facilities which are in our hotel.
Uh-huh.
And that was a lot of fun. You don't get too many hotels that have 3 water slides to choose from.
Yeah, and if you're visualising what Marco's saying is that you don't use an elevator to go to the different floors, you go down a water slide. It's not quite like that. We have the spa, but I must admit, I haven't quite ventured into the water slides myself. let's just say I just haven't had the confidence maybe or to go in one just yet. I know that I saw Mahil, one of our crew, and he had a massive smile when I bumped into him last night when I was going into the hot pool to defrost. And he's saying, I've just been in the slide and it's great. And he just went running up there again, come down again. And I just thought, not quite. It's probably, if I did it, I probably wouldn't stop. So it was good, was it?
It was a lot of fun. There was actually one little corkscrew part which spun me around and was actually, I'm glad I'm quite robust. So I might have some bruises on my hips today, I think.
That's nicely played away. Good shot to play in the power play there from Mushir Rahman. Gets his first runs on the board. A battle of the 2 captains. He chips this up, but the mid-wicket is the closest to this. But you can see it's sailed past him comfortably. And there on the boundary, it's too much to do for Melvin Albert to make the stop. So 4 runs. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? When you go, I remember going, I took my daughter to a theme park near Barcelona once. And, you know, the first day or so, you have a look at all these things, think, I could go on that, maybe, maybe not. And that was at the time when my daughter was quite young, so there was a lot of rides that she couldn't go on because of her height, but I could. And the first day, I sort of sussed them out, and I looked at the reactions of the people that were coming off these rides. That one's being dragged away, just be a single. But on day 2, I did start the venture, and once you do once or twice, you think, I actually quite like that. The thrill of it becomes like an adrenaline rush, and you think, I'll do more of that. I haven't quite had the guts, maybe, to do it in the water. So I think what I'm worried about is, like what you said, I'm worried I'll do it, I'll hurt myself, and then I'll have to tell the whole world that Rico Fully is out of action because he got stuck in a water slide or something like that. Anyway, that's a good shot. Gets a swivel on this, does Rupert. A little bit of the MJ early in the morning. Oh, as that one goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, Barua really hitting that one well. Just that ball angling down leg and getting the treatment. Yeah, it's, as I said, first time I've seen inside a hotel complex 3 water slides, and I thought to myself, I'd kick myself if I didn't give it a go. It looks like a lot of fun, and I had three tries on it. I thought good things happen in 3s, and the third time I thought, oh, okay, that hip is feeling a bit bruised. I think now I'll head to the spa and saunas.
So that's why you're walking around like John Wayne this morning. I thought there was something. Well, I thought there must have been a reason for it.
Stick your hand up, pilgrims.
Oh dear. Right, 2 overs down. The game at 13s at the moment, and another bowler comes into action. It's kind of a short delivery outside the off. It's completely wrong shot played here by Rahman. It's time to see Vingeshwaran with the ball, and puts a lot of effort into it. Doesn't get too much return from the pitch, but he does get a dot ball in.
It's the first time I've seen this bowler in the course of this week, but United have been pulling lots of players out throughout the course of the tournament.
Well, that's not good, is it? It's not good. I mean, it's not the call of Rahman, that's fair to say, but Rupam Baru, I mean, you're a national team player, just want to focus on his positioning. I mean, there's definitely a run there for me, I think, if he goes straight away. Can we show that one more time and just have a look at the backing up of Rupam? So you're looking at a national team player here, folks. Look at the backing up. I mean, that's awful. He doesn't move. Look at him. He is literally, he is rooted to his crease, and I think there he sinks his captain. All right, it's not Rahman's call, that's for sure, but obviously I don't think there's too much calling there from Rupam. He's asleep there at the non-strikers end there, Marco, for me. Yeah,
that's it, and you have to, if you're at the non-strikers end, if you're going to shout, you have to shout loud, hold your hand up, make sure that your partner knows what he should be doing. And that just seemed like a lazy piece of cricket there from someone who knows better, I'm sure.
Chandarappa now comes in at number 3. He struggled yesterday with the bat. I know that he can score runs pretty freely. He'll get off the mark here straight away as he, pushes it down. He gets through 1, gets through 2. Shakil Chauhan, there he is there. That's the signs of a very tired captain. He's had to play a lot of cricket, of course, with his brother absent for yesterday and this match as well. He's having to put a big effort in, but it gets past 1, and then Shakil just not able to get down to stop it at the other end. But they don't steal another. Right, Rupam. That's Gandhi. That's going to be a no-ball call. He doesn't get to put it away, unfortunately, and he's going to take himself off strike off the free hit, which is going to be dealt with by Chandarappa, but that one comes out all wrong from the bowler.
Yeah, I think he was surprised with how high that ball got to him. That was head high. So probably saved him from being hit for 6. If that was chest high, that would have been sailing over the leg boundary, I'm sure, for a big Maximo.
Yeah, well, Rupam, I was just about to say, with that run out, he's now got to be the key batter. He's got to score big runs here, otherwise his captain was going to have a good stern word with him afterwards after running him out. It's going to be too wide, and the wicketkeeper, it's, let's just say, it's a bit of the wearing blue, a little bit of the early morning blues about both teams here a little bit, especially in their movement, and on this occasion, well, Ajit Nigam just refuses to move, doesn't he? I mean, look, he puts the leg out after the ball's gone past him, but that's not good from the keeper.
No, it is early morning blues, I think, today from both teams. Just getting into their work as the day goes on. It is still chilly and there is still a lot of dampness about.
Well, once again, I mean, oh dear, that could have been another run out. This time it's all Chandrappa. Just have a look at this. He's playing this onto his own foot and he just starts to run. Look at this. I mean, he's played it here. Rupert McCall's not backing up and he just, look at him. He has no idea where the ball is. And if this hits, I think this would have been out. Definitely would have been out.
Definitely would have been out.
Probably had a little bit more time than he realised, Archit Nigam.
The non-striker did call him back a little bit more forcefully than he did for his previous partner.
That's a nice looking shot. Just hit down the ground. The fielder can't get to it. So that's a good reply from Chandrappa. Waits on this. Doesn't try to overhit this, Marco. It's just good timing.
Yeah, he's showing the maker's name to the bowler with that shot. And he's played beautifully over the top of the bowler's head, and there isn't normally a fielder there.
Nicely played. All right. Chandrappa gets his first boundary. Last ball then off the power play. And it could have been the last ball there for Chandrappa as well. That's well bowled. Draws Chandrappa into the shot. Tries to really play the same shot again, but this ball wasn't quite on. It's going to be a dot ball to finish. Not the worst of overs there from Vigneshwaran. He goes for 10. 36 then on the board for one. So Rahman is the batter who was run out. So as we take a little look at the field there, I like the field set at the moment. They've got the one man, or had the one back in the power play, but now Shakil will also push Kuldeep Dikas back there as well. So 2 men straight. You've got 2 on the leg side. It's a very standard field actually. So 3 on the leg, 2 on the off. And on the offside, that includes the long off and the sweeper as the next bowler looks set to come in. Taking his time, gets to his mark. So we're going to have a look at, this is Samir Khan who's coming on to bowl. And gets a good bit of swing there. Nicely dealt with by Shakil. He's having a few issues getting down, but he gets down early here, makes a good block and just pushes his ball forward as it comes to him.
Yeah, good connection and a good opening delivery from the bowler Samir Khan, just giving the ball a bit of a chance to do something in the air and challenge the batsman. Batter. Sorry.
Ball bowled again. Good full delivery, which gets blocked out. Yeah, I like this start from Khan.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looked very steady throughout the tournament so far. He's been a bit of a banker for United. As he comes in again and hits straight back down.
Yeah, bubbling around, so fielder has to keep an eye on that and does really well. That's Kuldeep. It's one of those which we saw that a number of times yesterday actually, the number of times that the ball beat the fielder on the boundary. But Kuldeep got behind this, got there early, that was the key to it, got there early and was able to put a good solid base down. So batters change over, and that one is going to go all the way. Bolle, as Anand Chandrappa uses the long handle, just slightly shorter this time from Samir Khan, which allowed the batter to get a good, healthy hit on this. The first maximum of the day.
Yeah, that was just a bit wide, the length a bit back and right in Chandrappa's hitting arc. And he's looking good today, as you mentioned previously, Rico. He has struggled a little bit so far, but looking good at the moment.
Well, fishing at this one. It was one of those shots where the intent really wasn't there either. It was just like, it's outside the off. Yeah, that's more like it. When he rehearses it, it looks better. You can see here, the intent's not there. It's just a little whoosh outside the off. But a bit more intent is required from Chandrappa. It just needs to eliminate a lot of the dot balls. Hits this pretty well. Fielder is out there, but can't stop it. It's going to be 4 more. And you can see Shakil is disappointed there a little bit because he's got the right field set. But the fielder on this occasion just not able to stop it. Just gets beaten by the bounce. It's going to be 4 more runs. End of the over. Not the worst there from Samir. We'll go for 13. In fact, we've had 3 dots of 13 and a 10. That's the way it is at the moment. 49 for one. Riders Of course, we saw them in the standings, sitting at the foot of the table. They missed out on the opportunity to do the double over the Wolves, allowing the Wolves to get their first win in this series. So all teams have at least picked up a win, but they love to finish on a high, wouldn't they? That's what this is about for the Riders. They know they're not coming back here for finals day, but can they finish on a high? They've got 2 matches. They'll play this one against United, but then they've got that tough one up against the Stallions. That's match number 3 in the day, match 28.
Yeah, I was happy to see yesterday the Wolves getting off their duck and picking up a win. I think they well deserved a victory. So I was glad to see that they got a 1 in that column.
Vikath coming on to other bowlers. They're sticking with 5 completely different bowlers. It's something that we've seen teams deploy. We've seen the Hippos do that as well to good effect. So you use 5 and then you sort of say, right, the captain can pick and choose who he wants to go back to. So can Vikath get a good one in here? Starts with a wide and then comes back with a good pitched up delivery, which is, well stopped there by the fielder, acrobatically done. That's Vigeshwaran, who gets down and just pushes that ball forward and stops it getting past him. There you go. Now that's one way to do it.
Yeah, it has been a good steady start from the Riders. And but this is a game that is less steady, more explosive, and this time that's very explosive. The top of off, a very good delivery by Vikath there, getting rid of the good-looking batter Chandrapa. Just misses a swing, and the top of off goes over.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Get the ball on the pegs. Chandrapa does make a little bit of early movement, tries to give himself a bit of space to put it away. But that ball, as we saw yesterday, does nip back in, hits the top of the stumps. And Vikath, well, he's happy about it. Anand Chandrapa, not so happy. It's time for him to head back for 16 of 9. Though I do think his strike rate was more productive than it was yesterday.
Yeah, no, he looked good. He was good for two 4s and 1 big Maximo, and he didn't waste any time. He got on with it. That's what you have to do in these short games. And the new batter coming in is Prajapati.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually that Hardeep has come out so late. I mean, it was a highlight for him yesterday, first time he scored a 50 on the network. Let's see if he can continue in that good form. He played some lovely shots, and that's a good start from him. Cuts this away, but it'll just be a single. They've got the field well set. Yeah, he played lovely shots all around the park as well, Marco. He played some really good shots and assertively, and he timed the ball beautifully.
Yeah, he gets off the mark with his first delivery, and now the dangerous Barua is on strike. 22 off the 11 balls he's faced.
Good delivery, really good ball. Excellent Yorker, had to be dug out. Yeah, Rupam probably hasn't had as much as a strike that he would have liked, but he gets another good seed from Vikath, which he's only able to block out. He does well too, actually, because it was that in-swinging Yorker. Good delivery.
Yeah, another good ball from Vikath, and he's putting the ball into good areas, as we've said all week. That's where you want to put it if you're the bowler. And again, swing and a miss through to the keeper.
He's a skinny sort of bowler, isn't he, Vikath? I mean, a lot of bowlers, when you're banging the ball in like this, you're getting some extra bounce. He doesn't seem to get the bounce. Seems to get that ball to skid through, and that must be his arm action. I think his arm is more of a slingy action than a high arm action.
It is most definitely, as we'll see here. He just brings it through, and yeah, gets a bit of cut in again.
Shaquille does the fielding and makes no mistakes. It's the tired, aching body, patrols the boundary. Very good over from Vikath, just concedes the 5 runs, picks up the important wicket of Chandrapa, and the Riders, they move to 54 for 2 at the halfway point. And, well, maybe we'll take the opportunity to say a very good morning to our viewers around the world. Rico Full here, and I'm here with Marco today, and nice to have you with us on, I have to admit, a non-windy day here in Tallinn.
It is, and it's dry, which is fantastic. I was a bit worried when I was looking at the forecast, but I looked out the window this morning and everything was dry and it was fantastic, and we're looking forward to a good day's cricket. And not as when I was here on the Thursday, it was very blustery, so it's nice to have a nice non-windy day.
And it's going to be Shaquille who'll come on to bowl his second over, so he starts not with a good one. It's a wide ball and the batters double up and make it 2. That's better running there for the Riders that need to get the acceleration in here. Shaquille, he seems to be, again, not happy that the wicketkeepers let this go through, but it wasn't the best of balls to start off with either. So the captain just needs to get his radar tuned in.
Yeah.
And this time into the pads, always going down leg side. It's not, that's not an appeal that the umpire Ravi is going to entertain. Good morning to Ravi and also to Krup Patel. Then a man out there in the middle, and of course Andrew Winter is the third umpire with Tyrone Peters. And I want to say a very big thank you to Miguel Stoneman, who was also umpiring, but he'll be on his way back later on today just to start his other job. That was always going to be a wide, but why take 1 when you can take 6 is what Rupam says. Look how wide this is. Actually, it's a top shot, because to be able to get the power into a ball that's so far away from your body, it shows that you've got good timing, and he certainly hit that beautifully well. 6 runs then to Rupam, who's looking to get the acceleration going in the second part of his innings.
Yeah, well, he's been in a bit, his eyes in, so he really he timed that well, and I must say we are seeing some at this stage of the tournament, and I remember myself how it was when you got to the business end of the tournament, the body starts getting a bit stiff.
It's going to be a wide here. I think Shaquille was a bit disappointed that that one gets called. Rupam still goes for it, but I think this one, if you look at it again, I think the umpire's probably right. It just misses that line, so it's quite a wide line, but none of the Grizzly catches it, so that's a good call.
Yeah, and Shaquille he just needs to warm himself up. You can tell he's starting to feel the 5 previous days games in his body, and he just has to loosen up a little bit.
Well, he said he has to warm himself up. Well, he says, no, Marco, I'm too hot. I'm going to strip off here. So one of those, well, it looks like he's got 3 layers on here, comes off. Well, he's ready for business now. And high up in the air, catching opportunity. And it will be taken. Well, there you go. Why didn't you take your jumper off earlier? देखिए, कपड़े थोड़े लाल है ना, उनका शरीर चंगा move हो रहा है. And he takes the wicket. So that was the key. Take the jumper off as he's warmed up. It's one that should have been put away, in all fairness. It was angled into the pads, but Rupam somehow manages to get the wrong part of the bat on the ball. It skies up in the air. And in fact, that's Prajapati, beg your pardon, who's going to have to depart. Prajapati gets on strike as they run the single on the wide, and then he gets the back of the bat. Up it goes. That's a big wicket to take, because if Prajapati could have found his rhythm like he did yesterday, he was capable of certainly clubbing a few boundaries. So he goes, and Sahid Ashkar comes in.
Yeah, it was a good solid catch by the wicketkeeper, Nigam. He did take it fingers up, which always makes me a bit worried if that doesn't fall directly into the hands and it can just sort of roll down. I'm sort of more a fingers down person myself in those sort of situations, but well taken, and an important wicket there for Tallinn United, and one that'll put a smile on Shaquille's face.
Yeah, Ashkar gets a wide, so Shaquille does get a wicket. That's a better delivery. It's nicely played also. Nigam.
Yeah, that delivery was
just saying there, he applauds the bowler there, because he said, yeah, that's more like it. That's what it needs to be. And it's nicely played there by Ashkar. Takes a single.
Yeah, it was a good shot and it was a good delivery. Just got a little bit of nip off the pitch. Looking a lot looser now.
Well, that one, it's gone through the fielder. And a quick look of Shaquille to the man who lets it go through him, and he turns and goes back to his mark. You've got to be stopping this. That's what you're there for, because the sweeper is more in the cover. It's a nice shot from Rupam. He hits that pretty well, but the fielder lets it go through him. It's going to be another boundary, 4 more.
4 more, yeah. Just as I say, he's loosening up, and then he gets hit to the boundary. And this one looks like it's going to go well over the boundary. Ramalama, far, far, far. Big Maximo from another ball off the meat of the bat from Rupam Barua.
Yeah, gets this one good, doesn't he? Gets ready to launch into it. I think he moves early there, and Shaquille is just not able to make the adjustment. Well, nicely caught there by one of the teammates off the bat of Rupam. So good over that one. It didn't go to plan as Shaquille comes back for his second, concedes 25, and the score moves to 79 for 3.
Yeah, the over was a bit of a mixed bag. Lots happening. He did loosen up as he got into the over, but full price told by the batting team.
Aditya Vishnu hit firmly. Should just be the one. Oh no, that's a real clanger that from Kuldeep. Oh yaar, ki kitta, ki kar ditta. Pata nahi swere swere ki khada. Dekhiya? Ah, dekh lo. Jadon swere swere na banda cereal khanda, idaं diyan cheezaं ho jandiyan. Aloo wale pronhe raj ke khaya karo. Main kinni wari gaya. That's a bad error. That's going to be another 4 runs, which shouldn't have been on the board. The wicketkeeper's telling him out. He should have done it. Comes walking high in the air. Well, he can redeem himself if he can get there, but he can't. That's going to drop just short and wide of Kuldeep. Just will be a single.
Yeah, it doesn't quite connect as well as he would have liked. That went straight up. It was a chance, but it fell just in the hole behind the bowler and not really giving the fielder a chance to catch that one. Probably happy he didn't have to dive.
Aditya Vishnu.
Good stop.
That's good work from the bowler. Well, Kuldeep ends up going down here on the boundary. Well, yeah, it's got that on the toe, obviously. Let's have a look at this. I mean, he makes a stop. Let's see. Oh, well, that's not the way to do it. It's going to hit him on the
ankle.
Yeah, right on the foot. He probably wants a bit of freeze play. That's hurting him. Get the freeze play out there. Come and help him out. Yeah, that's hurt him. He probably, I mean, Kuldeep was there to stop the boundary, I think. So he probably saves one, but doesn't save his foot, does he? That's going to be a nasty bruise there.
But he stops the runs, and that's what the bowler wants. And this one's a bit wild and woolly down the offside.
It's probably because he can't feel his foot anymore. Aditya Vishnu says, Changi lagi, sada lagi. He's got no feeling. Look at him, he hobbles back now. Well, look, he's like you. He's doing the John Wayne now. And maybe he's been on that water slide.
Well, if he keeps putting his foot in the way of hard cricket balls, that's not going to get much better. Here he is again.
Oh, that's been dispatched. It's a full toss, which gets whacked away. And for a moment, I thought the truck that was going by was in danger. He's hit that hard as a Rupam. That's a cracking stroke. Have a look at this. Yeah. Bang, boom, shakalagia. Goes all the way. And, well, he's a guy who gets into the 40s a lot and then gets out. Doesn't get his 50. Can he get it here this morning? And I think he's in trouble. I think he's saying that I can't carry on here. I think he's had a chat here with Krup Patel. And, well, they didn't bring any free spray or anything out for him at the time. I wonder if they're trying to now find some for him. The poor guy, he's having to go through the motions here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he can't just go into the spa or the sauna. Look at that.
All together now.
Nice. And it nearly goes back to the bowler again. He didn't stick his foot out so quickly this time.
Yeah, not this time, he says. He's only got one good one left. And I'm going to protect it. Well, it's a nice shot of somebody's walking their Doberman first thing in the morning. All right, a ball to go. There's Vaikart has got to try and get through this one. He's hobbling around.
He's doing it the hard way, that's for sure. Vaikart, last delivery of this over.
It's nicely played. It's well bowled. They'd probably like to go 2 here. Oh, they're going to get, they're going to get the 2 here. Good pressure being put on by the batters. I think the plan there is go for 2 because I think Rupam doesn't want to be kept on strike, and that's enough to put the pressure on Gukal, who then makes the error and presents them with the opportunity to take the easy second.
Yeah, so 13 coming off a painful over for the bowler Vaikart. 20 runs coming off his 2, so it was a good spell. And Rupam Barua is going to be looking to bring up his 50 in this over. Looks like the bowler is going to be Kuldeep Tekas to take the 8th over of this innings.
Well, there has been a substitution, by the way. It looks like the 12th has come on for Vaikarth, who well, needs to put some ice or something on that foot. We had a quick look at our up-and-coming events as well, of course. Things come to a conclusion here tomorrow on finals day, and I won't be here for that, unfortunately. I'll miss out because I'll be travelling to Romania to get things started there, which start on the Monday. And we've also got the Bulgaria coming up later in the year. We have, what we got after that? Yeah, we got the Medina Cup, of course, in Belgium. Cricket in England, in Hornchurch. And then, of course, in Czechia. Well, that should be it. So well done to Rupam. He will bring up his 50 with a 6. And again, it's another wide delivery outside the off to him. And they haven't learnt that really, have they, United? You can't be giving him too much room outside the off. He likes it there. He thumps it hard. 6 runs, 52 of 19. Well batted.
Oh, that sounded really nice off the bat. That was right off the middle, and it flew over the boundary. And yeah, well brought up 50 and much deserved. He'd been always contributing throughout the tournament. This time he gets a bit of personal success and a chance to raise his bat.
Yes, and also brings 100 up. So still got 17 deliveries to try and get. I think they'll be thinking again here around that par score, about 130. That'll be a good score, and that certainly will challenge United.
Check us in again.
lot of shouting at the fielder, the captain. Come on, get it in. They want 2. Don't let them get 2. Well, Shaquille doesn't. Just allows them the 1. So that's the plan here. Now, can they put a bit of pressure on Syed Ashgar? Well, they can. You can see the difference when you get Rupam off strike. Now, this was the way it went, of course, when these two played each other last time. The Riders only got to the 81, and Rupam scored 40 out of those runs. And it was Murali Obeli who was the player of the match last time. But with him not in the side, you can see they really have missed him in the bowling department. Also no Sahil Chauhan, and who was, of course, the key contributor with the bat. When United won, he scored 36 of 15. So they're going to have to do this the hard way. And let's just say they're just looking like a tired team this morning, are United. Let's see if they can get better with. It's a chance and taken. Good catch there, taken by the captain, Shaquille. Well, he looks tired, we know that. Tired and bruised, I think, is the way to put it. But he holds on to the catch to remove Rupam Baru. So Baru, after getting his 50, this time he tries to go over the top of the captain, Shaquille, who gets himself in a very good position. I think, in all fairness, Marco, he didn't probably have to move, but he takes the catch, removes Rupam. Now it's an opportunity, I said, that the Riders would be looking to get in the last 17 balls when I said it, to that 130 mark. With Rupam out the equation, they could be kept to under 120.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, and that's going to be it. And you can see Tekas going really, really wide round the wicket. He is trying to really create a big angle outside of off stump, and it worked in his advantage on that delivery.
In the air, doesn't get. Oh, what's happened to the fielder here? Well, what is going on here? Now, that is Melvin Albert that goes down, and I don't know what's happened, and they're still running, by the way. So, runs being given away. Albert went down like he slipped on a banana skin. That's the only way to describe this. I mean, here he is there, and he just can't stop. Down he goes, and then he picks himself up rather gingerly. In the meantime, the throw that comes in is fired in for some reason, but so wide. I mean, that's probably the worst throw that we've seen in this series. And the batters just say, lovely jubbly. We'll take another. This is Ronnie Zaman who comes out. He can club it as well. We saw him score 40. I'm a bit surprised that Prajapati and Rahman have come in so low. End of the over. It's 105 for 4.
And another good over by Tekas. I liked his plan of attack. I liked that he was going really wide and trying to create this big angle across the batsman. He got some reward from it. But we saw in that piece of fielding there how slippery it is. And it did seem like there were two different games going on. The batsman just running, and the ball flying all over the shop.
Here comes the delivery, and hit firmly, and he bottles it. He bottles this big time. Now, one thing I can tell you, well, Vignesh Warren, that you're more likely to hurt yourself by bottling the catch or not. I mean, this is the catching chance. He's in the air long enough, and yeah, Vigneshwaran just didn't fancy it, didn't want to take the catch, and then afterwards nearly loses his legs. 4 runs, though, to Zaman.
It was a little trepidatious stick out of the foot, trying to an attempt, a look at an attempt to stop the ball, but it wasn't an attempt at all. He was happy to see it fly past.
Okay, Ronnie. It's a good length delivery. It's into the pad area, but he's with the batter not really moving or looking to play the sweep shot. He gets away with this, so it's good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, and there's no pace on the ball for the batsman to work with. And so the bowler just bowling nice and slow and letting the batter try to do all the work himself as the fielder there on the boundary just fumbles it and it pops over for 4. He's going to be disappointed there.
Oh dear, well Vigneshwaran, quite rightly I think, got removed for lack of attempt. Leesy's trying to stop this one, the fielder who's replacing Samir Khan. But the Grizzlies just too spicy, too much masala on it. That's going to be 4. The number of runs, Marco, is this one hits straight to the fielder, and this is dealt with by Kuldeep. The number of runs that are being conceded in balls going through fielders, I reckon I'm counting about quite easily 16 to 20. And if you have a look at what the score is here, they haven't done themselves any favours here, Tallinn United in the field.
No, it has been an early morning fielding performance. Let's call it that.
Right, now this one surely will be stopped by the fielder, Samir. No issues, picks it up. Samir Khan gets it in. Not a bad over this from Rashid. He's been very unlucky, actually. He's taken the pace off the ball. Batters at this point want the pace. He's not giving it to them, but his fielders have let him down slightly. Let's see how he goes here. Ashkar hits that well, and it should be fielded. It will be. Nicely done. Yeah, there just seems to be a vibe about this match where it's kind of the old, you know, Sunday morning sort of match. Not too much intent, and they're not too vocal there. I know that you probably feel that the standings are not going to change too much. Riders, well, let's just say nothing riding on this match for them. I suppose it's just about finishing well. They love to finish above the Wolves. They'd love to get another win under their belt, I'm sure, whereas United are probably feeling that they're going to stay in that 4th spot and that they'll get the reinforcements in for tomorrow. I'm sure that Sahil Chauhan, being that it is a Sunday, will be available and he won't have work commitments, as that's a delightful shot, beautifully played. And, well, he's timed the pants of this one, Syed Ashkar. He gets over the fielder, goes for 4 runs. What a lovely shot.
Yeah, beautiful. Doesn't try to overhit it. He just opens up the face, puts it in the gap and hits it to the boundary. I think that was one of the shots of the innings so far.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a lovely shot, beautifully timed. Final over, 121, 5 balls to go. Can they get to that 130? At the moment, they're not missing the wicket there of Rupam. Full toss in the air. Oh, no! Where's it going to land? Well, I suppose the good news about this for Kuldeep, he's the 3rd player that's been tried in this area. Well, Kuldeep went down. Look at this. He goes down, and I thought the ball was going to land right on his head. But luckily for him, he clears the boundary by a long way. I mean, what he was doing running in the first place, we don't know. I don't think he was ever going to catch it. Oh, I was worried for him there.
Yeah, I was worried it was going to fall right on him as well. The feet just falling out from under him.
It's interesting. I mean, there was a little bit of morning dew on the ground, but it's not wet now. So, obviously, players have got the wrong footwear here. They're just slipping and sliding all over the place. In fact, they're probably slipping and sliding more than what the players did yesterday when it was raining and drizzling.
It's interesting to see. I hope there's no injuries, and that's what United are going to be trying to avoid with the big finals day coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. So that's a dot ball. That's good. Looking to keep it to under that 130. 128 is sitting at the moment. 2 balls to go. That's well bowled. That's the duck under this non-striker Ashkar. Now gets on strike to see if he can finish with another boundary. 26 of 12 for him. He's done his job well when Rupam was hitting the ball around and getting to a half century. He provided with the right kind of support. Now, a boundary to finish off the innings would do well. 57 and 43% in favour of the Riders now.
So Khan, this going to the boundary, and this brings up the 130 for the Riders. So a good shot and a nice little ending for the Riders as the over ends with the score, well, the innings ends with the score on 135 for the loss of 4 wickets. And that's a good competitive total, I think.
Very much par score. I think I said 130 they'll be happy with. And with that boundary, they take that score up to that 135. Not sure why it got to 1. Why is that going down to 6? That was 4. So there's definitely an error there. The score should be, I make it was 129, wasn't it? I make it should be 133. We'll have to revisit that. That somehow has gone down as 6. I don't think that's correct. In fact, I'm sure it's not correct. But, well, maybe our scorers have, well, they should put a bit more water on it, Marco. That's what I say. But this is the way it started. It was a good little partnership between the two openers until they totally didn't communicate with each other. And Rupam, I said at the time, after running out your captain, you better get some good runs on the board. And that's exactly what he did do. He did get a 50 to sort of say to the skip, all right, I made a mistake, but Lisa did make up for it.
Yeah, there was some early morning cricket. There was some players just a bit sleepy out there today, and we saw that with that call, but he did make up for it. And as we saw, Saeed Ashkar at the end just finishing it off for the Riders with some really nice shots. Barua bringing up the 50, which was good to see because he deserved a bit of success. There was some of that early morning fielding, as we mentioned, and that very hard little knock on the foot there from Vekat, the bowler. I think that was bringing up the 50, raising the bat, and just after giving the catch to Captain Shakil, who took that very well. He was happy that he didn't have to move too far to take that catch. And then at the end, we saw Saeed Ashkar, the keeper, come in and play some delightful shots and get the Tallinn Riders over that 130 mark. And now we see that last delivery, which was certainly not a 6. And I'm sure that'll be changed up on our scorecard as quick as we can. So as the cards will come up. But it is a chilly morning, and you can, as Rico suggested, both teams sort of a little going through the motions a little bit this morning. They're not too much riding on it. And Tallinn United also trying to make sure that they get through today and prepare themselves for tomorrow and make sure that there's no injuries. So we'll see you in 10 minutes for the reply for the Tallinn Uniteds to see if they can get above the Riders. Let's see. See you soon.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to this European Cricket Series in Estonia. Big day today on this weekend of action. Saturday is the penultimate day of this tournament where the top teams are looking for those valuable points. The Riders though, they're a team that are looking for another victory. They can't make it through the finals day. Results just didn't go their way earlier on in the series, but they could get another good scalp here to add to the win that they've had against the Wolves. And Italian United, they're looking to stay in that fourth spot, and also they're looking to go into tomorrow, finals day, with a bit of confidence and maybe some form from some of the players that haven't yet shown too much. That's the bonus point equation. With the score on 133, it means that 93 is the important figure. Restrict the opponents to 93, and who never know that the Riders could take all 4 points here. And I think there is a chance, I suppose, to get this score inside the 7, but somebody has to go big, and I think that somebody would have to be Shakil Chauhan. International Women's Day for Peace and Disarmament is commemorated today on May 24th. It's a day to celebrate women's voices for a world free from some of the threats of nuclear arms. We celebrate democracy, human decency, and a violence-free and a peaceful future. So International Women's Day for Peace and Disarmament celebrated today. It is going to be Rupan Baru who's going to open up the bowling, having already scored a fine half century. He'll be looking to get a good spell in here and put his name forward for a play of the match performance. Let's see how he goes. They've got a healthy score on the board to defend, 133. And Shakil Chauhan is out there with Kuldeep Tikas. Kuldeep, as I mentioned, had a good knock yesterday. First time I saw him with the bat. Here's the first in from Rupan. It's a good delivery. And Shakil, very much the same as when he was in the field and with the ball. He just looks like he's woken up. He's had a big stretch and a big yawn, but he hasn't quite really sort of got to grips of the day so far. Well, I certainly don't feel that way. And the man next to me has woken up bright and breezy as well is Marco. Marco, welcome back.
Welcome, thank you, thank you. Yes, bright and breezy, that's the way I feel. Let's bring it on.
It's clipped away and it's going to go past the fielder. Probably just going to end up stopping before the boundary. The batters will take a leisurely couple. Shakil plays this shot well, doesn't he? He's a guy that the ball is short enough. He will work it from outside off onto the leg side. He's a very risky player. But we have seen him get out to that shot a few times as well. So a bit of pace and the ball a little bit shorter right at him can get him sometimes to just chip it straight up in the air. So he's got to be careful with that.
Yeah, he had a difficult day 2 days ago where he got out for 2 low scores. So he'll want to get a little bit of momentum going into finals day tomorrow.
That is a beautiful shot. Well, that's the momentum you're talking about there, Marco. This time, well, it's not just a gentle little flick. This time, he gets plenty of power on it. It's been ill-directed from Rupam. You can see it's kind of a full toss on the leg side, and that's gets into position early. That's the key to that shot. Picks it early, gets into position early, and then hits it freely over that short mid-wicket for 6.
That was a good-looking shot, and he really hit that well. He came down the pitch to it, and I think that was right in his hitting arc.
Oh, good comeback. Good comeback. You know he's strong and flicking the ball on the leg side, so keep him outside the off. And this one beats him proper. Good delivery, good seed.
Once again, Shaquille just trying to go down the pitch a little bit. He would have been better off just waiting on the ball outside off stump, and it was a better line also from Barua. It was a good delivery.
Oh, that's a shot and a half. And get the feeling that it's going to just stop. Yeah, it does. Just slows down because he's hit this well, but he hits it into the ground. And I think that takes some of the initial oomph and force out of the shot, but still nicely played. It deserved 4, but he had to run the 2. But a good shot, good wristy player with Shaquille. But there you see there, he hits it hard into the deck, which takes some of the pace off the ball.
Yeah, the outfield still just a little bit damp, so the ball is holding up just a bit, but it was a very well played shot from the captain Shaquille, and he's looking good so far.
And that one will go all the way. I love the way he opens the face of the bat here. And this one, yeah, that one could be maybe a 1x bet shot of the day, really. What a beautiful shot this is. Like the way he holds the pose as well. Delightfully played. Lovely shot for 4.
It was a good looking shot, just hitting the outside part of the bat. I wouldn't say it's come straight off the middle, but plays it well, and there's nobody out there. It's in the power play, so there's not only 2 people outside of the inner ring, and he takes full advantage of that.
78 matches since the golden ball. That's where we're at now. And, well, my last day here in Estonia, Marco, I love a golden ball to have, to call one with you before I go. Let's see if we get any close matches here. This certainly could be golden ball territory as Ronnie Zaman comes on to bowl. That's played away nicely by Kuldeep, gets off the mark straight away, and he too will double up and make it 2. Oh, well, that's an interesting way to stop it from the bowler. Ronnie Zaman just puts a foot out here to trap the ball. Just have a look at this. He's not learning. We've seen a few injuries when players have decided to use the feet rather than the hands.
Well, asking for trouble, and yes, as you've seen, we've already seen that today, and we've already had one player who's going to be walking away with a big hefty bruise on his foot for doing the same. Good ball, good ball.
Good comeback from Zaman. He just kind of rolls his fingers on this one. He's got an interesting action. Watch the way the ball comes out, and he gets a good bit of nip back into the batter as well.
Yeah, just cramping the batter for room. And that was a very good comeback from Rami Zaman. This one a bit overpitched.
He overpitched, but wasn't able to get it past that fielder. They've got a mid-wicket who's in at that 30-yard circle. And then either side of him, he's got two boundary riders as well. So that's where the 2 men are currently, but they're making a move here now, I think, understandably, to Shaquille. They want somebody covering and sweeping the offside boundary, so they made a few changes. In fact, they've taken both away from the leg side to Shaquille and put an offside sweeper, and the long off goes onto the boundary. So Shaquille, now he does like the clip on the leg side as well. I think he might like this field change. And he goes for it, and he gets lucky. He wants to go for a shot over the field. And that's worked a treat in a way. So maybe that's the plan here, to try and get him to play this shot and almost go straight to the hand of the fielder.
Yeah, the bowler would want to keep it a little bit further outside off stump, and they're really trying to make the captain work it onto the onside.
You see, that's the plan here. That's 2 that Shaquille has gone leg side. This time he plays it back onto his own foot. So wrong positioning, I think, for Shakil. If he wants to play that shot, he likes to come forward and flick, doesn't he? Rather than go back and pull. And maybe he's better off just standing still. Let's see how he deals with the next one from Zaman. Well, that's a Gundy ball. The head hit me written all over it, and Shakil will put it away. 6 runs. And this time he gets it proper. And after missing 2 earlier deliveries, doesn't miss out this one. But once again, you see, he does like to attack the ball. He's not one to allow the ball to come to him. He likes to go to the ball.
Yeah, his shots, he does like to come through. I was very happy that the bowler, with that change of the field, keeping the 2 on the offside, but the bowler has to play ball as well and keep the ball on that side of the wicket. And I thought that was a good positive move from the Riders. Unfortunately, Zaman just got it a bit wrong at the end of that over and gave the captain, Shakil, a chance just to hit it onto the vacant leg side.
So here's the change. Anand Chandrappa will bowl over number 3. And it's a good delivery, which is nicely played also by Kuldeep. I'm liking that. Both these batters prepared not just to take those sharp singles, but turning the 1s into 2s as well. That's been the story of the innings so far. Looking to get a good start here. Of course, a bit light in the batting department. No Sahil in the side, and that is a player that they're going to miss a lot, United. So these 2 are pretty key. You've got Rajiv Haran, who may be coming in at number 3, has shown some good form. It's played down the ground. It'll just be a single, you would imagine, as he gets fielded, well fielded also by Hardik Prajapati. It comes across, making plenty of noise out there. The Riders, they would love to get another victory under their belt.
Absolutely, get themselves off the bottom of the table. Nobody wants to walk away with a wooden spoon.
That's nicely bowled from Chandrappa. It gets played away for a single. Yeah, I mean, remember they're at the moment 3 points adrift from the Tartu Wolves. Wolves on 8 points. The Riders on 5. Both teams will be in action, of course, today.
Both having 2 games.
Yeah, both got 2 matches. And the Wolves, well, we're going to see them in action next, aren't we? Against the Strikers. That's just chipped over. Have a go and gone. And that's great bit of fielding. That's a bullseye from Rupam. He's a quality player, Rupam, with bat, with ball, and in the field. And this one is right up there. It's probably your HCL software play of the day. Overcommits, does Kuldeep. Here goes Kuldeep. He's not really watching Rupam. Lines it up, aims and fires, and the stumps get knocked over. And Kuldeep is going to have to go. That's the wicket that I don't think the United side wanted to lose. Kuldeep looked like he was doing everything right, and then, yeah, he just didn't read the play here. But great work from Rupam. He's going to have to go. Asking the question here, but I think the ball probably had a lot to do. We'll get a leg by here, Shakil.
Yeah, I think that's going easily down leg side. Yeah, long way to go. Not necessarily down leg. It was a well-directed delivery from Chandrappa. But once again, Shakil liking to meet the ball, to go down the pitch, and there was a big distance between his pads and the stumps, so the umpire calling it not out, and quite rightly so.
It's well bowled. Good area. It's just, oh, that's a wild throw. And will be backed up. And the batters, well, if they were a bit more alert, maybe would have taken 2 there, but I think they're just a little bit cagey, having lost that wicket as a result of a run out. So, end of the over, and a good one from Chandrappa. Only the 4 runs come from it. It was the run out in there as well, thanks to a great bit of fielding from Rupam. So, power play score 28 for 1. And you can see that there's a difference in some 8 runs where they are and where their opponents were, the Riders.
Both for the loss of 1 wicket. Yeah, it was not the most devastating power play, but Barua really being able to showcase his talents in this game so far. Bat with the bat, with the ball, and in the field. Direct hit. That was really good, sharp work by him. So that wicket does help the Riders' cause.
Wide ball to start here for Ronnie Zaman. So they're going back to Zaman here. His first over went for the 9 runs. So you can see that they're doing things slightly differently in the way they use the bowlers to what we saw United do. United went with 5 fresh bowlers to start off with and then went to who they felt did the best. That's well bowled again. Defensively played. It's just blocked and run. It's Nagam getting his captain Shaquille back on strike.
Yeah, and I think that's good cricket. Shaquille has been looking good so far, and you want to give him as much of the strike as possible. He's the one that's hitting the big shots, and that is the way that you want this game to go. You have to clear this boundary, and that's what Shaquille is going to be trying to do.
Well, what does he get on here? No wide signal, so is that a bit of pad? Is it bat? I mean, they were going up for an appeal. Let's have a look. So once again, I think at the top of the pad, but if only he could just stay still, Shaquille. I think there's a lot of deliveries that he's missing out on because he's got this initial 1-2 step approach, which sometimes works for him, but I think other times, especially with the pace of the ball coming onto him, he's far better off waiting for it. It's another one you see. Just have a look at this. So he moves so early that he makes, sometimes he gets himself late on the shot because he's moving forward. That's another good example. If he just stays where he is, Marco, he just has to nurdle these to the leg side. He's trying to smash them, but he's missing them.
Yeah, I mean, he has had success that way, but he has to play the ball on its merits, and not every ball is pitched up to the point where you can just walk down to it and hit down the line, but he tries it on this occasion. This one, he just held himself back a little bit more and just managed to hold his shape. He still walks down a bit, but only just one step. One step and bang.
Cracking over so far. Just the 3 runs from it. That's hit powerfully, and 1-1 is the call. And you can see with Shaquille out there, that's the other issue I think here United have. They needed to go at almost 17 and over, but they're missing out on quite a few 2s because Shaquille, you can see he's struggling to turn, well, he's struggling just to take the singles, forget the 2s. So he needs boundaries, otherwise he knows he's not helping his team's cause. It's just going to be another single, so another top over. The over before when Chandarappa only went for the 4. And this one now is just going to go for 5. So they've got 9 off the last 2 overs, and that is what's taken this rate up now to that 17 mark.
Yeah, and the pressure piling ever more on Tallinn United to start hitting more boundaries and to lift that run rate. We can see there the worm graph is well under where the Riders were at the same part of the game after 4 overs. But if the captain stays in and starts hitting a few out of the middle, then that can change very quickly. We've seen consistently throughout this game, once one batsman goes in and gets on a heater, the game can be turned on its head.
Yeah, and welcome to Wayne. Hello, Wayne. Hello to Amit, who's also in the chat. And good morning to you all. Happy Saturday. Happy start of the weekend. See Shaquille just having some assistance in getting one of these laces done, but they need to come back with a big over here, and it's a bowler coming back. In fact, he's bowling his first, isn't he, Rahman? Now, Rahman has a knack of getting wickets. It's a battle of the 2 captains, but he starts with what can only be described as a real loosener coming round the wickets and trying to get this ball to go right across Shaquille. So trying to starve him of hitting the ball on the leg side.
Yeah, we can see he's really trying to warm himself up as much as possible.
No run. This is just guided with no pace on it at all to Zaman. So no run. Pressure starting to build here, Shaquille. He's going to come up. He's going to come up with a fight here, the captain. If he doesn't, this match is gone from him. All right, that's in his hitting zone, though, isn't it? That's where he likes to hit it. Gets a big, powerful shot in 6 runs. Shaba. Ginna sona manos. Arriba, arbitro. 6 carreras. Well, I thought It caught the ball, but it's an apple instead. But still, liking that.
High fives all round. Yeah, that was a good shot. That's really what the United team needed, as this one's hit and cut away well behind point for another boundary. So 2 boundaries in 2 balls, and United will be looking for a little bit more of that from their captain.
Good shot. So after going big and clubbing it over the leg side, goes over cow corner, and then this time rocks back and cuts this nicely. So shows that he can play on the off. It's not that he can't. It's just that he does prefer to get the wrist involved and clip on the leg side. So 6 and 4. Is he hungry for more? Shaquille. Well, that's going to be a wide. Goes too far across on this occasion, Rahman. But it's a dangerous ploy. You haven't got a fielder on the boundary at point. If he wants to bowl that line, it's got to be a change in the field, surely.
Yeah, Rahman really trying to whip it across Shaquille with that angle and trying to make Shaquille drag it across onto the onside, which he manages on that occasion, but just for a single. And singles aren't going to do it at this stage for Tallinn United.
Let's see what Nigam does here. Does he go for a big shot, or is he happy just to push and get Shaquille back on strike? Well, he goes for the big shot, and he gets that out of the middle. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna zona shaka lagya. Chit Nigam getting a big one in here. That's his first boundary, and there we go. What a lovely moment. And the youngster passes the ball back to the fielder. It is the weekend, and it's good to see that the families are here. And, nice hit. This is a good over. This is the one they wanted. 19 from it. Can they make it into a magical one? Well, they will take the single. So 20 come off the over. And that's exactly the response that United needed after, remember, the 2 overs before only gave them 9 runs. So that's a big one. It does take that rate to under the 17 now. It's around about just about the 16 as we have a look at the Challenger Division. And if you want to know where Estonia will be at the Euros of Cricket, they will be playing in Group T, Group 2 of the Challenger Division. They're up against Guernsey. Guernsey in there, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, Serbia, and also Turkey. Group A, by the way, Malta, Czechia, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Slovenia. All places we'll go to. We've been to Malta, we'll go to Czechia, Bulgaria's on the cards as well, and we will go to Cyprus for some international cricket as well a bit later on in the year. Good ball, good comeback, Chandarapa. And like the fact that they're going straight back to him. Remember, his first over only went for 4 runs.
It was a very good over, and riders trying to pile on the pressure ever more and lift that run rate. We were mentioning before if Nigam was going to go for a big shot. I think at this stage, the Tallinn United, both batsmen have to give it everything. There's no point in just playing singles and trying to get the captain on strike at this stage. Both batsmen have to try to hit the ball to the boundary with 80 runs needed off 29 balls left in this game. And Chandrapa so far has been looking really good with the ball, and he's continued it with the first ball of this over.
Doesn't want to take the single. Doesn't want to take the single. I don't think that's right. Nigam has shown that he's got the big shot in him as well. I don't think you're in a position here, the captain Shaquille, where you can be turning these down. You can see Nigam is going and saying, "What do you mean, Skip?" But he has to honour what the captain says. I think the other disappointing thing here for United currently, the way things stand, that's just a dirty ball. It's bad, it's Gandhi. It'll get put away for a big 6. Well, maybe it was the right call, but I'm pretty sure that Chachit Nigam would have put that one away as well. It was just a bad delivery, which gets put away. But they've only lost the 1 wicket here, Marco. So they've got to be more brave. There's no point finishing, 15, 18 runs behind the score with 2 wickets lost, for example. That just makes you feel that they didn't really try it. Well, that man's trying. He's going at a speed, isn't he? So some of the bike lanes that have been constructed on the far side. I wonder where he's going.
Well, it's a nice flat part of town, so wherever he's going, he's getting there in a hurry.
Down the ground, beautifully hit. 6 more. So Shaquille, maybe he just feels that he's ready to launch and that he feels he's just got a good feeling about going after Chandarapa. Gets himself into a good position this time, a nice step into that, and launches himself as that one goes for another 6. So 2 big 6s after a 1 and a dot off the first 2 deliveries. We see 3 in a row. In comes Chandarapa, and he goes for it, but there is a fielder there who will take the catch. That's the wicket they wanted. Shakil Chauhan will go on 46. Nice catch taken by Hardik Prajapati. That's what he's there for. He takes the catch, and the Riders, well, they're definitely eyeing up victory number 2 now in the series, as Tallinn United lose their second wicket, and it's the big wicket of their captain who will fall for 46.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they only had 1 wicket down, so there was no point in just hanging around. They had to start going for it, and that's what Shakil did. Unfortunately, this one, he hits it down the throat of Prajapati, who takes a good catch. But the intent is what Tallinn United need at this stage. They have 4.1 overs left, and there's no point to die wondering.
Yeah, the new batter, Rajiv Haran, comes out. Be interesting to see how he goes. Nice to see a bit of sunshine that's starting to bless and caress this beautiful ground in Estonia. And 94, remember, to get to get a point. So, all right, up in the air, catching chance. And the same man again, no problems. It's going to be a first baller. Rajiv Haran will go for a Chandarapa, finishing with 2 wickets on the spin. Well, it's an interesting over. It's a proper classic ECN over. It's a 1 and a dot, first 2 balls, then 2 6s, then 2 wickets. Unfortunately, won't get the chance to complete his hat-trick, but he finishes with good bowling figures, 2 for 17, as Rajiv Haran makes that long and disappointing walk back to the dugout.
And let me tell you, ECN viewers, that isn't a pre-recorded duck. That is all of the talents of my co-commentator Rico there making those wonderful duck noises, and that's quite a talent indeed. Always brings a smile to my face.
Well, I'm fighting for the ducks, Marco, because we normally would have ducks on the screen, but they've vanished. Apparently they're having a makeover. I'll see it when I believe it. I haven't seen the derricks in a while, so every time you hear me doing the derricks, it's all for the derrick, just to remind them that they haven't been forgotten. Okay, Awais. Well, they're asking the question, but I think it's gone onto the stumps, is it? No. There were applause there, and I thought for a moment the wicketkeeper saying, how's that? Let's have a look here. It almost goes through. Does go through, but just misses that leg stick.
Yeah, it just gets stuck in the pad, doesn't it?
Played away, missed by 1, but stopped by the other. Good bit of teamwork. Ronnie Zaman stops the boundary. That's what they're after here. Boundaries, Awais, Courtney with the bowling.
Yeah, well, if Tallinn United are going to get close, they're going to need a batsman to really come off and get on a heater here, because at the moment they're just falling away just slightly, and the Riders now with Kearney on bowling, just taking the pace off the ball. So the batters are going to have to make all of the running themselves.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to swing and a miss. And that one gets dragged to the leg side. They've got 3 fielders in that area. So unless you really get the swivel on it and get it to go behind square, it's always going to be fielded. Those 3 have been busy up there. Hardik Prajapati, of course, taking those 2 catches to give Chandarapa those 2 wickets. Okay, in the air, another catching opportunity, and doesn't get taken. It sort of takes the long route round to get to this one, and ends up trying to take it pretty low to the ground. It's not going to be held there by Numan Shabir.
Yeah, Samir Khan Nigam, sorry. I thought he was going to go for that one. He's the one that United are going to want to start hitting off, and that one is Rama Lama Lama far over the boundary for another Maximo. That is a really good hit, and that sounded very good from Samir Khan.
It sounded very good from you as well, as it's a lovely shot. Sort of runs into this. This is kind of the Hollywood shot, we call it, and hits that plenty a mile. But still, not a bad over, because they only get the 10 from Awais. They need to be going now at 19 and over. So it's going to be a real struggle. 58 required of 18.
Yeah, the pressure just ever rising, although I get the feeling that United sort of want to get through this game and make sure that they don't get any injuries and get some players in. But let's see where they go. A lot's going to be resting on the shoulders of these two batters, I suggest. Nigam playing some nice shots so far, and Samir Khan starting with a hurry with that beautiful shot over long on.
Strikers taking on the Wolves too. No Ali Raza for the Wolves. That's a big loss for them. I hear that he's got a bit of an injury to his arm, and he's trying to get that hopefully ready for later in the season. So, of course, the Wolves, now one thing is worth mentioning about the Wolves here, Marcos, they'll take a single, but of course that doesn't hurt the Riders at all. If we have a look at the standings, so the Riders here, I mean, we know that they're just playing for a bit of pride, looking for the second win. The Wolves, they've got 2 matches. They're on 8 points. Tallinn United playing here on 14. Now, a point here for United is pretty key. Even if they go down, they get a point, takes them to 15. That takes them 7 points ahead of the Wolves. But the Wolves, if they have an absolute cracker, let's say they do win the next match, pick up 4 points, and they can do the same again in their last, there's still a possibility that the United side here could lose out. So, and depending how they play in their last match, so there's still plenty to play for here. So, the Wolves, they'll be looking to come into the next match on a high and looking for a victory against the Strikers side. United will be hoping that Strikers do them a favour. That's hit well down the ground, and that is not going to be stopped. That is 4 runs. It's a good shot from Nigam. Well, he's still, I suppose while he's out there, they will pick up what could be a very valuable point from this contest. And if he really fires, and I mean goes ballistic, there's a chance they could get the win.
Yeah, they need both batsmen firing on all cylinders here. And yeah, that just, there's still a mathematical equation that United don't want to fall asleep here and don't want to give the Wolves a chance to try to overtake them into that 4th position.
Take the single again. Singles are fine. Rupan Baru, he's had a good match, hasn't he? And if he can pick up a wicket here with 3 balls to go, then I think he probably does cement that player of the match performance in this one, especially with the 50. Don't forget the superb run out he was involved with. And he's bowling here to Samir Khan,
who started so well. Tries it again.
Yeah, a bit of a full toss, which doesn't quite get hold of the middle. That's excellent running. Really good running this. It's poor fielding from Prajapati, who's taken 2 catches, but Prajapati is in no hurry to get to this ball, and the batters say, you know what, let's double up. Why not? Good running.
Yeah, it was good running and good aggressive running. I like to see that. Good calling, getting the batters through, and good positive cricket. As Barua gonna try to finish this over strong.
Good bit of bat onto this, but again, this time it has been attacked by the fielder, and I like that pressure. We don't see enough of that, I think, sometimes from the batters we see in European cricket. But apply the pressure on the fielder. I don't know when you used to play, Marco. When I'm batting out there, even if it's an easy single, I'm running it hard just to put that batter off, make the mistake, say thank you very much, come back for 2.
That's it. It's those 1%ers. I am big on the 1%ers. You run that first one hard. It just gives the fielder something to think about, and if there's a little fumble, then it gives the batters a chance to get through for a second. If you don't put the pressure on, you're not going to get it.
Yeah, pressure. That's what you got to do. But pressure, they're on pressure here now, and that's a big wide. I don't think this is quite a stumping opportunity, because I think the wicketkeeper just has too much to do in the batter. Though he goes forward, misses it, he goes back pretty quickly. I think batter probably always going to make that. So they'll take the wide. We see it here again. I think it would have been close, but I think he would have made it.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper just had a bit too much to do there. The ball just too wide of off stump. This one, a lot better delivery from Kearney.
Yeah, liking this from Kearney. It's a good time for somebody like him to bowl when you got batters that are trying to whack the ball for you know, sixes, needing about 4 boundaries and over to stay in touch. And he gets unlucky there as well, as Khan just gets a bit of bat onto this to take it away from the keeper. And let's see how Nigam goes here now. He's going to have to go after him. He'll want to try and dance down the track and turn these into full tosses.
So
It's cleverly bowled.
Yeah, this one he just puts it in the pitch a little bit more. The batter tries to go out of his crease, but because he's banged it in, all he can do is play it onto the onside for a single, and that's not going to be enough. Does it again.
That is hit hard and solid. So this time around, he goes for the same ball again. Does a waste, that slightly quicker one, because he feels that Samir Khan is expecting that flighted delivery. But Samir, good play from him. He stays still and then sees it short, uses his feet and crunches it for 6. But that's only the 1 boundary in the over. It's only gone for 9 so far. Still a couple of balls to come, and that will go to, well, I say go to one of the 3 fielders out there. It does, but it's not dealt with very well, in fact. That's Ankit Chowdhury, who ends up partially stopping it, but the ball skids away from him and does go to the boundary. So 6 and 4, maybe Samir Khan is hungry for more.
I think if the United team can get a 6 off this delivery, which they manage, that's going to make this last over very interesting. So the end of the 9th over, 1 over to go. Tallinn United now on 105. They're going to need 28, 29 off the 6 balls. Still in with a shot.
Yeah, still in with a shot. Everything is possible. Nothing is impossible. And especially if you're hitting the ball like that. And both batters have shown they can do that. Nigam's been there for 13 deliveries. He's on 20. But Samir Khan, well, he's belted a few. Good news, I suppose, for United is even if they go down here, they do pick up that valuable point. So they've secured the point. So you got nothing to lose here. You should really back yourself to go for it. It's going to be Rahman, the captain, who's going to bowl the over. His last over, by the way, did go for 20. So it's on. It definitely is on here. Nigam, if you can get the first one out of the middle and it sails over the boundary, we're in for an exciting finish. Goes for it, but he slides up in the air. He could be gone. He will be gone. And, wow, we've seen enough of this. But that's after he slips. He holds on to the catch. And there will be a wicket. But there's something about this ground here today with fielders slipping around. Holds the catch, but then can he keep himself on the ground? He actually does superbly well to hold on to that. It's another classic comedy moment here on the European Cricket Network as Ajit Nigam goes for 20.
Slip sliding away this game. Yeah, the fielders having difficulties staying on their feet, but no difficulties holding on to that catch. It was a good effort there as he ends up on his backside, but on his backside with a smile.
Yeah, and a very good smile. Well taken there. Good catch, and that's going to be a highlight. Certainly one that will be remembered, I think, by Numan Shabir. That's going to be a wide, and the keeper actually reacts pretty well to this. Almost gets past him, but makes the stop. There's Ashkar.
Yeah, so, I mean, United still there. They have to, this one has to go over the boundary, and it doesn't.
Yeah, it's well bowled. It's clever bowling from Rahman. You can tell the captain, he's an experienced campaigner. He is Mujibur Rahman. He's played a lot of cricket, and he knows where he's got to keep this ball so he's not going to be hit for 6. He's not greedy trying to take wickets, just needs to get a good over in here. So Bhupinder Verma, and that's a lovely stroke. That's solid strike. Samir Khan, you got to ask the question, if this boy can hit the ball like this, what is he doing batting at number 5, especially when you needed to be going at about 15 and over? This guy should have been right up there. I like the way he uses his feet. He gets to the pitch of the ball and he crunches it. He's batting the wrong number.
Yeah, he has connected and connected really well on a few occasions now, and he is looking good. He connects well again. This one, not an easy stop down on the boundary, but well done by the fielder there.
Yeah, and that's Prajapati again, isn't it? He's been good in that area, and they don't even run here. Someone probably feels, hang on, I can get a few more away here. He's only got 2 more balls. And goes for it, and he will get another one away. 6 more to him. He moves to 40 of just 14 deliveries, takes that score to 119. It goes back to what we were saying. If they finish, I said at the time, let's say they fall 15 or 11 runs short, then they'll look back at all of those singles they turned down when they'd only lost the 1 wicket and they weren't putting any pressure on. And that's exactly what it comes down to here.
It was also when the captain was walking down the crease and trying to make something out of nothing. If he just held himself back, they might have been just a little bit closer at the end. But at the end of the 10 overs, the Riders clock up their 2nd victory of the week, and they're going to be very happy about that, and that gets them off the bottom of the table.
Yeah, well, congratulations to the Riders. They get another win there. That means that they will now go in the joint number of points as the Wolves, and only the net run rate will separate them now. I do get the feeling, though, that the Wolves might still stay above them because of a better net run rate. But well done. It's another victory. Like I say, they're not playing to get themselves back here to play in finals day tomorrow. They're playing for a bit of pride. We've always said that the Riders, similarly to the Wolves, they're better than their performances have suggested, and they've shown that in this match. The only thing you can say here about Tallinn United, 2 things come to mind as we look forward to the next match where the Strikers are taking on Tartu Wolves. Now, can Habib Khan, who's been in incredible form, look at the fantasy points he's got to his name, 1,046. He has just been on a roll. But, Marco, Tallinn United, 2 things. Number 1, errors in the field. We said 16 to 20 runs given away by sloppy fielding. And then with the batting, they just didn't take their singles. There was no urgency about them. They didn't lose. They lost a wicket in the 3rd over. That was when the 1st wicket fell down. And then they didn't lose another wicket until the end of that 6th over, where there was 2 wickets lost off the last 2 deliveries from Chandarapa. But there was no urgency about them. And in the end, they fall short by only 10 runs.
Yeah, it was whatever coffee that Samir Khan was drinking, that is what the rest of his teammates should have been drinking, just to wake them up, because they sleepwalked a little bit through parts of that game, I felt.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Good catching there from Prajapati. Holds not just 1, but 2. Right at the end of that very productive over from Chandarapa. It looked like he was under attack when he was hit with 2 sixes, but he did come back with 2 wickets. Well, that was one that got away from Numan Shabir, but he would have his own highlight a little bit later when not only does he take a catch, but he also ends up on his backside. That was one that got away from the fielder, and there was a good fight back here. This is the one here. There he is. Numan Shabir takes the catch. He does very well to hold on to that, doesn't he? Because he hit the deck with some force.
Yeah, it's a big smile there when he gets back into the sitting position after taking that. So well done.
Hitting was good. Samir, yeah, I mean, that's the way it finishes. He scores another boundary right there towards the end of the inning. So Shakir Chauhan, we know he scores that 46, but he used 24 balls to do it. 5 sixes and 2 fours. But look at Samir Khan, 44 of just 15 balls, liking that knock. And, well, Samir, I like the way he played in general. I think he bowled very well as well. Not really sure why he's coming in so low with the batting order when he can hit the ball so well.
Indeed, and as we look at the card there, Shaquille, 46 off 24. He's probably thinking he probably could have scored a bit more and given his team more of a chance in the last few overs. But they took it deep, but didn't quite get over the line, but they got that big point. But the bowling there, Barua doing well, Ronnie Zaman, 2 overs for just 14. That was a good 2 overs there, and it was a good performance with the ball and in the field in the end from the Tallinn Riders.
Yeah, so well done to the Riders. Victory number 2 under the belt for them. They'll be hoping to maybe get another one when we see them a little bit later on. But it won't be an easy match for them when they take on the might of the Stallions. That match is coming after the one we got up for you next, where the Strikers take on the Tartu Wolves. That match coming up in around about 35 minutes time. So join me, Rico Fall and Marco, when we return for some more action on the European Cricket Series here in Estonia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for match number 27, the second in the day. Now the last time that these two teams met is the Strikers taking on the Wolves. It was a very good match and a close match as well. High scoring one as well when we saw a 136 chase. And I'm expecting it to be just as exciting this time around. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
The 10 and Strikers to call. Tails is the call. And it's a head. They can have a bat.
So Mubashir Iqbal of the Wolves winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bat first. So he's very similar to when these teams met last time. On that occasion they got to a healthy 136. Ali Raza led the way with a fine half century, but they weren't able to hold on to the victory. Why? Because Habib Khan was superb. The captain of the Strikers has just been in incredible form at the moment. He's gone past 1,000 fantasy points on this particular series, and that goes to show just how good he's been. He was good, and on that day, Ilyas Hassan was very good as well. He scored a fine 40. Now, we've seen the teams in action recently. Yesterday, Habib just continued to be in awesome form. He picked up 2 player of the match performances in those matches that he played in yesterday. And of course, the good news for him is somebody like Aslan Amjad has found his form again. He's also happy to have the wild thing in his side, that's Amjad Sher. So I think between them, with the batting clicking, the Strikers are starting to look like a formidable unit when they're out there in the middle. What about the Wolves? What can we say about them? One thing we know that without Ali Raza, they are going to have a bit of a struggle. So I think Mubashir Iqbal becomes a pretty key player for them again. But they have got some other players that did turn up and perform very well yesterday. Sanu Marji was in very good form. He scored a half century. It's the first time that he scored one on the network, so congratulations to him. And I also like the work there from Furkan Manzoor. I think he's another batter that could go higher up the order. He looks like he's got the ability and the technique to open the innings and bat all the way through. So there's some opportunities there as well. Well, the Wolves, they've just seen the Riders get a victory. That means that the Riders are right up there with them on the same number of points. But the Wolves do know this, that if they can get 2 big wins in the day and maybe United slip up one more time, they could be the surprise and get themselves into finals day tomorrow. So they still have everything to play for, but they want to be picking up 4 points here against the Strikers. Can it happen? Is it possible? Stay tuned to find out. Let's go straight over to Marco for the start off the first ball.
Thank you, Rico. Yes, welcome match 27. And as Rico mentioned, all to play for the Strikers. If they can pick up 8 points in their 2 games today, then they can put pressure on the Hippos for that all-important second place in the finals tomorrow. And with that second place, you get the extra chance on finals day. We can see the team lineups there. Just Rashid Mahmood coming in for the Strikers, and only one change for the Tatul Wolves with Manish Gupta coming in. And I'd like to give a lovely call out hello to my friends Lucas, Seidel, Romy, and their 2 young daughters who I know are watching in Wurmbrand, Voidviertel. Hannah and Amelia, hello and welcome. I'm sure that Svetla is flowing freely as you get into the cricket for the day. And the teams coming out for this match. And yeah, so everything to play for both teams. The Strikers can put pressure on the Hippos, and the Tatul Wolves can put pressure on Tallinn United. I'd also like, this one's a heartfelt happy birthday, happy 50th birthday to my home club, Vienna Cricket Club, 50 years today. We started in 1975. The founder of the club, Kerry Tattersall, starting off a tradition which has been kept up and has kept Austrian cricket on the go for the last 50 years. And I know they're playing a 2-day game out at Sierbahn today. So happy 50th to VCC. But here we are at the Estonian Cricket and Rugby Ground for match 27. the Tartor Wolves batting, the Strikers bowling, and the Wolves are going to want to go hard and put the pressure on. So the opening bowler, A. Share, will start proceedings here. And a good delivery pushed out into the offside, but a misfield allows the batters to go through for a single and open the account for the Tartor Wolves. One on the board. The opening batsman is Marji, together with Mohammed Usman Sr., who's been a strong performer all week and will want to continue that for his team today. Ashir into bowl, and it's outside off stump. The batter just really plonks it down onto the onside and just puts it in the hole for another single. So a little steady start, 2 singles to start proceedings for the Tartor Wolves. And as Rico already suggested, they're going to have to get past the captain, Habib Khan, who has been on an absolute heater over the last 2 days. So this ball a little bit wide, and the first extra of this game. And Marji facing at the moment. So yeah, it's all happening. There's a lot going on in Austria, in all parts, in Vienna, in Waldviertel, but all the action is here in Estonia. And again, just a little bit wide of off stump. Let's have a look at the replay if that gets a little bit of the tram lines. It's a tight call. It's a tight call, but the umpire calls it, and he's got the last say. So after a nice tight start, just 2 wide ones from Cher, but he'll tighten things up. And this one, again, just getting a little bit of outswing. He's getting it through to the keeper at a good pace. And just looking at the field, just 2 out. They've man at the deep mid-on boundary. Just coming in now. And we have a wide mid-off, deep mid-off as well on the offside. And this one, again, Cher getting it through to the keeper, and the batsman just putting his bat there, not quite getting it, not quite hitting it. So here we are, just 5 runs so far in proceedings. This one again, just delicately played onto the off stump. The batter just giving himself a bit of room, opening up that side of the field, and they're just moving through proceedings as I'd like to welcome Rico back into the commentary position for this game.
Good to be back.
Share into bowl, and this one hit with a bit more gusto, and a big Maximo for S. Marji. It's a good strike there. He gets all of it, and that goes well over the boundary. There's no one placed out there. And at the end of the first over, 12 runs on the board for the loss of no wickets, and a good, reasonably tight over with the exception of those couple of wides from Amjad Sher.
Yeah, absolutely pelted away that last one. Mohammed Usman Sr. showing what he can do if he finds the middle of that bat. We have a look at the Premier Division. That's going to be happening at the Euros of cricket at the Cardiff Oval there in Andalusia, Spain. And going through from the 25th to the 18th of October. Well, take your pick, folks. Group A, B, C. Who do you feel is going to be the winners going through into Championship Group, where, of course, England and Netherlands await? It's going to be a real free-for-all, I feel. Anybody can go through, as we see Shivu start over number 2.
Yeah, the strikers going for pace off for the second over, as this one gets cut away through the covers for another boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. This time is Sanumaji who brings up his first. I mentioned him, of course, main draw. I think he batted beautifully yesterday on helping his team to get their first victory, the Tartu Wolves. And now they know that they've got the riders right breathing around them, breathing down their neck on the same number of points as them. So they'd love to get some distance between them and the riders. That's up and over. It should be chased down, and it will be. Good footwork, good team fielding there. One fielder does the chasing and flicks back, allows the other to get the throw in. Nicely done by the two fielders out there. We sometimes see this go wrong, but that's beautifully done there by Habib first. He passes it on, lays it on to the fielder then to get the throw in.
Yeah, some good footwork there and some good team fielding, so that stops the boundary. That time the batter, Sanu Marji, just going over the top of the infield, and the strikers now with a man on the boundary down in that position. This ball just played into the offside, doesn't quite. Gets himself into a bit of a tight position, the batsman. Ashraful just keeping it tight. Shuvo in. And it's a good line, but in the hitting arc, and it's over the top. Rama Lama Lama, far, far, far over the top, and that brings up another 6 for Sanu Marji. He's looking good, and brings up, 14 runs off his 8 deliveries that he's faced. Ashraful will want to make sure he doesn't stray too wide of off stump. He wants to keep the pressure on, as he did in the ball previously. As he does well with that delivery, he keeps it right up at the batter's feet.
Much better delivery, much fuller, and you can hear them saying there, our baller, yeah, that's the ball. It doesn't give the batter the room. Marji looking to open up like he did yesterday. Good start, though, from these two.
Good and steady, and good bowling as well. Another good delivery from Ashraful in the same position as the ball before. This time, the batter's being able to go through for a single, and at the end of the second over of the power play, the Tartu Wolves move their score along to 24. So if they do manage to get a win here, it would be an upset. The strikers have really been, I think they've gone up a gear in the last 2 days. I think since their captain has really, he's just gone supersonic, if I can use that terminology, over the last 2 days. And it was that first game on the Thursday against the Stallions where he just took his team on his back and said, I'm going to do it from here, getting 100 after initially losing 3 wickets. And he just took his team over the line. And I think in this sort of format, you need that explosivity, if there is such a word.
Yeah, and Habib Khan has delivered that. He's now going to be doing the bowling here as the captain. Yeah, the only thing I think the strikers will, of course, be hoping is that he hasn't peaked too early. Finals day is tomorrow. They'll want Habib to be at his best tomorrow. I think they'll need that as well. They probably haven't got the same kind of depth in their batting as maybe something like the Hippos. So they need Habib to be top draw. Well, he slides this one down the leg side, Marco. That's going to be 4 runs. Not the best of deliveries there from Habib. And I also want to say congratulations to Vienna CC. Got to know them very well over the years, some of their players. And, of course, I love the Seabarn cricket ground. So enjoy your celebrations of your 50th anniversary.
Yeah, 50 hard years, lots of work put in there down the decades from lots of people, and everybody can raise a glass and say Prost as Habib Khan comes in, this time into the hitting arc, and Rama Lama very close, far, 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 but not too far from us, but far over the boundary, and another Maximo from Muhammad Usman Sr. This time the captain Habib Khan just putting the ball right into the slot for the batter.
Yeah, it's good hitting from Usman Sr. It's been the last few times I've seen him, he hasn't quite been flowing with the bat the way that I'm used to seeing. This is better from him.
And again, this time a swing and a miss. He keeps it close to the tram tracks. The batter trying to hit down the ground. He would have been better off trying to hit it through the offside, I suggest. The fielded at the moment is one straight on the boundary, one wide of deep mid on. And this one goes to the straight fielder on the boundary there, Amjad Sher, the wild thing.
And, hello to people in the chat. Di Maria, hello to you, joining in with everybody else. Montelus as well, KG. Nice to have you with us on this weekend of cricket.
And Habib Khan, another good delivery to end this over. No runs offered, a dot ball. So at the end of the power play, at the end of the third over, the Tartar Wolves on 37 for the loss of no wickets. And they would be happy with that. It's not the most explosive start in the power play, but they've got off to a good steady start. They haven't lost any wickets, and that will be important, as we've seen, so they can really launch themselves from this position.
It's all about partnerships, and that's pretty steady. 12, 13 and 12, 37. And so I think you'd say that that's an average power play. I mean, we've seen you're ideally looking to get 45 to 50, what you would say is a good one. Anything more than that, of course, becomes very good. It's a new bowler gets ready to come on to bowl here now.
This is the wild thing.
Yeah, they're going to go back to Amjad Sher to bowl. He's second. If he can get the swing right and control it, he can be very useful. That's what he's trying to do here. Amjad Sher bowling to Usman Senior.
And a good delivery there. Just a dot ball. The batsman goes for a bit of a wild swing off to the offside. And I should add, Lucas in Wurmbrand, also former Austrian national team wicketkeeper from 97 to 2004. One of my favourite national team moments was actually Lucas missing out on a catch when he was fielding at first slip for some reason. But here we are, second ball of the day. And this over, and this one goes over for 6, and a big Maximo and a lovely strike from the ever-present Muhammad Usman Senior. I've really liked him over the course of the week. With bat of the ball, he always makes his presence felt.
Yeah, good hit, good clubbing. And at the moment, though, Amjad Sher just been a little bit too short. Needs to get that Yorker in. We know he has it, but he hasn't shown it so far. And that allows Usman, even though that ball is swinging, to sort of hop across onto the offside and hit it with the beat of the bat. And at the moment, he's dealing in some big sixes. 43 without loss, wanting a breakthrough here. Can the wild thing deliver?
So, Amjad again, this time up at the batter's feet. Hit through to a wide mid-on. Just through the single this time. Doesn't quite connect as he might have liked.
Yeah, slightly slower delivery this time from Amjad Sher. Now he moves some fielders around us. He gets ready to bowl to Sonu Marji. He feels that Marji is a bit more of an offside player, so he does bring one of those fielders from the leg side up to patrol the offside. They put a sweeper in place.
There's 2 on either side of the boundary. Amjad in again. This one over off stump. Good delivery. Banged. Brought the length brought back just a little bit from Amjad on that occasion.
Yeah, turning out to be a lovely day, by the way. Still some cloud around, but a lot warmer than it's been the last few days. The sun trying to break through, which is a good sign.
Always. And this, another good delivery, pitched up, played in the air, but the ball falling in the hole at a wide mid-off. The fielder kept trying to come in, but no chance of stopping the single. Yeah, it is a lot warmer, and as we can see in front of us, as soon as the insects start coming out and flying, that's generally a sign that the sun is around and the temperatures are up. And it's the outfield is, the damp from the morning is certainly long since gone. Last ball of this over. And it's a big one. Another Maximo Rama Lama Lama. Far, far, far over the boundary. Another big 6 from Muhammad Usman Senior, bringing his score on to 37 off just 11 deliveries. And this is the up in tempo that the Wolves needed just after that steady power play. And these 10 over games, steady Eddie isn't going to win the race on most occasions.
Good hitting, you got to say there from Usman. Like what he's doing. Like I say, he seems to be batting his more natural style. The last couple of times, he's just not been right. I like the fact he's opening up here. He's got a good partner with him. It's a good 50-run partnership between these two. So Ali Raza missing, but at the moment they're not missing him much, are they? These two doing the job here for the Wolves. They would love to make it a second victory for themselves as well after winning against the Tallinn Riders yesterday. And it's going to be a Tarun Devala to bowl next. I think he's been somebody who's been underused for me as Devala. Let's see how he starts.
Well, it's a good beginning from him. He gets a little bit of movement away from the batter. Holds a good line outside of off stump. And that line together with that outswing, just getting through to the keeper. And it's a dot ball, so it's a very good start. And yeah, if the Tartu Wolves can come up here, it will be a bit of an upset, I must say. But they have always been there or thereabouts throughout the whole week. And this one, it is over the top and tight, but it is a big, it is a maximo, not the biggest maximo of the day, I'm sure, but it is a 6. And Sanu Marji once again doing the right thing for his team, and the Tartu Wolves moving on. And just moving up a gear after this power.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Tell you what, who else is moving up a gear? I'm liking that. I will have more of that, please.
Oh,
and, well, I'll tell you who else is giving it some more welly. That's Margie, but this time it's well plucked before he gets to the boundary. And, well, they're thinking about taking another as Tarun gets wiped out by the throw. Well, they're lovely classic car action there as well. Our 2 circles, our camera crew, they don't miss a trick. Do they? Devala, nice start from him. Margie's got to be careful here. I think he's playing the right role. Take the single when it's there, put away the bad ball. That's his part to play this partnership, and the hard hitting has to come from Usman Senior.
And this one, another good delivery from Devala, and it's a run out. Fantastic fielding. The bowler coming across. Was that in his wrong hand? Was that in his... he's right-handed. He's fine.
Right-handed.
I'm a left-handed, so it always looks a bit weird for me.
Why would you... I mean, there's no need for this. It's a suicidal run. I mean, it's a right-handed bowler. He's coming around the wicket. Here we go. Look, it goes right around that wicket. Gets there. It's not on. You don't take it. It's excellent work, though, you have to say, from Tarun Devala, who gets the breakthrough. Once again, we've seen a lot of this today. Unnecessary risk being taken, and... they've sort of given away the upper hand which they had. It's an opportunity that's been presented to Tarun Devala, who takes it brilliantly. Great run out. Mohammed Usman Senior will have to depart. Here we look at it again here. Sort of plays it onto his leg as well. I don't think they need to do this, but Tarun Devala, I have to say, has excellent work from him.
No, moved across fantastically well and got rid of that ball really quick. Unfortunately, the Wolves shooting themselves in the foot, losing their... the batsman who was really hitting the ball well with Usman Senior. So he has to leave. The new batter is Furkan Manzoor, and Marji is now on strike as he pops it up, and it just goes over the backward point there. That isn't too far away from a catch, but it just squeezes.
I think he drops this. If we have a look at this again, I think he gets hands onto this. I wonder if we got this. It's in the air. Let's see. Yeah, that's a let off. It should have been 2 and 2. That could have been Margie bat for 24.
Yeah, that could have been 2 wickets in 2 balls. The fielder just not getting back in time and not being able to steady himself, unfortunately. So the ball just going through some wild jazz hands there.
Yeah, so this is the end of the 5th over. Now that wicket, how important could that be? So they were going well. They lose Usman Senior for that crazy runner. Excellent work, though, from Tarun Devala. Excellent. Good over from him as well. Keeps it nice and tidy. Only the 8 come from it. So you got now 2 batters who I think batted beautifully well together yesterday in a good partnership. And Sanu Marji, of course, he was doing most of the hard hitting when he scored that fine 79 of 28. But Furkan Manzoor, 29 not out of 17, just stayed there with him. He's a very correct player. He looks pleasing to the eye to watch. Manzoor plays the drive well, plays for the covers well, has got a lovely cut shot. So these two could complement each other well.
Elias Hussain coming in for this over, and Margie again playing through the offside. But as we mentioned, we've got 3 boundary riders on that offside, just giving the bowler some extra protection. And now we're going to see Furkan Manzoor face his first or second delivery of this innings. And swing and a miss over the stumps. Ball pitched just a bit shorter, and the batter not being able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, Hassan is a good little player. Hassan, a good all-rounder. He's always nipping away at stuff when it's with the bat or with the ball. Bowls that heavy delivery to Manzoor, who misses out on it.
Oh, this one bounces off the non-striker. He wasn't too quick getting out of the way of it, in all honesty.
That's hurt him.
Yeah.
He has got the glove up, but you're right, he doesn't really react, does he?
No.
Now, you can see he doesn't, it's straight at him, but he just can't get out of the way of it, and he gets a hand onto it. Let's see, well, he looks like he's okay. And maybe the glove does protect him enough. Let's have a look, just there, just on the, just close to the little pinky there.
Yeah, and you feel he just could have gone out of the way and it wouldn't have been an issue. But there we go. This one is an issue. This one is high. It is wide. It is Rama Lama Lama, far, 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 a big Maximo. And that's another 6 up for the Tartur Wolves. And Sanu Margie, after the loss of Usman Senior, saying, it's up to me now.
Beware of the injured animal. Well, the Wolves, when they get hurt, they bite back, and that's exactly what was done there by Margie. He got hurt, even though it was by his own player, and he smashes the next one for a huge 6. Single gets taken next up. And let's see what Manzoor can do as he gets back on strike here. So the score at the moment expected about 115. I think they need a couple of big overs to turn that into a 130 kind of score, or a couple of extras. That ends up actually being a very good stop by the keeper. Well done by Rashid Mahmood, because this one looked like it was going to get past him.
Yeah, this one just slips out from Hassan and goes down the leg side. Let's see if he can get out of this over. It's been a tidy over so far, and he doesn't want to spoil it with a few extras at the end. Let's get this one right on the money. Let's see what he can do. Hassan in on the stumps this time, and Manzoor managing it to squeeze it to the boundary. Is it kept in?
Well, that's the Wild thing. Well, who's going to tame the Wolves? Well, maybe the Wild thing himself. He does well here, and just make sure he gets the hand onto this before stepping or touching anywhere near the rope. He'll keep it to just a couple, and you're right, it's a nice tidy over there from Hassan. Just a couple coming off the last ball, so 12 off his over, keeping it nice and tidy. There's a couple of things to bring you aware of, though. Opening of the Brooklyn Bridge, a brilliant feat of the 19th century's engineering. The Brooklyn Bridge spanning over the East River from Brooklyn to Manhattan Island in New York City, opened on this day in 1883. A little bit of history for you. There's the next bowler ready to turn his arm over. Interestingly, they're not going to Arslan Amjad just yet. We've seen him bowling a fair bit, but it will be the captain, Habib Khan, who comes back and starts with a dot ball.
Captain Courageous, the man carrying this team for, certainly with the bat, over the last couple of days. And I think he just wants to get into his work, and he knows he's going to be an important player over certainly tomorrow for the big finals day. In for the second ball on the stumps, well pitched up. Played away onto the ends, onto the leg side, and the batters can only go through for a single.
Yeah, much better length. That's where you've got to be. I think the bowlers, first few overs were just a little bit short. They did allow particularly Usman Senior to get under him and play some big shots, but it's been better since. That's again good delivery. He's got a bit more zip about him in this over as well, Habib.
Yeah, that one over middle and off stump. The batter sort of moving away, trying to open up the offside. It would have been better just playing it straight or on the leg side. He would have got, probably could have put it around the corner for a single or some runs, but it misses, goes through to the keeper. On the stumps again, and Habib Khan does not miss. That is some good bowling, and Furkan Manzoor goes for 3 runs off the 6 balls he faced. He didn't look like he was really seeing the ball all that well, and he probably did his team a favour with not hanging around too long and taking up too many balls.
On the money, Habib. Much better second over from him. His first went for 12, but this is just full. It's straight. It's a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5 ball. Jug the Fatte. The stumps get knocked over. So no real heroics from Furkan Munzur today. He'll depart. Disappointing not for him, 3 of 6. But maybe the next batter can come in and make the difference. There's the stumps going for a walk. Lovely delivery. And he's done it again. 2 in 2. Adios to the batter. Hassan will have to go. It's almost like a repeat of the first one. You weren't watching the replay. You're watching another one bites the dust. And now Habib Khan is on a hat-trick as Amar Hassan. He comes, he goes, he gets the old as he has to depart. And now we're on hat-trick alert. We have seen one here. Remember, Aditya Paul is on the Hall of Fame. Again, Habib Khan, who's been so good here so far for his team in Estonia. Will he be the next?
Yeah, sensational stuff. And I have seen one hat-trick. Will I get to see a second during my first ECN tournament? Let's have a look in. Khan in. Oh, he's up. That has to be given. And it's plumb in front. And the hat-trick for Captain Courageous. He does it with the bat. He does it with the ball. Once again, right on middle peg. And the umpire has no doubt about giving that one. That is a well-deserved hat-trick there from the captain. And that is the 22nd hat-trick. I'm pretty sure we're on number 22.
Well, Gupta gets done here. I mean, this is pad first and bat. There is no doubt about it. It is plum. The least favourite fruit for Gupta is the plum. We have another hat-trick. And Habib Khan, a man who's already scored a century here in Estonia, now has a hat-trick to add to that. He's going to be on a Hall of Fame. बहुत जबरदस्त बॉलिंग अपने कैप्टन ने हबीब खान ने की थी अपनी हैट्रिक भी हुन पूरी कर ली well done fantastic जबरदस्त and he's sending a little bit of love our way as well.
Indeed, that one's missing leg. It's missing off. It is going to cannon into the middle stump. And that is a sensational hat-trick from the captain who can do it all and is doing it all for his team. He has sensational stuff from him. His fantasy points must be off the board.
Oh, what an over. Just a 1 run from it. And the hat-trick. 3 wickets, 72 for 4 now, the Wolves. They were going well, the Wolves, but now they've been tamed by Habib. But Mubashir Iqbal is the next batter to come in, the captain. And you still got Margie out there, so there's still potential with 3 overs to go to get a big finish and get past that 100 mark.
Yeah, Margie's still seeing the ball well. The carnage has been down the other end. And we've seen with that first unnecessary wicket of Usman Senior, what can happen? You lose one, you lose a few often in this game. And that one comes off the batter's bat, out of his hands. And no run there. Yes, again, the bowler bowling off spinners, bowling it across the batter. And this one in a similar area plays up and over, and a big 6 for Margie. He continues on his merry way. He doesn't worry what's going down at the other end. He's hitting it off the middle of the bat, and it's right in his hitting arc, and he takes full advantage. Very strong through that onside.
Very important that he tries to manipulate as much as a strike as possible. Not saying that Iqbal is not capable, but the way he's seeing the ball, the captain's got to understand and realise that he's got to keep Marju there. That's another one that's going to go all the way, I believe. It clears the fielder. Seis Guerreras Mas. So after that over from Habib, which was just a little bit of carnage from the bowler when he ripped through the batters, like a hot knife going through a slab of butter. It's now the turn for Sanu Marji to show what he can do. It's another big hit. And remember, scored his first European Cricket Network half-century yesterday. He could get another one here today.
And once again in that hitting zone, but not with the angle, and it goes over for another 6. So we have 3 boundaries in a row, 3 sixes in a row.
Wow.
Rama Lama Lama, far, far, far. Well done by Sanu Marji, bringing up his half-century.
Well,
Raise the bat.
Sanu Marji was at the non-strikers end when Habib Khan took a hat-trick. Wicket, wicket, wicket. Now he says, you know what? It's my turn. 6, 6, 6. Good delivery. I want to see this one again, you know. How wide does the bowler go? Can we see this again? Have a look at that back foot. Nah, he's all right, but it's a good ball. So, yeah, well, we see 3 wickets on the spin. Now 3 sixes. But Zaman comes back with a good one.
Yeah, it was good right up at his feet. This one down to the deep mid-off. Only a single this time, so a little break in the carnage.
Yeah, and congratulations to Sanu Marji. Back-to-back half-centuries then. As I said, he was fantastic in match number 24 yesterday. And when he helped the Wolves get that victory over the Riders, 79 not out of 28. And he's done it again here today. So that's good from him. But where can he take the Wolves with 12 balls to go? 91 for 4.
91 for 4. The Wolves were looking at a good score of, you can see how the wickets, as usual, you get wickets and the run rate goes down. That's the way they're going to hope that Sanu Marji can take advantage and just continue that upward trend. And the new bowler now, Ashraful Shuvor again.
Good start from Shuvor. Starts at the dot ball. And similarly, the way he started in the first over, went for 13. So he wants a good one here. And, well, Sanu Marji, he knows he's got to get going. Just 11 balls left in the innings that want to get past and push on that 120 mark.
Yeah, 120, 130. That's generally been the past scores. At least it gets you in the game. It gives you a chance. And with some early wickets, then the opposition is always going to be under a bit of pressure. So let's see what Marji can do with the remaining 11 balls of this innings. Shuvor in again. And this one is over the top again. Rama Lama Lama, far, far, far. Another Maximo and another 6 to Sanu Marji, continuing on his merry way.
Hits it well, doesn't he? Plays that shot beautifully, gets the power in it. Boom! Shaka Lagia, 6 more. I'm liking what Marji is bringing to the party here. 98 for 4. He's on strike. Said he has to stay on strike for his team.
Yeah, he's the important one. And again, this one bouncing in front of the boundary at a deep mid-off, just stops in front of us. And he's continuing once again. He likes it. He likes it in that area. He would have liked it a bit wider, and if it was, he probably would have managed to get it over the boundary. But this time, he's going to have to be happy with just 4.
Brings 100 up now for the team. Still got 9 balls left in the innings. Shuvu back again, and this time he strays onto the pads. That's a better delivery. You can see in the end, reluctantly, Marji does go. He's got to try and find a way not to put it in his hitting arc. He tried to go wide outside the off. I think he would have been better off to stick to that plan, actually. But this time, he goes into the pads. It gets missed out by Marji, as Iqbal now facing his first delivery.
Well, he's been watching it all at the other end, and this one, he goes right across the line and is bowled first ball. Shuvor hits while the batter misses. Mubashir Iqbal getting another, not the first ball duck in this innings for the Tartul Wolves. And the 5th wicket is down with 103 on, and it is starting to become a bit of a one-man batting performance now from the Tartul Wolves. A lot riding on the wicket of Sanu Marji. If he can continue, it's all up to him to try to get his team up to 120, 130. Let's see what the new batter, Fakir Ali, can do, and if he can provide a bit of assistance to Marji, who at the moment is trying to do it all by himself.
Well, the plan here has to be hit a boundary. You don't want a single, and they're not going to get a single. He's going to finish with a dot. It's a great comeback, actually, from Shuvu. He was under attack, wasn't he, with the 6 and a 4. There was a wide before that. then they just take that leg by. It's interesting, isn't it? They both looked at each other and thought, we'll take the single. That's where the mistake is. We said at the time, Sanu Marji has to dictate the strike. I don't think you take the leg by. You take the next two balls and try and club them to the boundary. So dotted up by Ali. I get the feeling now with 6 balls to go that Marji would not be taking any singles. He can't surely, unless it's the last ball. He's got to bat the whole over and smash the ball to the boundary to try and get them to that 120 plus score. 103 for 5 at the end of 9.
Yeah, I feel this is a game that's all about momentum, and the momentum in this game is all with Marji. He has to face all of these, and he doesn't get all of this one, but it's got to land in the hole between 3 converging fielders as the batters try to go through for a second, but the throw-in misses the stumps, and they get through for an important 2, because that means that Marji is still on strike.
Yeah, had a long way to come, the fielders, to get there. And then in the end, they opt to go at the bowler's end. I think they should have gone to the keeper's end. You've got to be attacking the end where Marji's running to. He gets 2, gets back on strike. Here comes Davala in again to him.
And it's a good delivery, taking it out of that hitting zone. And, well, the Wolves do decide to go through just for a single.
See, this is where I think is the error. You've got still 4 balls to go in the innings. Leave the single alone. I mean, Ali, if he blocks out this one, if he swings and misses, I just think they've made a couple of errors here with Marji. Let's see if Davala can keep Ali on strike. He bowls a bad ball actually on the leg side, goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong, and well, Fakir Ali gets his first boundary. Well, that'll work nicely. Or maybe it, well, if he hits the next few delivers to the boundary, then I think then Sanu Marji would say, I knew exactly what I was doing.
Well, Fakir Ali, the first batsman apart from Marji to score some runs, has been 0-0-0 from the people in front of him, from the batters in front of him. This time Ali gets a loose delivery from Davala and puts it away. So Marji also getting a bit of support now. So let's see if Fakir Ali can continue. Let's see what Davala has up his sleeve.
Plays that away out onto the offside. They will settle for just a single. And right, here we go. Coming to the last couple of deliveries. I think Tarun Deval, if he goes for the pads, it's not a bad thing. That's where Marji hasn't been able to get things away. And let's see if he goes for that delivery into the pads. If he gives him any width, then I think Marji's going to be after it.
Most definitely. And it is on the stumps, angling in, hit across to the leg side, and it goes for four runs this time to Marji. He gets enough bat on it. Not exactly in the hitting zone he would have liked, but he manages to get it over the boundary and in between the two fielders.
Yeah, that's Amjad Shea, actually, who's not able to stop that one. I think he would feel that he should have done better there, actually. Does concede the boundary. It's the last ball of the innings, 115.
Where's it going to go? It's going to go high. It's going to go wide. Rama, Lama, Lama. Far, far, far over the boundary. Another Maximo. And that takes the score at the end of the 10 overs for the Tartua Wolves to 121 for the loss of 5. It keeps them in the game. It's a competitive total, but they're going to have to bowl really well to hold back this powerful strikers batting lineup.
You feel that would be the case, especially the way Habib Khan, the sort of form that he's been in. Ahsan Amjad also coming good. Amjad Share will want to have a good knock in here as well, but they get themselves a score on the board. That is what they had to do. Now remember, the last time that these teams did meet, it was 136 wasn't enough, so it's less than what they made the first time, and the strikers knocked that off pretty comfortably, thanks again to their captain Habib, and he was supported well on that day by Ilyas Hassan. But it was good from Usman early on. He hit the ball really well, but I think that partnership, we liked it with Mohammed Usman Senior and Sonu Marji. Marji, after a fine performance yesterday when he scored a score in the 70s, gets another opportunity today, and after 79 yesterday, he finishes on 76 not out. But that was unnecessary. You just got the feeling if those two stayed out there, Marco, we could have finished with a much bigger score, maybe even a 150 score.
Yeah, it was looking really big, but it was an amazing piece of fielding. And here we have the hat trick from Captain Courageous Habib Khan. Twice on the stumps, 3 times on the stumps. The third one, the LBW, and another hat trick. My second ECN hat trick, happy to say. So yeah, raising the hands and celebrations from the skipper there as after bats flying everywhere, but Margie making sure the ball is flying everywhere over the boundary. He was the one who kept the second half of the innings flowing while the wickets were tumbling down the other end.
Yeah, it was important that he kept going. We were saying that. Had to stay in strike, had to keep the momentum going. There was a few times where he took himself away from the strike. This was the end of the captain. And that was interesting enough because that meant that he'd gone through 3 partners and those partners not scoring any runs at all. But at least Ali was able to get a valuable boundary away for them as well towards the end there. So they do get to that 121 score. I mean, we were saying at the time that they'd want to be settling for a 130, but at a certain point, especially when they lost Usman, and that one over from, well, what an over it was from Habib Khan. He's second, only the 1 run from it, and he picked up that hat trick. We thought then that he may even struggle to get the 110. So they do get the acceleration in. They do get to a score, which on a good day, if they bowl really well, they can defend. But that's the question. Who's going to bowl well for them? Who's going to contain the hard-hitting Habib, the Arslan, and of course the wild thing, Amjad Sher?
Yeah, I would say that there's got to be some catches given, and if you can take them, then maybe you're in with a show. So let's see how it goes as we look at the bowlers. Ashraful Shuvor, 1 wicket for 24, but it's all about Habib Khan. 2 overs, 13 runs for 3 wickets, leading from the front as he has done throughout the tournament.
Habib, 2 player of the match performances from him yesterday. Remember, in the 3 over a side match, he scored 20 of 5 and got the award. Then he scored 85 not out against the Hippos, and he got the player of the match award. Has a hat-trick already. If he goes out there and scores a few runs, well, not only will it be a hat-trick to his name, it will be a hat-trick of player of the match performances as well. He's looking to go well for his team. Join me, Rico Fall and Marco, when we come back in about 10 minutes' time for the reply from the strikers needing 122 for victory.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So hello and welcome back as we see the reply now from the strikers as they all make their way onto the field. Strikers needing 122. 122. Some of my friends have been asking me to pull that one out, so there we go. I get a chance. 122 to win this one for the strikers. And the Tartour Wolves will be wanting to get the ball right on the money. Straight from the get-go. If they can get the very impressive Habib Khan quickly, then they'll be in with a shot. If not, I will be guessing that the strikers will be doing quite well. Let's see. The opening bowler for the Wolves is going to be Mohamed Sumran. And I have just in the chat heard that in Wurmbrand, in deep Voidviertel, the barbecue has been lit up, so they're enjoying the cricket. ECN from Estonia with the barbecue going in the background, and I'm sure the drinks are flowing as well. So have a wonderful weekend. I hope it's not too cold. That's one part of Austria that often gets quite chilly. It has warmed up here in Estonia, I am happy to say as well. I managed to take off a layer just between innings there as the bowler gets his bowling mark. So the opening batsman for the strikers, batter facing, will be Captain Habib Khan, and on the non-strikers end it will be Amjad Sher. So Sumran into bowl. It's a stiff, wide delivery to start things off. The batters decide to go through and warm their legs and get a single as well. So 2 off that to get the things underway for the strikers. And the Wolves would want to sharpen that up in a hurry. Sumran in again. And this time he puts it where he wants to. It's up on a good length and up wide. Amjad Sher not being able to get anything on it. And as you might hear in the speakers, there is a rugby game today happening next door to us. And we've got a little bouncy, it's not a bouncy castle, it's like a bouncy tropical island in between the games. So lots to do out here. If you're in the area, maybe you want to come down and enjoy a multi-sport day as the strikers get their boundary tally off with a very well hit 4 all along the ground, smited through the leg side. Sher opens his account with that 4. But as I suggested, the Tartour Wolves will need some wickets just to get them on their merry way. This one down leg and connected well and behind square for another boundary. So the bowler's radar just slightly wayward. He's trying, they're certainly trying to keep it outside off there. With the field placings, there's only 2 obviously outside during this power play period of the game. And the Wolves going for a deep mid on and a deep mid off, not too wide. Sumran in again, this time gets the right line of the top edge by the batsman, and it goes to the fielder there at behind point, and he puts down what really should have been taken. He doesn't get under the ball, gets himself in a bad position and has to reach forward to it, and it hits the turf. So a chance goes begging for the Tartool Wolves. They're going to have to tighten up there. This one, that's the line. Sumran's been good all week. And Captain Habib Khan not trying to overhit that one. Happy to play that into the offside for a single. Just happy to ease his way into this innings. And that's really how he went about things in the first game against the Stallions 2 days ago, when I feel that's when he really shifted gears. And this one, gears are shifted. Habib Khan this time hitting through the leg side and opening up his boundary tally. That's Amjad Shear, I thought as much. Yeah, this one just short from Sumran. And there's no protection for him out there. He wants to pitch it up. And at the end of the first over, 18 runs coming off it for the Tallinn Strikers. So none for 18 and a drop catch. As I'd like to welcome my co-commentator Rico back into the commentary position for the second over.
Good to be back. Well, a little bit later coming back, because I noticed that there's some rugby being played on the rugby ground. Of course, this is an international cricket and a rugby ground, so a few supporters in there watching the contest. I have to admit, there's one sport I did play. You know, it was like when you were at schools and you had to play all the sports when I was younger, but it's never one that I really either got into or followed. Actually, I have to be honest and say.
Yeah, me as well. I came from the western side of Australia, and that's an Aussie rules side, so there was no rugby played. But there's going to have to be some catching here. Will it land in front? Oh, it would have landed right on the boundary. It was 50-50, but it bounces off the fielder's hand back there over the boundary for 6 runs. The fielder down there is sort of putting his hands in the air saying, I don't know, but yeah, he would have had to have been some handy footwork to keep that in play.
Yeah, one thing he did do though, and I watched him, he walked off the field of play, then walked back in, and I just get the feeling there that was always going to be 6. And then when he does walk back in, if he stayed where he was, it would stay down his throat. When he walks back in, he then palms it over. So you've got to say that's a bit of a life. There's a Habib getting dropped there on 7, and now this one is being dragged away into that square leg vacant area for 4 as well. So Habib not hitting it as clean as we know what he can, but he's moving pretty well, and he's got the wild chin going well at the other end as well, with 15 to his name already.
Yeah, Jazib trying to keep it up to the captain Habib. You can't give him any width, and he hasn't quite got his eye in yet, and this time it's the big wicket. Well done to Jazib. He sticks to his guns and keeps it on the stumps and says, Captain, if you miss, I hit. And that's what he certainly did, and that is end of the big wicket of Habib Khan, who really has been on a heater the last 2 days.
Yeah, it's well bowled, and if we watch this one again, the key is he gets the ball to move in. So Habib starts to play it down one line, but the ball comes back into him, and he takes the stumps. Well bowled to Sawa. He gets the prize of Habib Khan. So no heroics from him this time. See, watch this ball come in, hits the seam, comes back. It's a fist pump of delight from the bowler Sawa. They get one off the big batters. Amjad is still there, and he's joined now by Aslan Amjad, who for the first time I think in this series showed a little bit of what we've been missing from him. And also, I've got to say, from Estonia, their national team when they were in Malta, Aslan Amjad is a big player. If he can get going, he can make a difference. And I think they're trying to find the bail. Where did it go? Well, can we show the replay again? And we can tell them exactly where it went. So keep an eye on the bail. Where is it? There's one. Where's the other one go? I don't even see it coming off. Let's see. Where's that bail going? And oh, there it goes. It goes to the right. Where's it landing? It lands to the right somewhere. And have they found it? Oh, they haven't. Oh, they have now. I should shout from here. Go right, go right. It goes towards that 45, the short 45. There it is, it's found. Well done. And thank you to 2 circles there. There's Andrew Winter, who finds it and hands it over to Ravi to put back onto the top of the stumps.
Well, good to see that we found the bails. You never want to have a missing bail. That keeps things a bit interesting. Yes, so Arslan Amjad, the new batsman, and the strikers will be hoping that he can find some form with the big final day coming tomorrow, as Jazib once again, a good delivery up at Arslan's feet, and he can't do anything more than just tap it away, and plays a little bit of French cricket, but no runs given. Yeah, good delivery from Jazib.
He's bowled well, not trying to bowl fast. Wicket to wicket, that's all he's concentrating on.
Wicket to wicket is good, and once again on the stumps. This one hit powerfully down the ground, but well stopped from Sanu Maji down there on the mid-on boundary.
Yeah, Margie does well. Just to get something behind it, and the ball, fortunately for him, doesn't ricochet past the boundary rope. End of the over. Sawa, good one, picks up the big wicket of Habib. So on this occasion, the strikers, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to do it without Habib scoring the runs. And you know what? I think they need this test going into, we know they're going to play a part in finals day tomorrow. They will definitely be there. You can see that on the standings. They're third at the moment, but they've just got to show what they can do, and they can do it without Habib. So this is a test, I think, that they need to go through. This is a challenge they need to be up for.
Indeed, yeah, important. They can't expect one player to do it all, so they need some other players in form, and here they have the big hitting Amjad and Arslan. Let's see what they can do. Muhammad Usman Senior, as I've said, always contributing, and he is coming on to bowl the second over. He'll be coming around the wicket, bowling his offies.
And that is launch. It goes a long, long way. Well, it is the start of the third, of course, and that is out of the middle. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba from the arbitro. Seis carreras. Here he goes again. It's the old boom. Shaka Lagya.
Yes, Umman Senior just not getting the length right. I do like his line. He's decided now to change his line of attack and come over the wicket.
It's going to be 4 more this time, and it's close to that fielder in the 30-yard circle, but it's been hit so well. Solid strike from Arslan. Leans into this. Doesn't try to get too much elevation, does he? He just feels that if he times it well enough, he'll get it past the short mid-off.
Yeah, doesn't try to overhit it, and I think that's the secret of that shot. He just wanted to time it to the boundary, and that's what he does. And once again, Usman Senior keeping that line outside off, and this ball going through to the keeper. Only a dot. And Arslan Amjad trying to get his team off to a flyer, and this one again well stopped on the boundary and well thrown in to keep the batsmen quiet. They're not going through for any dodgy seconds there.
Well, here's the men that are making all the noise at the moment that you can probably pick up in the microphones. I did say there was a little bit of rugby action. Okay, is he going to get lucky here? Fielder searching it, finds it, can't hold on to the catch, and now he's got to try and stop the boundary. It's another big moment. Amjad Sher gives a chance as he loses his shape. Head up in the air, ball goes high. Fielder just can't get hands onto it. It's another big let-off, and that is Sawa that puts it down.
Yeah, Sawa once again just not getting in a good position, not getting under the ball, just sort of throwing his hands forward at the last minute, and that's never going to be a very productive technique, and dangerous because it might hit the end of your fingers as well, and you don't want to break any of those. This is a good shot outside off stump, cut away to the boundary on the offside, and that's 4 runs to Amjad there. So the drop catch already causing a few extra runs.
Yeah, it does. And how many times have we seen that? Opportunity gets dropped and the next one goes to the boundary. It is the end of the third over. Power play complete, 46 for 1 as opposed to 37. So scoring at a more brisker rate. You'd expect that And even though they have got the breakthrough of getting the big wicket of Habib, they still have some good batters to try and get through here.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, I think it's good to try to for them to get into a groove and trying to get there without Habib scoring all the runs and all the pressure on him. So this, the new over, being bowled now. Looks like Samwa. This one down leg through the keeper, and it goes through for a bye.
Yeah, I like this, Sumran. I think you know that you win this match if you take a couple of more wickets. So get your wicket takers on. And I think Sumran is definitely one of them. I know he went for 18 in his first, but I think as a captain, you have to back him to come back.
Yeah, you put the pressure on as much as possible on the strikers' batsmen. They're still a long way from the score that they want and they need. And this one gets pulled or bowled down leg and just played behind square on the leg side for a boundary. Just gets enough bat on it. Wasn't exactly where Sumran wanted to put the ball, and the batsman makes full use of it.
So Sumran just getting that wrong. Talking about the batters, Saifur Rahman, he is the leading run scorer at 495. Habib now, having played an innings more, has moved to 414. That one's been in the air, and well, he goes down too early, and Beanie Watch goes wrong. He's just falling backwards. If you have a look at this again, instead of standing still, he's on the way backwards. And we haven't got that on camera though, but he's leaning backwards and not in a good position. The chance goes down, and well, Marco, if they want to win this match, you've got to take your chances, and they're not taking them. It's another drop.
Yeah, and once again, just technique there could be a lot better. And as you said, leaning back, you should be going forward. You want to take the catch. You don't want it falling into your lap. That hardly ever happens. It goes back to him now. He gets another chance, but this one isn't a catch. It's just along the ground, and he manages to stop it and get it back in to the wicket keeper. And the batters can only go through for the single.
Opportunities being lost. Remember, Habib got dropped on 7, but that didn't cost them. But they've already dropped share on 15 and 25. That could cost them. And the guilty party in the action again, and this time makes the stop. There's the beanie man, Danish Tour, who obviously feels the cold more than others.
Well, I do feel like in the last 5 minutes, once again, it was like when the sun goes away, the temperature plummets. There's like a 10-degree difference within the shortest period of time. It's quite unique, I would say, to this part of the world. So, can we finish off this over from Sumran? This one down leg, played well. Unfortunately, this one's going to go over the boundary as well. Unfortunately from the bowler's point of view, but very fortunate from the striker's point of view. And Arslan once again getting good connection onto a wayward delivery from Sumran. And at the end of that over, the strikers move on to 58 for the loss of 1 wicket. And you can see from the worm graph that they are in front at the same time, and they'd want to keep that there. And so far, things looking good for the strikers.
Looking very good indeed. And they're showing really what they need to show. And that's basically that if they do lose Habib, that they still can perform. And that's exactly what they're trying to do here now at the moment. Here comes the next bowler. It's the bowling here now of the Usman Senior. It's going to be called a wide by the umpire. I like the idea though, just try and get that as wide as possible, as legally possible, and trying to get the miscue. It's happened before, but they haven't been able to take it. The wild thing is definitely going after these wider deliveries.
Now this one well inside the tram tracks, and Amjad gets a good piece of wood onto it, falls into the hole in front of the deep mid-off. They can only go through for a single. And now it's going to be Arslan Amjad on strike. Usman Senior in again, keeps that line outside off stump, and this time gets his length 100% right as the batsmen go through for a single.
The fielder, I think he just gets hurt slightly here when he makes his stop. Doesn't go clean into the hands, and it bounces out. You can see he feels a bit of pain As I think that clobbers him on the inside part of the thigh, but he does make the stop. Amjad Sher is living dangerously. He's chanting his arm, isn't he? But he's got the luck so far. Will it continue?
And it continues this time with a bit of a wayward delivery from Usman Senior, and this one swiped across the leg side from Amjad Sher. It wasn't the best ball he's bowled. It was a bit short, just giving the batsman a bit of a chance to hit across the line, and that's exactly what he does and gets good connection. So another boundary for Amjad Sher. He moves his score along to 32 off just 12 balls. Thailand Strikers now on to 65. Still 3 balls left in Usman Senior's over. And it's a good line, but it's in the hitting arc, and it's over the top, and it's Rama Lama Lama far, far, far over the boundary for another Maximo for the Wild Thing. And a good piece of that delivery. Usman, I mean, that's with that line, it's good as long as it's pitched up. But if he brings that length back, then it's right in the batter's hitting arc. And this one, he does get the right length, and this one's hit over the offside, over the infield for another, or just a 4 this time from Sher. He gets a good piece of wood on it and gets enough to get it over the infield and to the boundary.
17 off the over with the ball still to go as Amjad Sher to iron up. He's half century here, 42 of 14, of course, one of the Helsinki connections. The Helsinki boys playing for some of the teams. They're just another full toss. It's Gandhi bowling, and it goes for 21 the over. 4 boundaries on the spin, but that's just not good bowling. And you can see that the percentages tell you the story. That the Italian Strikers now, the last time I looked, it was 96% to go on to win this match. And with the way that over went, with the score 79 for 1, I get the feeling it's even more than that at the moment. We're at the halfway point. Cup, a quick look at what's coming up. Romania will start on Monday. Belgium, we've got the Medina Cup, T20 Internationals. Then we go to England. Hornchurch is on the cards. Looking forward to going there and seeing the action from Hornchurch. Some of the team names, by the way, are pretty outstanding. And of course, we have Czechia and Finland also to come. In Finland, we'll have not just the ECS action, but ECSW as well. That'll be fine. And remember, if you are in Estonia, want to go to Finland and watch the matches, you ain't got far to go. Well, the field has not got that far to go to get this one, but it will bobble over the boundary. Aslan Amjad gets 4 more. It's raining runs at the moment here in Estonia. And Tartu Wolves, well, we feel and felt that maybe the 120, even though it's a fair score, wasn't going to be enough, particularly if you don't bowl well. Now they do go back to Sawa, who did bowl a very good first over, got the big wicket of Habib, but he's got to get the ball pitched up on the stumps. He's strained down the leg side at the moment.
And that's never going to bring you much success. And once again, did this one go down?
Well, the ball goes down, the beanie man goes down, everything goes down. It is Danish Tour who puts another one down. It's another chance, this time to remove Aslan Amjad. Amjad finds the beanie watch, but the beanie watch can't hold on to the catch.
Yeah, and when you put catches down, it's very rare that the game goes your way. And once again, this one again down leg side. So Jazib, he put a couple down behind, and he can't quite get it right so far in this over. But yeah, the Wolves have just been loose in the field, unfortunately. But let's see if Jazib can come back. This one's a better one, but it looks like it's gonna go straight to the fielder at mid-off, who takes a good catch. It's Muhammad Usman Senior taking a well-judged catch, and that gets rid of the Wild Thing. Doesn't quite get to his 50. He gets a good piece of wood onto this one, but can't quite manage to get it over the boundary. A well-judged catch. A wicket to Jazib to add to the first one he got when he got Habib Khan out in his first over. And this time the catch gets taken.
Well, after dropping 5 and some of them being pretty straightforward, it is, well, the man who's got senior in his name who holds on to the catch, showing the younger guys probably how to do it. So the catch gets held. They do remove the dangerous wild thing, Amjad Sher, but then another dangerous man comes out. This is Cheyenne Khan, and he has shown briefly what he can do when he gets out there. He's a dangerous batter, and he's out there with Arslan Amjad. These two last year put some very good partnerships together. Ken Cheyenne said it. Thing about Cheyenne is it's all or nothing. He doesn't hang around. If he digs this one out, he will take the single. And yeah, Sawa has picked up the wicket so far. I want to focus on a couple of, it's a musical theme to the day today. Today in 1941, American singer, songwriter Bob Dylan, who was hailed as the Shakespeare of his generation, was born in Minnesota. And then also there was a sad day for music lovers. I know it's a sad one for me, as this one could be a sad one for the batter, but it's even sadder for the fielder, who is what we're saying kind of a world music theme here at the European Cricket Network. Well, maybe a little bit of ballet fielding here from the fielder. He takes off like a ballerina, but really should have been taking the catch, and that is Margie that gets it all wrong. That will go all the way to the boundary, so the runs keep on flowing. 91 for 2. They're almost home, aren't they? But yeah, it's a sad day really, because today in 2023, American-born singer and long-time R&B icon Tina Turner passed away at the age of 83. Her signature song, What's Love Got to Do With It, was from her blockbuster album, The Private Dancer, which came out in 1984.
Indeed, and I remember when that came out, and at the time she was called the grandmother of rock and roll. Even then,
yeah. she was fantastic. Some of her songs, of course, will never go away, and they'll never die. As Margie, who had the chance to take a catch, and he bowls Cheyenne Khan around his pads. Cheyenne, he plays his shot a lot. There's one part of his game that he has to sort out. Has that wicket come too late? We'll have to wait and see. It's 91 for 3, still needing 31 runs for victory.
Yeah, really good delivery. And as you mentioned, when he came out to bat, he is a bit all or nothing. And today, unfortunately, it's not all. It's a bit of nothing.
It's a bit of nothing, yeah. I mean, sticking with the musical theme as the next batter makes his way out, I think I have a question for you all. And we always like to give you a question or two. So I think my question is going to be, we've seen a bit of the Eurovision. When did it start? When did we have the very first Eurovision Song Contest? There you go. That's my question for you. And we'll review, maybe we'll give you the answer in a few overs time. I know the man to my right, and can't get that one past Marco. Marco is on the ball straight away. He scribbles the answer down. And Marco, you are right. Let's see how I chat to. But the last thing you want to do when you take a wicket is to see the next batter get a boundary. That's exactly what happens as Ilyas Hassan comes out and he gets 4 to his name straight away.
4 to his name straight away, and I'm nearly going to start singing Volare di Pinto di Più. I think it's Domenico Modugno in 1956. Famous song, well covered by Dean Martin, one of my personal faves.
Did you just give the answer away, by the way? Ah, Marco. Anyway, nobody heard that. If you did,
it was quick.
If you did, you're cheating.
Volare.
Hassan plays that one down the ground, gets a single. Margie, 1 for 5, but now bowling to Arslan Amjad, who goes for that big shot of his, gets a little bit of an inside edge on it. They'll get a single. Tiki-taka at the moment, tiki-taka. But that's all they need to get the victory. They don't have to go crazy here. Less than 8 and over required for victory.
Yeah, Ilyas Hassan facing Margie bowling. And this one hit in the hole. There's no fielders there, and it manages to get to the boundary for 4. So another boundary there from Ilyas Hassan. That's the second one in this over.
Yeah, we've got a lovely bee in here at the moment, just strolling around, and Nice to see bees. Of course, the
I
other
think it's a
day,
mayfly.
the other day was World Bee Day as well.
Because it's nearly the size of a ping pong ball.
Yeah, it's a beauty. Mind you, we'll leave it at no.
Yes.
It'd be
So-
nice to have a World Bee Day. Was only celebrated a few days ago. That's off the knee, and yep, hobbling around now is Margie.
Come on, get your hands there. Don't put your feet and your body in front of the ball. The ball is hard.
ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੱਟ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਸੱਟ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਖੇਲਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਹੱਥ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰੀਦੇ ਆ ਲੱਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਤਾਂ ਪੈਰ ਨਹੀਂ yeah well he wants a magic spray as this one catches Margie. It happens right at the end of the over. Let's have a look at it again. Come on, and you got to get down and use your hands. Look, he's got all the time to do it, and mind you, I'm sure that hits his knee. I don't know why they're looking at his ankle. Maybe he's got nice ankles for a man, I don't know. But that's on the knee. He's hobbling around, and then he's showing everybody his ankle. He wants a bit of free spray. He's going off. He's got his leg rolled up. Ravi Panchal is going to administer the magic spray. Come on, Ravi. Give it your best, Panchal. There he is. A bit of the free spray being administered there. Just off there he is. Hey, it's not Ravi Panchal. Ravi Panchal organised it. It's Tyrone Peters, Mr. Horns himself. Tyrone's probably giving him a good lecture saying, listen here, son. This game of cricket that we play, we use our hands to stop the ball. And next time you use your knee or your foot, you're getting no more of the magic spray. And he says, you know what, this match is already done. They're only needing 20 runs. I think I might sit it out. Here it is again.
Hard
right
to
on
watch.
the knee.
Hard to watch. Yeah, get your hands there, son. Come on. So, new bowler now, Lukman Safraz. I don't think I've seen him so far this week. Not too sure. New one. Let's see what he has up his sleeve. So, 3 overs left. Only 20 needed. Strikers holding all the aces at the moment with Elias Hassan facing.
Kenneth Burridge comes up with an answer to the question, the first ever Eurovision Song Contest. Thank you for that. I will reveal all in a moment. And John Hisham is saying, what's John saying there? He said, I think a few people saying it's Vinny here today. Vinny is having a spa day. He told us yesterday that was his plan. This is a little bit of nutmeg there from Arslan as he jumps over that one. Safraz, not a bad start, just a couple. For his first couple of deliveries, didn't get the first one right though, starting with the wide. So yeah, Vinny did say he's going to pay the 20 euros is what it costs for the spa pass from the hotel, bit of a hotel discount. And no doubt he'll be doing what I did in one of my days off, in the air. Gets away from the fielder, good effort, nice dive. It's a little bit of rock and roll on this musical themed day here in Estonia. I think we need to, you know what we do in the next match? I'll tell you what we do. We'll plan for it. We'll get a few Tina Turner songs in on the commentary. How about that? To celebrate the great artist, Tina Turner, who sadly passed away on this day. And 23, that's going to go to the boundary as well. No, the Beanie Man come. Well, there you go. I was wondering what happened to Beanie Man. He's been taken away from the catching areas as Danish tour, but he does pop up and stops that one going to the boundary.
Yes, Lukman Safraz that time keeping it outside off stump. The batter, all he can do is get an outside edge and well stopped. Elias Hassan facing now and hit away to the mid-on boundary, just through for a single. So that brings the hard-hitting and Arslan Amjad on strike. He's been doing most of the damage. And the strikers moving along quite comfortably so far. Safraz comes in. And this one is taken. Taken by Sumran. So well caught there in the deep. Safraz gets some joy, and Arslan Amjad has to leave after scoring 35 off 16 balls. That's the 4th wicket down now for the Tallinn Strikers, and will this put the cat amongst the pigeons? We will see.
Well, they're needing less than run a ball, don't they? So they should do this. I mean, all right, they've still got Hassan out there. Rashid Mahmood is the new batter, but well taken. He spikes this into the ground after taking the catch, Sumran. Unfortunately, though, they seem to be holding on to them here early on. They dropped 5 very important catches. If they'd held those, it could have been a different story. Sarfraz, though, he still feels he could get another one of the last ball of this, the 8th over, bowling to Rashid Mahmood.
Yeah, it's been a tight, reasonably tight over from Sarfraz so far. Can he end? Oh, no, not quite. Not quite.
We call that the commentator's curse.
Indeed.
It does exist sometimes, and Marco, that's all on you. That's a terrible delivery. I never get it, though. New batter comes out, you apply a bit of pressure, and your bowler done a gundy wide. So now he's got to get it right again, but of course, a valuable run on the board. As Mahmood drags this out onto the leg side, takes a single, and still not the worst of overs. 10 come from it from Sarfraz, but of course, they're needing just 5 and over for victory here are the Tallinn strikers.
Yeah, pretty tight from Sarfraz. He'll be happy to take a wicket out of the game, so he's got some joy. And we can see there the worm always over the top. The strikers always in control. And now they just need 10 off the last 2 overs. So unless something untoward happens, we would think they would get over the line. But we have seen funnier things before.
So the first Eurovision, for those of you that didn't get it right, we'll have it on the screen in a moment. And I know that, Marco, you did get it right, so I'll let you reveal the answer.
Well, it was in 1956, held in Lugano, Switzerland. And it started what has now become a huge world. And look, and that's a wicket there from Margie, as we were saying. It can still all happen for the Tartu Wolves. Who knows? Wickets do funny things.
That is plumb. You do not get plumber. I'm loving the way that the batter, Rashid, just said, is it close? You're plumb, buddy. It doesn't get plumber than this. Watch this. He's saying, but my leg's over here. Look where I'm standing. Well, you didn't stand over there and start over there, Rashid. Just keep walking. Don't go back and look at it because you embarrass yourself. You're a goner. Plumb. Another batter has to come out. It is Hassan. He's at the other end. But hey, you got a good guy coming out pretty low down the order. This is Mohammed Ittisham, and he has got the strikers out of trouble plenty of times in the past as he comes out knowing that a couple of big hits could win the team the match.
Yeah, Ittishami's played some good innings throughout the week. And I think if there was a Eurovision thing for that LBW, the public would have said out, out, out.
Yeah, they certainly would have done it. That one gets played away. There's the man with the beanie. That's Danish Tour out there. He's had a few moments, hasn't he? A couple of times he could have had a few highlights and taken some very important catches. That's what the Wolves will be looking back at. Those catches that went down have hurt them. Look, they will get a point out of the match, which means that they will stay ahead of the Riders. For now, that's dragged towards the long on area where Mohammed Usman Sr. will do the fielding. Just imagine if he didn't get himself run out at the beginning of the innings when him and Margie were going so well. Here is Margie. That's well bowled. Good delivery.
Good note. Well taken by the keeper.
Yeah, good bit of work actually all around Margie Bolton. And that's Manzoor who does the work behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think all throughout this tournament, all throughout the week, they've put themselves into position and just haven't been able to push over that line, unfortunately. And today looks like it's going to be another example of that as the ball gets hit into the leg side. The batter's only going through for a single. Good shot, though.
Yeah, but it's a cracking effort from the fielder as well. I mean, if he holds on to this catch, this will be something special. He's diving through the air, couldn't stop it. There he is there. But he don't go to the boundary, so they are going to take it into the last. Can they stop this going to the boundary and put some real pressure on the strikers in the last over? Hassan, he only drags it for just a single. So we go into the last over with 6 required. Can there be a twist in this match still?
Well, 6 off. You take the game deep. Pressure does funny things. This game is all about pressure and how you deal with it. And when you need 6 runs, it's still 6 runs you need, as opposed to the Tartu Wolves, who have 6 runs in the bank. Can they defend it? We will see.
Oh, Tartu Wolves. Are the Wolves coming together as a pack? Are they going to be howling a victory song later on here today. We'll have to wait and see. And Hassan on strike. The man with all the falls on his back, Sarfraz, who bowled an okay over in the 8th, only went for 10 to bowl his 7th ball. What's the wicket here of Hassan? That would really, I think, get the panic station started for the strikers. Plays it away, hits it well, got to be fielded, will be, got safe hands there. Has Usman Senior just a single, 5 off 5 for a victory here.
Yeah, 5 off 5. They're just they're waiting. They're basically waiting on the ball that they can hit over the boundary. I don't think they want to get there in singles, but Sarfraz isn't going to make it easy for them.
It's hit well, and that is going to hurt you big time. Hits it hard, hits it to the boundary. Mohammad Ittisham now is just 1 run for victory. The scores are tied. You might as well bring everybody in close. And once that one gets away, there's nobody there, and it just bobbles over the rope. The fielder chasing in vain. So scores tied now. Any score will do it. Sarfraz with the ball, bowling to Ittisham.
And coming in now, will this be the final ball of the day? Yes, it will be, and the victory goes to the strikers. Well done, well done. It was never really in doubt, but they did take it into the last over, and once again the Wolves showing their fight, but not managing to get it over the line. There were some drop catches, there were some moments in the batting as well, as you mentioned, and they couldn't just get there. But the strikers, as expected, getting to the promised land. And at the end of that one, they lose 5 wickets in getting the 125 needed for victory.
Yeah, this is what's coming up next. A quick look at this. The Stallions are taking on the Riders, and a few changes there for the Stallions. And I was thinking if they would make changes. You'll hear me saying that in my preview to this match, and they are. Brombat comes in, Chandra comes in, and you got Mihir Beed coming in there. Look who's still there though. Saifur Rahman, Ankur Patel there, and Rifat Khan. Those 3 are key. And Junaid Khan, by the way, and you would have loved his bowling yesterday. He was on fire. Talent Riders, they'll be hoping that they can continue what's been a good day for them so far. They got a win against United, and they got some changes coming in their side as well. But look, as we look at these highlights, well, there's a saying that goes in cricket that catches can win you matches, but they can also, if you don't take them, lose your matches. Nobody drops them, by choice, but if they held on to the opportunities that came their way, it could have been a very different story.
Indeed, I think in the batting and in the bowling we saw they had their chances and just couldn't take them. We see another one going down there. But it was a good spirited effort from the Wolves, and the strikers will be happy that they had to use some other batsmen and didn't have to rely on their captain to get them over the line, and it was good for them to have Amjad Sher getting his 46 runs off just 17 balls. It was, we see another one go down there from Mr. Beanie over there. He had a bit of a rough time before Usman Senior took that nice catch. That one could have burst through the fingers. And a good wicket there from Marji.
Yeah, talking about bursting through, that one did go through. Marji bowled a very good first over. He got the wicket there for Shahin Khan. Shahin Khan is somebody probably who really needs to sort out his batting, and somebody who needs to sort out his knees is the bowler there, because that's not the way to do it. As well, he would eventually come off and get some treatment off the field of play after getting battered on the knee. That was a good catch taken. So that was Sumran who then fires the ball back into the ground in celebration. And the celebration, there was a few more celebrations as well, but it wouldn't last long as that one gets put away to the boundary and is done and dusted. A good victory there for the strikers. And they are starting to, the strikers, I was saying earlier, Marco, wasn't it, that what they needed to do is get some wins but not be relying on Habib with the bat, and they managed to do that. I mean, it wasn't 100% convincing, but at least that Amjad Sher, though he was dropped on about 3 occasions, scores 46. Arslan Amjad is starting to get better as well. They need that. And another team who need that as well is a team that we're going to see in action next, the Stallions. The Stallions also, don't want to be heavily relying too much on Saif Ur-Rahman. I mean, he's been the top scorer of this tournament, 495 so far. But the Stallions also, you can't be relying on just one or two batters to get you through the victories. And you can see here the strikers, they didn't. Amjad Sher scores 46, and Hassan Amjad gets another score in the 30s for him. On the bowling front, they tried hard, but just couldn't get the breakthrough. Let down, though, Marco, by the fielders.
Yeah, that's it. And you see there, Jazib Sawar, 2 wickets for 23 and a really good 2 overs by the impressive Sanu Maji. He's impressed me all week, both with the bat and with the ball. Just 15 runs coming off his 2 overs for 2 wickets as well. And we have the match summary. Tatu Wolves just a little bit getting the score up there, but not quite where they'd want and where they could have got it. And the Tallinn Strikers getting over the line in the last over with 3 balls to spare.
Yeah, and the hat-trick man does make it a hat-trick of player of the match performances as well. Your player of the match is Habib Khan with, I would say, kind of the perfect hat-trick, because every ball was right up there, knocking the timber over, and then of course the LBW. So well done to Habib. Also goes in our Hall of Fame. We can maybe see that a little bit later, but for now it's time for us to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 40 minutes time is when the next match will start. In fact, I'm giving it too much time. It's actually 25 minutes time. It still gives us time to grab a cup of tea and a coffee, and maybe even see if lunch is here. But we will be back ready to talk you through the action from the Stallions. Remember, they scored 175 against the Riders last time. The Riders got to 93. So it could be a high-scoring match coming up here next. It will be the Riders, as you see there, that have won the toss and decided to have a bat. John is back in about 25 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the International Cricket and Rugby ground here in Estonia as we get set for match number 28. It's time for us to welcome for the first time today the Tallinn Stallions. They're taking on the Tallinn Riders. The Riders are boosted with a win earlier in the day, their second win as they got that win over United. But can they be strong enough to get a win against their powerful opponents? Let's go straight over to the coin toss.
The Tallinn Stallions to call. Heads is the call. It's tails.
We're going to bat first.
They're going to have a bat.
In that victory, the Riders, they batted first and they managed to get enough runs on the board to beat the United side, and that's why I think their captain wants to have a bat first again here. So let's see if that's going to work exactly as it did against United. If it does, then they need Rupam Baru to go well again. He's been their informed player. He scored a fine half century there against Tallinn United. But of course, they're up against the firepower of the Tallinn Stallions. The last time these two teams met, it was 175 to 93, and it was that man again, Saif-ur-Rahman, who scored that big 92. And he's the informed player at the moment. Remember, yesterday he scored once again 2 half centuries. He was unbeaten in the day. He certainly got some firepower. So you're expecting this really to go one way. But the one thing that the Stallions will be looking to do is get other players in the runs as well. They've got finals day coming up tomorrow. And I think one thing that they will know is they probably don't have the same amount of depth in their squad, or informed batters maybe is the right word, as what some of the other teams do have. So this is an opportunity maybe for them to get some of the other batters up the order and performing, getting ready for finals day tomorrow. Marco is in the igloo. Marco, over to you. And the news from the middle is that the Riders will have a bat first.
Yes, hello, thank you, Rico. Yes, I am in the igloo and it has got a bit chilly again as the sun decides to go behind the clouds. And that's the way it's been all week as we have this match 28 now between the Riders and the Stallions. So this is the one game for the Stallions today. They would want to make it a good one. So far, they've made it every poster winner. We can see the lineups. Stallions, we have Barambat coming in, Chandra and Pira. And for the Riders, Hussain, Khan and Shahid coming in after that first match of the day. And the Riders will be batting first. They'll be hoping to put this strong Stallions lineup under some pressure. You can see there the Stallions overwhelming favourites to take a win. They've only managed to go down once yet in this tournament. But if you put any team under pressure and you hold your catches, then all results are possible. So the opening bowler for the Stallions, it looks like it's going to be Aditya Panwa starting things off. And the opening batters for the Riders, Captain Moshoor Rahman and Rupam Burua, who had a good first game. So first ball underway and leant back and cracked through the covers for a very nice 4. He opens up the offside, and the ball runs away over the boundary, and the first boundary of the day for the Riders. Score. It's a very nice looking shot, just a bit short from Panois, but he'll get into his work as the over goes on, I am sure. So Barua starting from where he missed off in the first innings, and again through a similar area. This one not hit quite as well, but another boundary. So the first 2 balls of this innings going to the cover boundary, as I welcome Rico back for this 3rd game of the day.
Yeah, looking forward to it, and looking forward to, well, hopefully the Italian Riders will be thinking another good performance from their batter, Rupam Baru, national team player, and perhaps another victory as they are hunting down the Wolves, aren't they, to try and finish above them. This one is slightly shorter. Good bit of movement there from Panois. He just adjusts his length there, doesn't go as full, not allowing Rupam to get this away. And welcome back to everybody in the chat. Congratulations to Chris Smith, who's been a member now for 16 months. He gets his silver spanner. Nice to have you with us. Muy buenas tardes, Thomas Martinez. Está muy frío aquí en Estonia. ¿Cómo va las cosas in Madrid? So Thomas in Madrid, John Hisham, welcome to you as well as we get ready to go. And nice to have you all with us on the start of our weekend. Of course, finals day here tomorrow. This is all about teams trying to pick up those valuable points to try and get them in a good position. Of course, finishing in the top 2, huge benefit there. That means you play just the qualifier number 1. The winner of that goes straight to the final. The loser then has to play the winner of the eliminator, which is when 3rd and 4th play each other. A very simple format, same format that I'll be talking you through Romania starting on Monday.
Yeah, so Panois' first over here. He's consistent in that line, and as long as he doesn't hit it in that cutting arc where Rahman, or where Barua is very strong, but Rahman facing this delivery here.
One Mile wants to finish the over well, and he will. It's a good full length delivery. I like the way he's come back. It's never easy as a bowler when you start your spell on the first 2 balls to get put away to the boundary, but he was able to adjust there, Marco, and he finishes well, just a 10 off the first.
Yeah, it was a tight over, and that was a good little ball. He kept it up, and there was a bit of swing as well. As we mentioned, the temperature has come down, so it does take a while. You do want to warm yourself up, so that does take a while for the bowler. And here we have a Janed Khan, and yeah, I watched a little bit of yesterday's game against the Hippos before I jumped off into the sauna, and I saw his fantastic Yorker going through Gooch, and he looked very, very good when he gets it right, when he gets it up in the block hole, or when he really puts his back into it. He's got that little bit of extra pace, and that can worry the batsman.
It certainly has. In comes Junaid, and giving yourself a little bit of room like that is just asking for trouble. This is probably, I think, if I'm the bowler here and I see a batter doing this, that tells me straight away he doesn't like the pace. He's trying to get out the way of the ball. So I'm doing one of 2 things. I'm either going to try and tuck him up and follow him, and then eventually I'll get that Yorker in. Junaid, well, he gets the edge. He's going to fly away to a well-placed 3rd man. That's nicely done there by Krishnan. He took a very good catch in that short 3rd position yesterday. But yeah, it's all about sussing out the batter. When you see a weakness in a batter, thinking, right, okay, I'm going after you. Rupam, on the other hand, it'd be interesting how Junaid bowls to him, because Rupam is a very good fine cutter off the ball. And let's see if Junaid goes a little bit straighter to him. There he does, and that gets played away. And the batters will take that single. They've got 4 close to each other in the ring there. So they've got the 3rd who's back, and then you've got backward point, 2 men in the covers inside the circle. You've got mid off in there as well. So you've got 5, in fact 6 there out on the offside. So 6-3 field. And it looks like Junaid. I think he's putting a slip in here. He's moving the third wider. Is he putting a slip here? Well, he's definitely putting somebody in the catching position, and the third goes a lot wider. So I'm liking this. He's thinking, right, I've got the edge once of Roman, I can get it again. And he goes a little bit wider, but it's okay. Keeps it inside. I think he's advertised it, hasn't he? He's advertised to Mr. Roman what he wants to do. And says, there it is, if you want it. Roman misses it. And Junaid goes back to his mark.
Yeah, I like that position too. It's not often in this format that you see a catcher in there. And this one hit along the ground, and this one will get to the boundary. It's not going to stop before, or will it? Just. I thought it was looking good for the first 3/4 of its travels, but then just held up.
Yeah, let's have a look at this delivery again. So same here, it was again, same reaction from Roman. The only difference was this time Junaid goes just a little bit fuller, and well chased there by Ankur Patel. Once the Yorker, you feel, there it is, well bowled. And Junaid's the first to hold his head, thinking, how does he get back onto that? But I think it's also, Roman knows what's coming his way if he gives himself some room. And the good thing he does there, he doesn't swing wildly at it. He just plants the bat in the way of the ball. It doesn't get underneath it. Junaid finishes a good over, 5 from it. As we get to the end of that second over, 15 without loss after 2. Here's a quick look at the way the standings are looking. The Stallions, and they're looking to increase the lead at the top and make sure that the Hippos can't chase them down. And to do that, they just need to get a win on the board.
And they'll be confident, I'm sure. So Roman facing again.
Staying with Panawar. He's going to bowl himself out here. I don't mind that. Panawar, he's the sort of bowler when he has come back into his spell, he hasn't been as effective. So I think if he's getting that ball to move around early on, and he's getting the ball in the right areas, then leave him to it. And that's the plan.
And they're sticking with the wide slip as well, which is interesting.
It's a big hoik here for Roman. I mean, if he gets hold of this, it's probably going to the moon. It's just travelling. But look at that. It's everything in the kitchen, all the white goods, including the kitchen sink behind that one. But he misses it, and he's disappointed that he does.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he premeditated that one a bit. He sort of went for it, didn't play it on its merits, and missed.
That's a well bowled. I'm just about thinking to myself, you know, Marco, that one thing we haven't seen a lot of from the bowlers is the genuine slower delivery. And just as I'm thinking it, Panawar does bowl a lot slower one. And the reason why you bowl it is when you've got a batter that's just swinging so hard and wants the pace on the ball, you can quite easily just trick him with the slower one. Doesn't quite work out, but it's good to see he's got it.
That's an important weapon for the bowlers too, as this one gets pulled through the offside to a wide mid-on for a boundary, and Barua just continuing where he started in that first game. Today he's swinging through the line.
Good shot. We've seen him execute the cut shot beautifully well for his first 2 boundaries, and this time he gets a really nice pull shot in there as well. He's certainly enjoying his time out there in the middle, and you just feel that with every innings he's just growing more and more in confidence. Panawar, what's his reply going to be? It's a good delivery on the pegs, and Rupert does what good batters do, respects the good delivery, but still does enough to push it out and take the single. So 1 more to him, 1 more to the total.
Yeah, that was well played. He just held himself back, just played it defensively. Sometimes that is the best way to go, even in this crash, boom, bang format. You have to be out there to score the runs. You're not doing anyone any favours if you are in the team sheds. So did Panawar for the last ball of this over. Gets it past the batsman, past the leg stump, big swipe, and is the batsman in? It was a good piece of fielding.
The batter was in quite comfortably here. Have a look at this. It's still a good pick up and throw. But the only thing there was the danger is that he could have deflected away and they could have taken some extras. The stumps need to be sorted out there as they get destroyed. It's also the end of the 3rd over. 22 then is the score on the the power play. Nice good over there from Panawa. He's second. Nice tidy spell. Now, people in the chat, those of you that didn't hear in the last one, we were talking about some of the days that we're mentioning today. One of them was that on this day, 1941, American singer-songwriter Bob Dylan, who was hailed as the Shakespeare of the generation, was born. But sadly also we did lose an artist who was a big fan of Tina Turner. Died at the age of 83 on this day in 2023. So we said, well, let's bring a little bit of Tina into the commentary. So we're going to do that. Why don't we talk about, as we talk during the commentary, myself and Marco will we'll talk about some of Tina Turner's songs and try to sort of implement them into the commentary for the late and the great, the Tina Turner, who will be sadly missed, but of course the songs will live forever as Brumbutt comes on to bowl, and it's a slower delivery. They're taking on the single, and they will get home.
Yeah, he's bowling round the wicket, creating an angle, making the batsman reach for it, while the batsman's looking for a big Proud Mary for a 6.
I like it. Good start, good start.
Brumbutt now.
Played away, no run on this occasion. So yeah, join in the fun in the chat as well. It'd be great if you did. Joining myself and Marco on what is turning out to be a bit of a chilly day, and if we had a window in here, it would be a bit of a steamy window, wouldn't it?
Indeed, indeed. I should ask, do you have a favourite, maybe?
That has been pelted. Let's talk about this one first, because that one is simply the best as it gets out of here. Do I have a favourite? I think I do love Silent Wings. There's something about that track and her voice when she sings that one, which is pretty good. Good shot there from Rupam. He is looking good, isn't he?
He is looking good, and as you said, that was simply the best. There were lots on that one, and that was in his hitting arc. And Barua not missing a trick. Well played.
Yeah, well, a bit of hesitation. He was admiring his shot, wasn't he, when he played this, Rupam, and forgot to listen out for the call from the captain, which you remind. We've seen him being run out a few times in this tournament, but not on this occasion. He's running, and he says, "I'm running, you're going, Rupam, no matter what." Here comes Brumbutt again. Slow, full toss, and I think that one could be a no ball coming up here. Let's wait and see. And we're going to have to see this side on. And the bowler's holding his head, Brumbutt, but I reckon this is too high. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's got to be called. I know that the batter does go forward into that, but I think that's too high. So free hit will be called here. There it is, free hit called. And a chance to go the full Monty here now for the batter.
Yeah, the captain will be facing this delivery from Brumbutt.
Clever delivery. Just when I said there's not been enough slower deliveries, and then the wicketkeeper lets down the bowler. Look at the reaction from Brumbutt. He's basically saying, come on, you got to stop these. I mean, there's no pace on it. And that's Chandra behind the stumps, and he allows the batters to change over, and that means the hard hitting and in form Rupam goes on strike.
Now Brumbutt understandably annoyed with that one after a really good delivery. This one over-pitched again and put over the boundary by Barua once again. This one he just misses the line. He tries for the slower ball again, but just over-pitches, and the batter taking full advantage.
Yeah, nicely played away. So 15 coming off that over. The score moves to 38. And still, though, you feel that the Stallions, the way they bat, they're probably just looking to keep this once again less than that 120 mark. If they do that, they'll feel that they've got the match in control. Currently, the run rate's just under the 10 hectares, so they stay like this, it'll be even under the 100. But I can feel if Rupam stays there and he gets some good support from his captain, they can go on to put a big score on the board.
Yeah, that worm graph reminded me, it looked like a river deep, mountain high.
They're coming in there. Anybody in the chat? Yeah, that's Johnny Hisham is coming in with that one. A river deep, mountain high.
And Nutbush City Limits, also one of my faves.
And Chris Smith saying the steamy windows as well. Let's see what others we can get out there. And oh, that's a lovely swivel on that. Oh, that's a lovely looking shot. Beautifully played. And he holds nothing back. And, well, we're talking Tina Turner. Well, this is a little bit of the Michael Jackson deal. Oh, and that one. He gets a proper spin on that. That goes all the way for 6 runs. Lovely shot. Rupam just getting better and better the more time he spends out there. Scored a half century earlier and getting that win over United. And they're looking to be right up there again.
Yeah, he really waited on that ball quite well and struck it fantastically as this one cramps him for room a little bit, but manages to play it nicely into the offside, just the single off it.
And this is Mihir Bead we're seeing for the first time, or I'm certainly seeing for the first time.
Me as well. Captain facing.
This gets played out to the leg side. It's one thing that we haven't seen a lot of. I was saying this to Vinny yesterday, that one thing that both of us, I think we both admired it a lot from the women's cricket that we saw, was that they were very quick to, I suppose maybe it's easier done in the women's format because there does and can sometimes be a big difference between a batter that's in form, as that's probably catchable. And it's going to be dropped. So dear, that's a real sitter, I have to say. We've seen some drops. We saw about 5 earlier, and that's Ankur Patel, who normally has got the safest hands in the business. And Ankur putting that one down. That's for the standard of cricket we've seen from the Stallions. That's a poor effort. That's a poor drop.
Yeah, he got himself in a decent position, and unfortunately the ball just didn't quite stick, and the bowler will be a little bit annoyed there.
A little bit. He'll be furious. I mean, I'm guessing that's probably would be his first wicket on the network beat, and he gets let down by his, well, you'd have to say one of the best fielders out there. So that is the end of the over. It is 49 at the halfway point. Let's take a look at the Euros of cricket. Any teams on there, any group in there that you feel, you know, any one of the teams can go and win it?
Well, I haven't seen too much, but I would say Group A looks interesting, and I mean, there's always the big teams like Scotland.
Yeah, Scotland in Group C is going to be there. Group B, what do you think my country chances? Spain are on there. Italy, Austria, Denmark, France and Hungary. That's going to be a tough one as well. Italy playing great cricket at the moment. Your home nation, Austria, in there as well. They've got some very good cricketers that they can put it together. But you just feel that something like Denmark maybe might fancy themselves as well. But only one team. That's the thing about it. Only one team from each group will join the likes of England and the Netherlands in Championship Group later. So it's going to be a very, very interesting one.
Well, Italy will also be interesting with Joe Burns captaining them, so he could maybe take them to the next level. Who knows? Ex-Australian, former Australian opening batsman. As this ball gets hit to the boundary by Parayapati.
Yeah, nice shot, nicely played, and yeah, I think Prajapati now coming out there, which does tell us that there's been a retirement here. Monsieur Rahman, the captain, while we were talking about those teams on the screen, he's retired himself out for 12 of, well, he scored 12 or 17, and appealing there, not out. So, I mean, I like that from the captain. If he feels that he's slowing the team down and he's not playing the role he needs to, he makes a change and he gets Hardik out there.
I think it's a good tactical decision. They've got 5 overs left, and they have to make the most out of it as this ball gets top edge to that player that was put into there, that sort of short, it's not really a slip, it's sort of a short third, really. And well taken, that catch held.
Yeah, well, Prajapati, he was brought in to get the acceleration in, and he does get a boundary, but then he gets out to the second delivery that he faces, and it is the captain with the ball. It's been good as Zishan Ali. He's used his troops well. He knows when to make those bowling changes, brings himself back on here, and he gets the dangerous Prajapati out. Good catch taken to remove him, and you're right, it was they put that fielder in that position, and it's Kush Brumbat who holds on to the catch, so well done to him. So they do lose Prajapati. Rupam, though, dangerously is still there. New batter is Chandarappa, who goes high. It could be 2-2. It will be 2-2. The catch is very well held by Pranay Giwala, and we've seen one hat-trick today already. And are we going to see a hat-trick or hat-tricks? And if that is the case, then Marco, you could see another one here. Zishan Ali now has a chance to get a hat-trick as Chandarappa loses his head, goes for the big shot. The catch is taken. Giwala holds on to the catch. Giwala nahi, par hatta de gini lagi catch bhar liya. As batter goes back, hat-trick ball coming up.
Yeah, the batsman lost his head and lost his wicket. And will we see another captain getting another hat-trick today? Let's see. This is going to be an interesting one. He comes in.
Ooh, not getting through me, says the batter as he drops the anchor down on this one. But
it's a good nut.
It's a good delivery. Good to see that. Sadashka says, no, not me. I'm not going to be another statistic. And that's one that's, I think it's called Zishan, but it's a top over from the captain. He comes, every time he comes onto bowl, he makes things happen, doesn't he? Just the 4 runs in the end, coming 4 runs off the over, and he picks up the 2 wickets. And the score 53 for 3 at the end of the 6 overs.
Yeah, Zishan Ali is really impressive. He gets it through. Sometimes he holds it back. He doesn't give it too much flight. He's always asking questions. And here we are with the new bowler will be Ram Krishnan now. And Barua will be facing. And once again, he's been at the other end while all the carnage is down the other end, as happened in the first game of today. As Krishnan coming into bowl.
That's a good shot and a good save. I thought this one was heading to the boundary, but there he is again. The captain, Zishan, gets a hand to this, stops it getting past him. It's just going to be a single. So, Rupam not able to get as much of the strike as he would like. 35 of 15. Ashkar yet to score. And gets back onto this. That leads me back onto what I was about to say before, what I think the women's in the women's game you see a lot more of. They don't put pressure on the new batter. You get a new batter come out, the field doesn't change. So the field is the same to Rupam, who's mashing the ball all over the place, and to Asghar, who just got his first run there. They don't put any pressure on the new batter. I'd love to see more of that. I'd love to see a bowler and the captain just saying, hey, look, new batters come in here now. I know it's a shorter format and we should be thinking about boundaries, but if I can stop him getting a single and get the key batter on strike, we could save a lot of runs. And I just don't see it, and I'd like to see more of it.
Yeah, just being a little bit more dynamic in the field. I think that's something that would help the riders, and they have been close on many occasions as that one gets hit for a Maximo, and Barua continues on his merry way. He says, don't worry about you guys, I'll do it, I'll hit it over the boundary, and that's what he does. He gets his score onto 41. 61 now for the riders as Krishnan's into bowl this one.
All right, miscue, but it's not going to carry to Saifur Rahman, who will get a gentle jog in to get there. It's just going to be a single as Baru into the 40s now. But again, if they did stop the single, he wouldn't get on strike. And I think that's the mentality now sometimes that the captains have to think about. So let's see what Ashkar does here. Probably at the end of the over, so he might go for the big shot. He does. He misses it, because this is where you don't want a single. So this is where you would keep the field back to, encourage him, take a single, and then stay on strike. Goes for the big shot. Slight change in pace there as well from the bowler. That's well bowled. End of the over.
ends the over. And I'd like to see the captain bring himself back on. Let's see if he does, because I really think that a couple more wickets and the Riders might just fold here. It might just end very quickly. But Zeshan Ali is bringing himself on to bowl. So the pressure is going to be tied on. He's bowling to the in-form Barua. Let's see what this matchup has in store.
It did well. And well stopped this time by Giwala, who a lot of people may be asking, why is Pranay Giwala not bowling? Well, when I spoke to me the other day, he did inform me that he's still got an injury to his arm, so he's not bowling. And, of course, still doing some good fielding. That should be out. It will be out. Another one goes. Is Askar. That's going to go. And once again, just having somebody in a catching position. Zeshan gets the wicket. Askar seems to be quite happy about it as he's, I wouldn't say shaking hands, but he's certainly letting his bat do high fives with everybody. Askar's going to have to go. There's a nice catch taken there. And this is where Rupam at the other end is saying, just give me the strike. We don't need another hero.
Well done. Well done. I like that one. Yes, Barua, he's been watching it all down the other end. And he just continues to go. It's a good bowling by the captain. I think he's been one of the bowlers of the tournament.
And he comes again, goes very wide into the pad. Not out, I don't think. This one is, because he goes very wide here and angles the ball in. It's probably just missing the stumps there. But yeah, I think you're right. He's been right up there as one of the top bowlers. And the reason is because he does have so many variations from where he bowls, what he bowls. That's that slower, loopy delivery. That one's got hold of that one, though. It ends up being a little bit too looped up, and Ronnie Zaman opens his account with 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Ronnie Zaman was happy that he did get the loopy delivery. He managed to swipe it across and boundary. So I think Rupan Barua will also be happy to see his colleagues join in the fun a little bit. But Zeshan Ali, let's see what he comes back with. And this one pitched up this time.
Yeah, that I think is what the ball he was looking for the last time. Ended up being a little bit too much of a full toss, but a bit more control on it this time.
And now Barua facing, let's see. There's still 1 ball left in Captain Ali's over. Bit short this time.
Yeah, this is where I think I like that. He'd take the single, get himself on strike. But it's just managing that strike is what Rupam has to do. He knows that, at the moment that score expected around 88 is not going to help them. But it will only stay around that if they can keep him on strike. If Rupam puts his foot down and says to Ronnie, I don't really want any singles at the beginning of the overs because I want all of the strike. I think they get a chance to try and at least knock on the door of 100. If they don't, then they're going to fall short of it. 12 balls to go then. 69 for 4.
And Krishnan in to bowl this over. And this one goes through to the keeper. Dot ball, well bowled. Batsman Barua trying to go for that favourite cut shot. But as the balls pile up, more pressure goes on Rupam's shoulders.
Krishnan bowled a very good one over yesterday when he came on the bowl. Kept things tight, but that ain't tight. That's going to go all the way, and he brings up another half century with a Maximo. Well, that's a shout out to Vinny Sandhu. And we are missing you, in the words of Tina Turner. Hope you're having a good day today. But Rupam, he's not missing too many Grizzlies or too many opportunities as he gets this clean out of the middle. 6 more, 50 comes up. Ball Padanya. Rupam, no, back-to-back 50s in the day then for Rupam. And he ain't finished yet. Now he's going to try and push on and get them to a good score. Yeah, well done to Rupam Baru. 53 earlier in the win against United. And now he's in the 50s again. And you just wonder where they would be without his batting.
Oh, that's a great shot. That sounded great off the bat, and he cuts it away for a 6 behind point. That's one of the shots of the day, I'd hazard a guess. Well done. Fantastic batting from Barua again. He's so strong on that cut shot. And Krishnan feeds it to him, and Barua says, thank you very much. Give me some lunch.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it? Really good shot. I mean, there's a lot of width there from Krishnan. You got to know your batters. The one thing you need to know about Rupam, he will cut you all day long. And that's a better delivery. Just holds the pace back a little bit, gets dragged out onto the leg side. So Rupam, he gives up the strike, and this is what I was talking about. I don't know if I would so easily, but he's got to rely, I suppose, here on Ronnie. And Ronnie Zaman has got one boundary away. So I can understand why he's decided, you know what, I'd rather focus on getting runs on the board rather than stay on strike. Let's see if that works out. If Ronnie gets his away, fair play. If he gets dotted up here, it's, once again, not the ideal thing. High, mighty, gone. So it was the right thing. Take it on. Ronnie gets hold of this. It was right in the hit zone, and Ronnie, well, he gets that right out the middle. Sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. That's going to be big runs, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, if the riders want to get up past the 100, then Barua is going to need some support. So it's good stuff by Zaman. He brings his score along to 11, and that's the second big boundary coming off his bat.
I think the expected score has got stuck. Somebody give it a shake, because we're at that 88 already, and I think you've got to be looking at here. You got 7 balls to go. You go 2 a ball. Got to be looking at around about that, for me, 100 and between 102 and 105. If they can get there. Big delivery here. Got to go all out at it. And he does, but misses it. I think he had to really there. It was the last ball of the over. You don't want to get a single. You don't want to keep the hard-hitting Rupam off strike. But he swings and misses. Krishnan gets a dot in. That over will go for 19 with the score on 88. With 6 balls to go. Rupam on 57, not out of 24.
As we can see the bowlers there, Krishnan's 2 overs for 28, yeah. Zeshan Ali, a fantastic 3 wickets for 11. Real standout. But Zunad Khan, when he gets it right, when he gets that Yorker happening, then stumps often go flying. And Barua will be well aware of that. He's facing the first delivery from the speedster.
Yeah, here comes the first. No sweeper out in the offside. Bit of a surprise. And that's why, because he loves it there. That's an error from the captain. Zishan's been good at many things, but this is an error. He's bowling to Rupam. He loves to play in the offside. And not to have anybody there at all, that's an error. I know we saw third being pushed back, but I think Junaid has got to be thinking to himself, right, I don't probably need so many on the leg side. So he does push one out. It means he has to bring one back inside here. And he's too many out here, I think. I think there's too many out. This would be a no ball. Oh, well, let's have a look at this. How many has he got out? Oh, square leg ran inside. Square leg did come inside before that ball was started, because at one point he had 3 on the leg side, long off, a sweeper, and third was still back. But just before that ball is bowled, the fielder on the boundary does come up, and that means that is full, it is straight, it is quick, it is fast, and Rupam, his innings comes to an end for 61. He doesn't get the whiff this time, and it's that the extra pace that Junaid Khan generates knocks the stumps over.
Yeah, that extra pace, although I don't think he's putting everything into it. I think he's holding himself just back a little bit, knowing that they only have the 1 game today, and he wants to be fully on song for the big games tomorrow. So he's got a bit more up his sleeve if he needs it, but I don't think he feels he needs it right now.
Salman Khan, somebody who did bat very well in the last match. We were actually very surprised that he did come in pretty late. So here he is here. And plays that one out. No run from it. Junaid looking to wrap things up here. 3 balls to go, 92 at the moment it's on. That's a good hit. That's going to clear everybody and make its way to the boundary. Yes, it will. Well, swing and swing hard. That's what you got to do, and that's exactly what Salman does. He gets plenty of it, and he will get a boundary. I tell you what, the fast bowler, Junaid Khan, won't like that.
Yeah, swing low, sweet chariot. Okay, that one to the boundary. Will they get to the 3 figures? They have 2 balls to try to get the 4 runs needed to bring up the 100. Let's see what Khan can do.
Good comeback. They are taking it on. The wicketkeeper can't find it. And he's a bit like me in the morning. I'm trying to pick up that bar of soap. He says, where is it? Where is it? Can't get me hands onto it. and it gets away from him. So they will take an important bye. As Junaid not impressed with the keeper's efforts. And he'll be impressed with that, though. He's on the money one more time. Guineas horny bowling, get the upni Junaid Khan. Jog the pate. Just full and straight. And he gets this off-stump Yorker on the money. There it is. A little bit of in movement. And the batter trying to get it away, can't do so. So it's going to be the end of the innings. And Junaid Khan will finish it in style with another wicket to his name. It's very good bowling. 2 for 13 from him. 3 wickets from the captain, Zishan Ali. 3 for 11. And that is restricted the Italian Riders to a score of 97, losing 6 wickets in the process.
Yeah, Junaid Khan looking impressive again. Bowling within himself. Not really going full on, but bowling really well and bowling getting the right lengths. Here we are with Barua showing his strength outside the off stump with those cut shots. Some balls going across over to the leg side too. With the that one a short ball, and that was well hit for 6. But generally good fielding and good bowling from the Stallions. We saw from captain Zishan Ali now on his way to picking up 3 wickets in this game, and an impressive performance and a good catch taken there. So another strong performance in the field by the Stallions. The Riders never really got going. It was a one-man show as Barua was the one hitting it over the boundary and having to watch the carnage at the other end as another wicket and another catch goes.
Yeah, the only sort of error in the field was that Ankur Patel, who put down Rahman early on, but Rahman didn't really capitalise on it when he was, in the end, he retired himself out because he scored only 12 of the 17. And I like that. He just realised that his team, as you can see in the end, they didn't really get the runs on the board that they wanted. It was only Rupan Baru who was going well, 61 of 24, which included 5 big sixes and 5 fours that helped the team to get to any kind of score on the ball. But you would feel that 97 is not enough. But you've got to remember that the Stallions, they did have that blip, didn't they, when they weren't able to chase down a kind of a low score, it has to be said. That was early on in this tournament when they struggled against the Talon United side. Talon United put 101 on the board, and the Stallions only got to 83. So they've got to believe in that, the Riders. But the difficulty for me here is, again, Rupan Baru, you would expect him to really be firing in with the ball and cause some issues for some of those Stallion batters. But who else can do that? That's going to be the question. I think with the Stallions themselves, if we have a look at the bowling figures, there's Ishan Ali once again, 3 for 11. And 2 wickets there for Junaid Khan. I think the Stallions, a little bit like what we saw there, Marco, I think, from the strikers. They know that the main batter, Saifur Rahman, has been in incredible form. But they'd want, I think, some of the other batters, maybe the Rifat Khan and also Ankur Patel, to be scoring some runs here as well. And maybe somebody else, because they will feel that you're not going to get your hands on that magnificent trophy from Locker Lifestyles if you're just relying on the one player.
Well, that's exactly right. And as some of the opposition teams have told me, Saifur Rahman, as good as he is, as consistent as he is, he offers one chance. He offers you a chance, and if you take it, then all of a sudden the pressure is on the Stallions batting lineup. And the one game that they did lose, Saif was out early, and the Stallions paid the price.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one, the reply coming up in about 10 minutes' time. You'd expect it to be a straightforward one, but you just wonder if the Stallions might make a few tweaks to the batting order to give 1 or 2 other players an opportunity going into finals day tomorrow. Only one way to find out. That's to stay tuned. We welcome you back in about 10 minutes when we will see the Stallions going out there to see if they can knock off the 98 required for victory.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to this international cricket and rugby ground in Estonia as we get ready to see the reply from the Stallions. Some would feel that this match has got 4 points written all over it for the Stallions as they need to chase down a score of 98, and 97 for 6 was the score put on the board by the Riders, and that included of course a fine half century there from Rupam, who scored a fine 61. So that's the bonus point equation based on the score of 97. It seems unlikely that the Riders will contain the Stallions to 67 or less. That means that's the opportunity for the 4 points. Certainly a ride with the Stallions on this day. 1942 was the birth of the godfather of South African cricket. Ali Bacha was a chunky number 3 batter who captained one of the finest teams in history, the 1969 to 1970 side, which included such names as Graham Pollock and Barry Richards and Mike Proctor, and beat Australia 4-0 in South Africa's final series before, of course, that isolation for today in 1942. Ali Bacha, the umpires are getting ready to go, and a good time to welcome back into the commentary to Marco.
And that wasn't a bad Australian team either. They were just coming back from beating India 4-1, I think, in a test series, and then they had back-to-back series, but they were done like kippers in South Africa.
Salman Khan with the ball, bowling to Krishnan, so there is a change here on the batting front. Like that, I don't mind that at all. The Stallions may be thinking a little bit outside the box, wanting to give some of the other batters an opportunity. So Ram Krishnan is opening up, and he's got Aditya Panawar with him. So 2 men that we're used to seeing with the ball in hand are out there opening the batting.
Yeah, I like this change from the Stallions. Just spreading out. They know what they've got in the bank. Let's see what else they have in their batting lineup. There's not too much pressure, not too much run rate that they need. So they always know they can lean back on safe if needed, but give the rest of the batting lineup a chance to shine. I think that's important with tomorrow's games coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say, I mean, it's a big double change. I'll give you my thoughts on that after this one from Khan, and that's a lovely shot. And fortunately, that the Riders do have a fielder out there to stop that going to the boundary. That would be Hardik Prajapati, who has taken some good catches down there. I just feel that yesterday that both Ankur Patel and also Rifat Khan just didn't perform well with the bat. They didn't score any runs. So I would have had one of them still up at the top of the order because you want them to go well as well. That's nicely played, but to the fielder, once again admiring his shot, is Panawar. Eventually he does hear the call from Krishnan. They'll take the single. Yeah, he guides this nicely. He knows what he's doing. Nice little glance, but it goes to the fielder, doesn't go to the boundary, but there's always time to take the single and take the run.
Yeah, it was well played, very delicately placed, but he has to also get ready to get down the other end as this one goes through to the keeper. No runs there. So yeah, Krishnan generally he's been coming in at 3 or 4, I think, during most of this tournament. So this is a chance for him to show us what he's got during the power play overs as Salman Khan comes in.
Almost sneaks it underneath the bat, and then the fielder, I thought for a moment it looked like he was going to boot this a fair distance away from him as he changes it, but that's, you can see the bowler's reaction there. Salman, he's very close to getting this under the bat there of Krishnan, but Krishnan, fair play to him, he drops the bat on it and gets another run. Required rate is under 10, so there's not too much pressure on the batters at the moment here. They can respect the good deliveries. Well, that one's hit hard and high over the infield. Good shot to play inside the power play as we see the first boundary coming off the innings. Is going to be 4 runs to Aditya Panawar, and it's going to be 10 off the first over. And Salman Khan, not the worst. There was maybe a bit of a chance here, but it was hit pretty well, pretty swiftly. That's cuatro carreras.
Yeah, he plays that over the top of the infield, gets more than enough wood on it, and that makes sure the Stallions are up with the run rate, just with the one boundary.
80 matches since the golden ball. It was nice to see that Dave Robson was in the chat a little bit earlier. Of course, the Hippos captain was chirping away with our very own Dave, and John Hisham in the chat there as well. Monteluz, how are you as well? And Thomas Martinez, who's added Mr. Mistype to his name now. It's in the air and taken. There's the catch, there's the wicket. Krishnan will go. It's a nice take there from the fielder. Just going in the right direction and holds on to it. He never looked in doubt, actually. It's a good slow delivery. No pace on the ball. And that's well held. Nicely done by Salman Khan, who bowls a pretty tidy first over. And then he rewards Rupan Baru with a wicket. Rupan, once again, is always going to be in the hunt for a player of the match performance. He got one earlier when he scored 53. And then he was also involved in the great run out when they were taking on United. And he bowled very well as well. So he makes a good start. Good, slow, off-pace delivery. Good catch taken by Salman Khan.
Yeah, he's here, there, he's everywhere, is Barua. He bat, ball, and as we saw in the first game, also with fielding. So that the change in the opening position not really working out for the Stallions, and they're still keeping safe in their back pocket for now. Captain Zishan Ali coming out to face the second ball at Brewers over.
Oh, and he's hit that beautifully down the ground. This one could come to us. Oh, it just slows up. I thought we were going to get one finally come in to our commentary igloo. Good shot from the captain. Lofted, elevated shot down the ground. Easily clears the boundary rope. 6 runs from Zishan Ali.
Yeah, careful what you wish for, Rico. We might be getting the ball flying through here any second. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, Barua in for this third delivery.
Gets played onto the leg side. They'll take the single. So Rupam could come back. Just a single this time as Aditya Panwar gets back on strike.
Be interesting to see how the rest of the lineup goes. As I said earlier, I think it's a good tactic from the Stallions just to switch around their lineup. They know what they've got. So let's see what Panwar can do here off Barua. Oh, good night. Good ball.
Very good delivery. Great cricket all round, actually. Rupan gets that Yorker into Panwar. Panwar has to dig it out and gets a bit of bat onto this. And then Zishan, the captain, screams at him saying, come on, chalo, chalo, let's go. Let's take the one. And they do that. No, just want to keep that scoreboard ticking as well. Don't want to fall behind this rate. I think they'd be pretty keen to keep it under the 10 all the way through.
I'm sure they'll be looking to pick up all 4 bonus points and get to this total before the 7 overs.
Oh, high in the air, catching opportunity and dropped. Never really got himself into good position, and I think Ronnie Zaman might have hurt himself in the process getting there. Just needed to take another couple of steps and be taking this as sort of about chest high. In the end, look, he's trying to take this a few inches off the ground, and it's an opportunity that gets missed. Zishan Ali, the captain, gets a life.
Yeah, just reaching forward, never under the ball, and it's just a bad line of sight. If you're under the ball, then it's a lot easier to catch. But Barua in. How can he finish the over? It's a good ball again, right up on the stumps, just played away for a single. So a tidy over, a wicket in the first 11 runs off it, and 1 for 21 after 2 overs.
Yeah, he bowls pretty well, but also fair play to the 2 batters there. They had to deal with some good deliveries, and rather than just block them out, they were also able to convert them into singles, and they ran hard when the chance was put down there by Ronnie and came back for the 2. So it goes straight back to Salman Khan. I don't mind that. His first over wasn't a bad one at all. Let's have a look at what the Stallions are trying to do here. If they can pick up all the points in the contest, then they will then take a unsaleable lead at the top of the table, which even if the Hippos were able to get a win with 4 points would mean that they wouldn't finish top. But the thing is, the top 2, as we know, it doesn't matter which way they finish, go into the qualifier. So probably not so important. I think it's just important, perhaps, as a good feel-good factor and a confidence boost that both teams go into finals day tomorrow with some wins. Hippos will be desperately keen to win their match later on. They finished things off today with the match against the Wolves, and bear in mind that they lost both their matches yesterday. They want to come back with a victory. Not good bowling this from Salman Khan this time round. He's bowling to the hard-hitting Zishan, who seems to be in the mood to score runs quickly. He's banging it down halfway down the pitch, down the leg side. And Zishan, well, he likes his shot. He's ready, he's waiting, and he puts it away. Makes it look easy. First one was 4. Second one is 6, and he's looking pretty slick.
Yeah, Salman just dragging this one down, and Zishan Ali isn't going to die wondering. He's going to be going for it. That's why he's the captain, and he's going to be leading from the front.
Yeah, he wants of course, all the points here. To Monty is also in the strike. He said next up, the strikers against United there. I mean, strikers did get a win. I think they were lucky. If the Wolves had taken all the catches, that could have been very different. United, well, they are struggling a little with personnel. They're forever changing. As we see another wide ball here. Salman Khan trying to bowl quicker. I think he's be concentrating and slowing it down and getting the line right. That's where the success has come from most of the bowlers. But yeah, United, I'm not sure if we are, and they have got Sahil Chauhan playing in the next match. Haven't seen the fantasy for that one yet. We'll have a look at it a bit later maybe. Well, we'll have to find this one a little bit later as well, because that's another good pickup. It's not the worst of deliveries this from Salman Khan. It's kind of on the target, but the quick hands from the captain Zishan. Look how quick he is to dispatch this away, because he's batting so deep in his crease. That in itself is a bit of a knack, because so many times you feel that there's pretty good chances that he could even hit his own stumps, but he just has a very good technique.
No, that's good. He is batting deep, and that's difficult for the bowler to pick up at the end in terms of getting the length right. And once again, puts it in a similar area, and Ramalama, far over the boundary again from Zishan Ali. Another Maximo there.
Right. It's just awesome hitting. And you're right, the bowler, Salman Khan, thinks he's bowling a good delivery here. He thinks he's bowling a good net, but he's not accounted for where exactly Salman or Zishan Khan is hitting these from. He is just waiting and putting it away. And that's another one. Oh, it is just a horrendous over so far. It's gone 4-6 wide, 6-6, and now another 6. It's Calypso style here in Estonia. May not get the Caribbean weather, but it's certainly getting 6s being hit like we're in the Caribbean. Salman Khan is being taken to the cleaners here. Changia Jutiya Paniya bowler no. As Zishan Ali, he's come out with the intent to go big and go big quickly. 50 on the board already with a ball to go in the third.
And this could be supersonic. How about it doesn't go supersonic?
It's timed away, and a little bit of shocking fielding from the fielder means he will get 4 runs, and it will go supersonic. Marco, you were wrong. 33 come off the over. Every legal delivery goes to the boundary. But have a look at this fielding. I mean, what are you trying to do here? That's not the way to do it at all. That's Shahid Hussain, and it's going to be 4 runs as a result of that. 54 for 1 after 3.
Well, look at that graph, 33 off that over, and yeah, the fielder there, he was doing the Lambada, just letting the ball go through there very easily. But Zishan Ali really taking Salman to the cleaners in that over, and Salman just wilting under the pressure. So the new bowler now, facing the music again, it's Barua. He's been the Rock of Gibraltar really for this team today, for the Riders.
Rupam Baru gets ready to come in again. Bowling to Panua, who's just been admiring the hitting from Zishan at the other end. And now he plays a nice looking shot himself, which is in the end well stopped there by the fielder. Done well. Salman Khan, his ball is struck well. It's bouncing around, but he gets his body in the way and makes the stop.
Indeed, and I think he did the right thing. Just after seeing his captain at the other end be hitting the ball so cleanly that he's like, okay, I'll just get you on strike. You seem to be doing pretty well. I think that's a good tactic from Panwa.
Well, Shauna in the chat. Hello, Shauna. And I can tell you, yes, the Hippos are playing today. But first, let's deal with this one. Bolle. Ginnasona. Shaka Lagya. They don't come any better than this. He's like those little wind-up toys. You wind him up and he goes boom. Shaka Lagya. 6 runs. Yeah, Shauna, nice to have you in the chat. The Hippos are playing the last match of the day, match number 30, when they take on the Tartu Wolves. They're playing their last match of the group stages. And as you know, currently sitting in 2nd position. And well, the way things are going here, with just 37 needed in 40 deliveries, it looks like they may have to settle for 2nd. It's up in the air, but this one should be taken, and it will be taken because there's safe hands out there from Hardik Prajapati. And the party is over for Zishan. He goes for the big hit to bring his 50 up. It would have been a quick one as well. Would have been up in 12 deliveries, but it's Prajapati that holds on to the catch. Well held. And Zishan is going to depart for a score of 48. And I tell you who's that batting innings was right. It was very similar to Habib when Habib is at his best.
Indeed, leading from the front. And it was with chasing a reasonably low score, scoring 48 off just 11 balls. Well, you've put your team in front. You've done everything needed. And yeah, very Habib Khan-esque in that way. And he was standing at the other end when Habib Khan scored that amazing 100 2 days ago.
Ankur Patel could do with a few runs, and he does his traditional steps right across and whips it away. I mean, it's a risky shot. We see him do this a lot. Rifat Khan is the same in the same team. And then, of course, the strikers. Cheyenne Khan is very similar. I mean, bowlers just have to get that ball full on the off peg, and you've got every chance of taking the wicket. Zabaru, 2 for 22, still got 2 balls left in his spell. He'd love to pick up another wicket here. And otherwise, if they don't get the likes of Ankur, and you've still got Rifat Khan and, of course, Safur Rahman quickly, this match is going to be done pretty soon. So it's wickets or bust, really. And that is just going to land a couple of bounces before the fielder. That's Ronnie Zaman out there. Doesn't get that out the middle. It's just going to be a single on this occasion.
Yeah, exactly, Rico. It doesn't matter what game we're calling. It doesn't matter if it's this tournament or the ladies earlier on in the week. The principles are always the same. You pitch it up on the stumps, and these batsmen like to hit across the line. And if you're pitching it up, you're giving yourself all the chance in the world to get wickets and pick up many.
This one just goes through. That's going to be the end of the spell. Arup Baru, he's had a good day, hasn't he? And he's been in the runs back-to-back 50s. He's also picked up 2 wickets here.
And that good run out as well.
Great run out as well. That will be up on the daily highlights, no doubt about it. So end for the over. The Stallions 4 overs down, 66 for 2. And saw Nufel in the chat saying Stallions never disappoint. He says he loves this team. Well, that's good news. I think they're hoping that you and many others are loving them, and they're hoping that that love can also get them to put their hands on the trophy again. And they are the current champions, the reigning champions. They love to do it back-to-back. Let's see how things go tomorrow.
Well, they are a good team to watch, and even when they go down, it was an exciting game. So they are one of the entertainers of the tournament, that is for sure. And Prajapati coming on to bowl now, little offies, and it's just coming in to the batter, who tries to swing it down leg, misses and gets hit high on the leg.
Not a bad appeal. I wonder if he's got a bit of bat onto this. So Prajapati bowling to Patel, taking the pace off. Well, that's probably not where to be. There's a fielder out there, though. But he's already gone over the rope. That's going to be 6 runs. Yes, yeah, down the leg side, that length is only going to mean one thing, and that means trouble. So that's 6. Says Guerrera, says the fielder's already decided that he's better off fetching it before he gets too far. Prajapati needs to go outside the off. That's where he stands a chance. And that's a good, clean strike. A lovely, jubbly, sweet out the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Seis queridas más. Que guay que genial, que grande. And that's a biggie from Patel.
Well, that sounded really sweet off the bat. He connected, he waited on it, didn't try to overhit it, and that went far over the boundary. And again, this time outside off stump, but too far. He does get a bit of turn, but unfortunately the line starts off just outside the tram track, so that gets called. Comes in for his fourth.
It's played out. One bounce to the fielder. Running Zaman. This time keeps his eye on it. It'll just be a single. So Panawa is just playing a kind of a... He got the opportunity to open. He thinks, you know what, I'm not an opener, I know that, but I'm here. I'm still not out. I'm doing my job. And now he will get a boundary himself. And that's a nice one. And this is where I think the opener here, Panawa, saying, I don't want to fight. I'm just going to stay here and play my shots. And this time he gets a good step into this one. Good follow through. Hits it clean on the up and gets 6 runs.
Well, he's been watching his captain do that for the first part of this innings, and now he says, well, now it's my turn. I want to get in on some of the fun too.
Goes for another one, trying to get it in the gap, and he will do. 4 more, 6 and 4 all together now in the chat. Hungry for more is Panawa. That gets played away, so 4 more runs.
Again, waiting on it, playing across the line to a ball which wasn't on the stumps, so there was not too much damage there. And at the end of that over, the Stallions moved their score on to 90 for the loss of 2. So only 8 runs needed. And I feel that this could be the over from Ronnie Taman. I don't think it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, we don't think so. Prajapati there going for 24. And we had a quick look at the Euros of women's cricket that will be happening at the Cardamom Oval. And of course, we've been blessed with some wonderful women's cricket recently. And of course, this is the big one. This is where they do it for their country. And it's going to be an absolute blast. 1st to the 20th of December at the Cardamom Oval. Do join us if you can. Cartamania taking the world by storm once again. A little bit too wide this occasion from the bowler, Ronnie Zaman. So going to be a wide.
Yeah, just outside of the tram tracks this time. So he's trying to extend the over, probably trying to roll his arm over and warm up a bit, bowl a few extra ones. But Panwa won't be holding back. He's going to want to get back into the sheds as quick as possible. Let's see what happens.
And it's going to be another wide. So the Stallions looking to take all the points and finish top of the pack here. There's nothing the Hippos can do about it. The Hippos themselves will be wanting a victory in their last match. They'll be taking on the Tatu Wolves. The Wolves, who have been getting better all the time. The Wolves will also know here as that one gets in the air though, and it's a good catch taken, nicely held. And that's where Zaman himself was doing the fielding. So Panawa, who wants a bit of a highlight, wants to try and finish things off with a big hit. And only needing a Maximo to win the game. He goes for it, but he doesn't quite get it. Just tucks him up a little bit. You see that ball does come back into him. So he's ending up hitting it from the top part of the bat, not from the middle. Good catch taken out there. Well done. He's been fielding brilliantly. I think that's Prajapati again, isn't it? He's just been sensational. He's been holding all the catches that are coming his way. But Panawa won't mind that. He's had a knock, he scores 17, and all of these little things could end up really helping the Stallions tomorrow. 17 off 8. Panawa, and new batter will come out, and well, look, we can see who it is coming out. He may just be coming out to face 1 ball, either way. And maybe it's 1 ball and out, or is it 1 ball for 6? Saif-ur-Rahman. Though Saif-ur-Rahman, I think he probably knows that's exactly what we're saying here. He's the sort of character who might just block this one, and I mean genuine block. Let's see, Zaman.
This will be interesting.
And he's almost guides it. It's almost catching practice. Catch me if you can. And it almost goes exactly as I thought. Look, he guides it straight to the fielder. Actually, he does bounce, beg your pardon. I thought it was a catching chance, but he doesn't get the boundary.
I think my money's on this one. Okay, no, he gets it through,
It's a genuine leave. So 2 dot balls. Remember, 5 required for victory. And 1-6 will do it.
He doesn't rush himself safe. He's just waiting until when it's in my zone, it's going to be gone. If it's not, I'll just let it wash past.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go. Let's see. And this time, he's happy just to play it away for a single. And he may get another chance. He may not. Saifur Rahman, that takes him to 496 runs. So he does have had the opportunity to score, make it 500. I reckon Ankush Patel is going to take it away from him. I think he's here to get out or hit the ball to the boundary. And he swings hard. He's going to get another wide. That takes a score to 95.
Well, if you have a look at Patel's grip, he's got a real bottom hand heavy grip. It's really around the bat. So everyone on the leg side are keeping their hands warm. But I think Patel will be trying to hit straight over the top of their heads, and it won't matter. Oh, yes.
Right. It's in the air, but it's catchable, you know, and it will be taken. Rupam holds on to the cat. Ronnie Zaman picks up a second wicket, and Saifur Rahman, he sort of breathes a sigh of relief because he means and he knows that he's going to get another chance to try and at least get the winning runs and perhaps finish the day past 500 runs. But Ankush Patel, I think he's a little suspect. Yeah, we know he can hit the ball very hard. He scores 19 here of the 8 deliveries that he faces, but he's been more inconsistent than consistent. You have to say that about him.
I must say, the Ronnie Zaman, we were saying it was all going to finish that over, but it was a really good over in the end. There were 3 wides from it and only 2 singles. So he's just kept the teams out there a bit longer.
How much longer? And that is right in the hitting zone of Saifur Rahman. It won't be stopped. That will be the winning runs. And Saifur Rahman, with that shot, he'll finish on exactly 5 not out. He's got a smile to his face. That means that he has scored 500 runs in this series. He was not out yesterday with back-to-back half centuries. He's not out here today in that little brief innings. It will be not just a victory for the Stallions, but they will take all the points that were available to them. 4 points to them. No surprise, really. He just felt that the Riders' score of 97 was not really going to test the Stallions too much. And I liked what Zishan Ali, the captain, did as well. Zishan, I think he's probably... he will probably pick Rupam to play the match award here because he's taken 3 wickets. He also scores a fine 48 as he goes out there. But he gave a couple of other batters the opportunity. Panawar did okay, 17 off 8, so he certainly gets a little hit out there. Krishnan, he got out early, didn't he? It was a really good catch taken there by Salman. There it is there. That was the end of Krishnan. But a good little partnership between Panawar and Zishan. But Zishan Ali, boy, did he hit the ball. He just was absolutely flying. Like I said, he reminded me of Habib Khan, the captain of the Strikers, the way he was hitting it.
Yeah, very much so. 6 big sixes, 2 boundaries, 48 off just 12. It was a real captain's knock, and the captains have been doing well in this tournament. And as I said, he was on the receiving end of a Habib special before, so Zishan Ali was probably thinking, I can do the same. And he was doing it really well, as you can see here. That one was the one that he just held out to. It was a very good catch by Hardik there.
Yeah, good catching. I think he ends up taking 3 catches eventually in the innings. And this was when Panawar decided it was his turn to open up, and he did pretty well. First he hits the 6, then he gets this one in the gap that beats Prajapati, well, in between Prajapati and Rupam to get another boundary. But he tries to go for 1 too many, and this time Prajapati holds on to the catch. But the hitting did keep coming. That was Ankush Patel, but he wanted to finish off things in style. He gets caught in the boundary, and that meant that Saifur Rahman would get the opportunity to face one more ball, and that was all he needed as he hit it to 4, and that brings up 500 for him in this series so far. And yet, of course, he knows that it's a big day to come for him tomorrow. Comfortable victory. They do that with plenty of balls still to come in the innings, and the Riders, they go down in this one, not able to pick up any points, and that really does mean that the Riders, unfortunately, are going to have to stay at the foot of the table, and the Wolves means that they go into their last match a little bit later on against the Hippos, knowing that they can't finish bottom and they've got nothing to lose as they have that battle against the Hippos. Quick look at the scorecard. Really good knock there from Zishan Ali.
Yeah, very much. We see the card there, as we can see. Zishan Ali, Panwar 17, Patel the bowlers. Salman Khan going the distance with 21.5 off his. 2 wickets for Barua, the outstanding performer for the Riders throughout the 2 games today with bat and with the ball. 2 wickets also for Ronnie Zaman in that 1 over, and it was a very good over too. But just not enough runs on the board by the Riders to really put enough pressure on the Stalin batters.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. And good performance from Zishan Ali in the end, with that fine bowling performance of 3 for 11 and that score of 48 of 12. He will pip Rupam Baru to the player of the match. So well done to him. We got a little bit of a break, of course, coming up here now. In fact, I say little, it's quite a big break. Almost an hour before the next match, which will start at 1/2 the hour. So it's time for us to take a little bit of a break, catch up with some of the players, but also time for you to maybe, well, if it's a late lunch or an early dinner, maybe with some people it's breakfast time. Well, enjoy a little snack, enjoy a meal, and then come back ready for the next match when the Strikers take on Tallinn United. We'll be back in about 55 minutes time. That's the Proctor, mi family.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as you get ready for match number 29. There's 2 more to go in the day and also in the first round of matches, with finals day of course being here tomorrow. This one is going to feature the Italian strikers taking on Italian United. The strikers got a win of course earlier in the day against the Wolves. I don't think they were at their best. The Wolves, I think if they held on to their chances, could have had more of a play in the game. Italian United, they went down though, didn't they, to the Riders in a disappointing match earlier on in the day. The Riders got 133 and it was enough for them to hold on for a victory. A quick update first of all on the coin toss news. You can see there that the Italian strikers are winning the toss and electing to have a bowl first. I'm a little bit surprised about that. I thought with them playing their last match, they would have taken the opportunity to go out there and have a good knock, trying to get a lot of their batters going. You could have even got to a point where batters start and you could retire batters out to give others a chance, but they've decided that they want to get a big win here. I can understand why, and I think this is all about trying to get 4 points here and trying to overtake the Hippos in second spot and then hope that the Wolves can do them a favour in the last match. So I do get the decision. A quick update on the weather as Marco joins me in the igloo. Marco, it's cold, there's a little bit of rain around now as well, so you would say far from ideal conditions for the game of cricket to be played.
No, it is chilly, it is drizzly, but the rain is light, so that's not going to be an issue as long as it stays like this. But yeah, not ideal conditions, and United will hope that the cold just sparks them up. Let's see. As the first ball is bowled to captain Shakil Chauhan.
Yeah, United, they're a forever changing United side. Probably the one guy who hasn't changed all the way through, and he's showing signs of it as well, is Shakil Chauhan, who of course is the captain in the absence of Sahil. But in this team, this time around, they haven't got Samir Khan, who belted 44 in the earlier match. So it's all changed again for them. And that's a pretty good delivery there from Amjad Sher, getting that ball to move around. So really, when you look at this lineup, you would feel that maybe it's only Shakil Chauhan and maybe someone like Mohammad Shoaib now to be able to get them some valuable runs. They have gone with Mahidul Islam to open up with Shakil, but Shakil once again, he's got to put a good shift in with bat and with ball, you feel. Here's Shear again, and that's a lovely delivery. Look at the movement that he gets here. You can see that Shakil is trying to go forward so he can get to the ball before the swing comes into play, but once again he gets beaten by that absolute boomerang of a delivery.
Yeah, really, really good line and length, and it's that outswing that's causing Shakil the issues. We saw in the first game, he likes to walk at the ball a little bit, and if that swing continues, it could be an issue, but it's not going to be an issue on this ball. This one is a big 6, Rama Lama Lama, far, far, far over the boundary, and that is the first 6 of the innings. 6 runs to Tallinn United. They will be hoping that that is the first of plenty.
A good hit this time. The only thing that's swinging is the ball over the boundary rope. Gets that one proper. This one, Antad tries to start it around leg and get to come back and take off, but Shakil is waiting for it, and he hits that neatly and clubs it for a big 6.
Yeah, that one Shaquille walked into well, and this one is similar, a lot higher, but it'll go over the infield. Yes, it does, and oh, I thought it was going to stop before the boundary rope, but it just makes its way over, and that's 2 boundaries now in 2 balls for Tallinn United, and the captain will want this to continue.
Good shots from Shaquille. We know he's very strong and very powerful on that offside, so he plays that well, and I think Amjad Sher's got to get this ball a little bit wider outside the off.
Yeah, that line he had before was perfect, and the end of the over, the last 3 balls, he just managed to stray on the pads, and that's exactly where Shaquille wants them, because he plays well off the body. He struggles a little bit when the ball is outside off stump and pitched up, because as I said, he walks forward to the ball. He doesn't really wait for the ball to come to him. It was certainly a good beginning to the over from Amjad Sher, and 14 runs coming off it at the end of the first over. Tallinn United on none for 14.
Yeah, it's surprising that he didn't really change there at all. Amjad Sher just kept trying to do the same thing. He wants Shaquille to miss one, but Shaquille doesn't miss them. This is the Challenger division now. This is how we start things off of the Euros of cricket in the Karma Over, 25th to the 18th of October. And remember, we'll have the Challenger division, and once that is completed, that will then, after that, we'll have the group finals. That goes Premier Division, Challenger Division, and then, of course, we go back to the finals of the group division. Before that, of course, we'll have the Melto Shield and also the Western Shield. So plenty of action to come at the Karma Oval. And talking of action, is Shuvu, Ashrafal Shuvu, who starts over number 2 with a dot ball.
Yeah, first ball to Nadul Islam, just playing it along the ground on the onside. And Shuvu coming in, bowling off, slow off spin, outside off stump, just giving the batter too much width and space and being able to hit it through the off stump. It was a nice shot over the infield, a little bit airy, but that's okay in this form of the game. You see that more often than not. That's all good in the gap, and that's 4 runs for Islam. And Shuvu just want to get that down a little bit more, down along to the batsman's feet. Similar again and again through the gap, this time all along the ground, and another 4 for Islam. So Shuvu just not quite getting his line and lengths right at the moment. He's got his hands in his head at the moment, just wondering, thinking, where should it go? Maybe they'll put the mid off a little bit wider. They have moved him back now.
I think to make the change here, Astan Amjad, who was on the boundary at mid-wicket, has come up into the circle, and they have, I think they're pushing a sweeper out the offside. They've also moved a long off pretty wide and put a straighter mid-off in play to try and stop that area.
Shuvu, and this time onto the leg side. So the offside field gets strengthened. The batter then goes leg side, but it's a dot ball, no runs there. That one Ashraful got his length perfect. So Shuvu in again. And this time just cramping the batter for room. Doesn't really get back and inside the ball, so he can't manage to get it out onto the leg side.
Yeah, it doesn't give him the width that Islam likes when he played those first 2 boundaries. It tucks him up a little bit. You can see he wants to try and work the ball on the leg side with that field being changed.
And similar again, good delivery, just cramping the batter for room, the batter going at the ball as opposed to letting the ball come, and he can just push it onto the onside, and that's the end of Shuvu's over, going for 9 runs. The score for Tallinn United at the end of 2 overs, none for 23.
Paul Kemping in the chat, and come on, strikers. And Paul obviously is the strikers man. He says good afternoon to us both. So good afternoon to you, and hello to Ghulam Mustafa as well, who's saying let's go as we do get going in this one. And hello to Phil G as well. Phil, how are you? And I'm looking forward to catching up with you in Romania. I think we're going to have some good calls there, though. Let's hope the weather's kind to us. I had a little sneak preview at the weather, and a few showers are being forecasted for our time in Romania. Let's hope that's not the case. Aslan comes on to bowl and he starts with a big wide, which Shaquille, if he wanted to, probably could have got to the other end, but decides that he doesn't want to make take any risk here at all. It's a pretty good start. He knows he's limited with other batters to come in, so it's important that these two, now that they made a start, do stay there.
Yeah, and I don't think Shaquille wants to go through for any quick singles. I think he's happy to see the ball fly over the boundary, and that was probably a good decision there, as this ball is hit high and over the infield. 2 bounces, 4 runs over deep mid on, and that's the 6th boundary of the innings so far.
Yeah, well played, good shot. This time using his feet well after being tucked up in his crease towards the end of that last over from Shuvu. He does come out and plays a nice shot. Good shot to play, safe shot to play with the field set as it is.
And this one just angled into his legs and slashed away through mid-wicket for the 7th boundary. So Islam on his merry way. On to 17 now off his 8 deliveries faced. And it wasn't not a bad delivery from the bowler, just pitching on leg stump where he would have liked that to move that across a little bit more.
Yeah, just straying a little bit too much. Ghulam Mustafa is saying to me, do I know why Sergio Chouan's not playing? Yeah, it's just work commitments. Ghulam, when I spoke to him earlier in the week, he did say to me that he wouldn't be playing for a couple of days. But I'm sure that he will make every effort to be playing tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that we will see him tomorrow, and some other players maybe coming back as well. That's been the issue for United. United is a name, but they haven't been united in their team selection. It's been a bit all over the place. That will probably reflected on where they finished in the standings, but they will be here tomorrow. And one thing that's probably, I think, already written in stone is this fixture that we're seeing here is going to be the fixture we'll see tomorrow in the Eliminator, because these two teams will finish 2nd and 3rd. And I know already that the Stallions have taken the top spot. Now the Hippos, I suppose, if they go really badly, depending on the result of this match, then if the Strikers, say, pick up 4 points here, which is, I think, their plan, then they will, for the time being, I guess, take over the position of where the Hippos are. So 4 points here would take the Strikers 1 point a bit above the Hippos in the second on 27, and then they're hoping that the Wolves can do them a big favour, because the Hippos' net run rate is far superior to that of the Strikers. So I think the only way that it won't be a Hippos and Stallions qualifying #1 is if the Wolves take all the points against the Hippos. And though I'm not saying it's impossible, it's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, so Aslan Amjad, after the first 3 deliveries, deciding to go round the wicket, creating the angle, and that worked well for him. 3 dot balls and just the single coming off the last 4 balls of that over, as we can see the Manhattan graph there, and 14 coming off the first over, 9 and 10. So at the end of the power play, United none for 33 after 3. Now the Strikers can put another 3 fielders outside of the inner ring, and I'm sure they'll make full use of that. Now it's going to be, Shakil Chauhan, the captain, facing. Is he? No, he isn't. He's still happy down at the non-strikers end. And the bowler will be Amjad Sher, coming on to bowl the 4th over of this innings. Yeah, United mixing and matching their team throughout the whole, every day of the tournament. We called them the mystery men at the beginning, because they always were bringing in new players, and that they haven't really had a settled lineup. This one hit to the fielder. It's not taken. Hard hands, and it goes down. It's cold, and the hands didn't go with the ball. It bounced out. So Maidan Islam given a life by the fielder down at wide mid-on. They only got through for a single. If they'd went off and not would have looked at the ball, they might have got an extra run as well. Shaquille this time trying to blast it past square leg. Misses all ends up.
Ball watching, wasn't he? He hit it, and you could see that the fielder was there, and he was just watching. And in the end, they only do just take the single. So that's a little bit naughty there from Islam, who survives. He's on 19. And this was a good test earlier, and got a good few earlier deliveries into Shaquille. In the air, they do set the trap, but it doesn't quite carry to the fielder who does the fielding up there. That looks like that Cheyenne up there. Oh, actually, no, it's Tarun Davala. I'm pretty sure we'll see him with the ball a little bit later. But yeah, it's that little bit of movement that Amjad Sher gets does work well, but he's got to get it in the right area. Sometimes I think, Marco, he gets too greedy. I think he wants to bowl that magical miracle ball where he starts on the legs and it takes off. But of course, because of the length he's bowling, the batters, if they're quick enough, will work him away on the leg side. Once that slower one, which gets totally miscued, and slow delivery. We'll have a look at this side on, but you'll see just how this ball just dies. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a beamer. Batter play so early, but you can see it dips a long way, and he feels that in his fingers as well because he doesn't time it well.
Yeah, now we have the captain on strike, Shaquille Chauhan, and he'll be looking to play into his strength. And let's see if we can get this outswinger going. It's a little bit short. He wants to go for the big swing down leg, but the ball just bounces over middle and leg.
That's well bowled from Amjad because he holds his cross seam. There's no swing in it. He just goes for up and down straight ball. Shaquille has played all round it, probably thinking it's going to be swinging, but it doesn't. That almost takes the top of the stumps.
Maybe they were still looking for that trap down at the square leg. Let's see. So Sher coming in, this time walking at the bowler, walking down in good connection, just misses out on the 6. The bounces just in front and the ball goes straight to me. I am happy to underarm it back to the oncoming fielder. Yeah, good shot by Captain Shaquille.
Holds the pose really well as well, doesn't he? And yeah, that one does trickle in, only trickles in to the igloo. And trickling in just a little bit like the rain is trickling down at the moment, but not too heavy. It's not going to cause any problems, I think, for the fielders or the umpires at the moment. But if it should get heavier, that could be another matter. Going at 10s at the moment, 40 on the board. They've still got all their wickets intact. I just think that this is probably the time when one of the batters has to say, hey, I'll stick around, you go ballistic. That's the plan. Not going to be easy, though, because it's Habib Khan, the hat-trick man, who comes back. Well, he slips, and that is a delightful shot from Maidul Islam. What a lovely shot this is. Wonderful stroke. Well, this one is right up there as the 1xBet shot off the match. What a lovely shot that is. Habib, what's he doing down there?
Yeah, it's a bit, he's slip sliding away. It is a bit slippery, as we said. It's drizzly, and a beautiful shot coming off the meat of the bat, playing it over the infield. One bounce for 4. Really nice, classy looking shot, even from Madul there. And he has to be careful, though, as we've seen Habib Khan. He is a slippery customer, as he proved on his feet in that first delivery. And this one also slips, but unfortunately slips outside the off stump. And Islam just lets it go through, and it's a wide and 1 extra onto the score for Tallinn United.
Yeah, needed this at the top of the order, did United, especially with the absence of Sahil Chauhan and 1 or 2 other batters. Fielder very late to react here. He does do well to make the stop in the end, actually. And that is Cheyenne. I think he was asleep here, Cheyenne. I mean, he moves so late, Marco. He does well to get there. But again, look, using the feet. I mean, I know it's cold. You don't want to use your hands. You want to keep it in your pockets. But really, I mean, these are good players. And when you think they feel and play a lot on this ground, there's no reason not to go for your hands. I know in some parts of Europe we travel and some of the players play on some rough stuff, so you can understand them not going down. That's out, I think. Unless he gets back onto it, yeah, the umpire. I like this on the umpire, actually. Look, he's thought long and hard about it, Marco, but I don't think this is gonna miss the stumps. So Habib gets another one, holds the pace back a little bit. Shaquille wants to go for his favourite flick on the leg side, and he gets himself in trouble. I think Shaquille knows he's in trouble here. He's looking at the umpire and hope he gets a lucky break, but that's low. He's not going to miss the stumps, and he's a goner. Bye-bye. And well done to Habib. The hat-trick man strikes again.
Well, as we said, Habib Khan, he's got lots of tricks up his sleeve. That one just rolled out of the hands, and also Captain Shaquille very deep in his crease, so he was hit really far back. The ball didn't have far to go, and really an easy decision there from the umpire. Pretty much plumb LBW there. So the first wicket down, as this time Habib, not bowling the leggies, decides to put a bit of pace on, and it's a top edge, and the ball flies down to the third area for a boundary. And that's Shoaib off the mark then, first ball faced with a boundary. There's only been 3 in the last 2 overs, so they do have to pick up the pace. You would think, you know, 10s, score of 100, going at 10s throughout the innings probably isn't going to be enough for against the strikers with their powerful batting lineup. But Habib Khan, he's always had answers. He's been slippery. He changes. Some are quick, some he bowls. He bowls some leggies, he bowls some quick ones. Let's see what he's going to do this one. This one's a leggy, and it's just put into the leg side for a single, and Shoaib gets off the strike and puts on the big hitting Madul Islam, who has gotten off to a good start. 27 off the 16 faced for him.
Yeah, they don't make the change in the field, and Islam he plays that nicely in the end, plays it pretty late. He's looking good, but yeah, remember they set the field to him where they put another batter out on the offside because he was cutting and playing the ball well over the top there, and Habib having to make the change there by pushing the third back, just left it as it was. So there's going to be a no boundary on this occasion. End of the over, 54 for 1.
So at the halfway mark of the innings, yeah, they're going at 10s. It's okay, they've only lost 1, so they can really fly as much as they can through the next 5 overs, can Tallinn United. And they will hope that Madul Islam just continues and maybe can not only continue but up the ante and up the pace. And they've got the hard-hitting Shoaib, who, when he gets going, can also help the run rate increase. Let's see who the next bowler is. It will be Elias Hassan next up for the strikers, bowling the 6th over.
And let's see how Hassan goes. He's a good all-rounder. He's Elias Hassan. He can contribute with bat and ball. Let's see how he starts here. And a good start. Is it up and down, and gets the dot ball in. He's one of those bowlers. He's not got a big run up, but he does like to hit the ball in the deck hard. He's not afraid to bowl a much shorter length outside the off. Of course, if the batters can cut and play, and Islam can cut the ball pretty well, and straight away, yeah, they realised that they did leave that point area uncovered on the boundary, so the fielder now does go to the point boundary as well. I think that's a good move. Goes for down the ground though. That's a good hit. That goes for 6 runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro as this one smashes in to the side screen. Guinness on our board. Badia shot. Maria Islam there. That's 4 runs. 4 carreras. Choka lag gaya. He's batting well here. He's holding things together. We've seen that a lot, haven't we, from the likes of the Riders, the Wolves, and now we're seeing it again here in this match now from United, where a batter has stuck around and got a good contribution in, but the problem's been just hasn't had anybody to stay there with him to keep the other end going. So this is going to be interesting here now. So Islam, after hitting a boundary, hands the strike back to Shoaib. Now, can Shoaib also find a way to get a boundary?
Yeah, they'd really want to see both batsmen firing now, just to lift them up lift that run rate up above 10s. They want to get to 120, 130. That'll really make a good game of it. And that one is a big hit. Ramalama far, far, far over the boundary. A big Maximo, another 6. Shayab looking good so far. This is what his teammates are wanting, and that's what he's given them.
Yeah, well struck. Well, I said, can Shoaib give a little bit of support? And he can, as he muscles that one over the mid-wicket boundary. Good hit, uses his feet very well likewise. So Hassan has got some thinking to do here. 2 more balls to come in the over. And they're just starting to up the rate a little bit. We were on sort of kind of that expected score around 100. Now it goes up into around that 110 area. Going for it again, and he'll get it. He's a strong fella, isn't he, Shoaib? So he doesn't have to swing too hard. If he gets the middle of the bat like he does here, he'll go all the way. Boom. Shaka lagya seis karera smash. Shaba shaba.
So that's a third 6 in the over. Another good connection from Shaib. And that is what they've needed. And Hassan will want to keep this a little bit further up to the batter. And he comes in again. Bit short this time again, and the fielder down there is looking as if he wants the catch, but all he is doing is picking up over the boundary, and that's another big Maximo, and just too short here from Hassan. He just gives him width, he gives him the length that he's looking for, and that's 34 for Madul. Shaib moves his score along then to 23, and after 6 overs, Tallinn United 79 runs on the board for the loss of just 1 wicket. Saw there Shakil Shahan, the captain, plum LBW from the impressive Habib. And Habib is keeping himself on, trying to keep the pressure up on the United batsman. Majul Islam facing now.
Well, that was a magical over that was badly needed. 24 coming from it, and then guess what? Who comes back? Habib, and he removes the stumps of Islam. Islam just plays the wrong shot, plays down the wrong line, and he's going to be done. Habib, really good he's been in the day. He's just been outstanding in every department of his game, with the bat, with the ball. And here we go again. Jagadipatte, the stumps are knocked over, the castle is down. Habib Khan does it again. And that's going to be the end of a useful innings from Mahadul Islam, 34 of 21.
Yeah, he was just moving around a little bit. He wasn't quite steady at the crease. He was moving, trying to give himself a bit of room and then trying to hit down the ground. The head went up and the ball did not miss. And once again, yes, Habib Khan, ever impressive. Ever impressive. So another wicket. And the new batsman now, Rajiv Haran.
And let's see how he goes. Rajiv Haran comes out to face Habib, and that's that ball that comes back into him. It's well played, actually. Rajiv Haran, he didn't really contribute too much in the earlier contest. Now he knows his role here. You got Mohammad Shoaib, who's come back into the side. We know he's a useful player, can contribute well. He's hitting the ball nicely, and it gets done by the change-up from Habib. Change of pace, change of line, gets a dot ball in here. Whenever they look like they're in a spot or bother, Habib comes on and he produces a good over and gets them back on top. Still that 120 expected, but they have lost one top player. High in the air, catching opportunity. Habib says, leave it to me. The wicketkeeper doesn't want to give it up. Oh, that is just crazy. I've never seen anything like it. They're fighting for it in the middle. The captain, Habib, he wants it. The wicketkeeper says, get out of here. Rashid, he says, I've got the gloves on his mind, and they're fighting. They're throwing handbags at each other and everything. And in the end, well, it's just, I've never seen anything quite like it. I've never seen, this is a good look at it. Look, I've never seen anything quite like it. They just won't give up. And in the end, that could have been nasty. Habib could have been taken out.
Yeah, Habib nearly wore one in the mouth from the wicketkeeper's gloves there. Again, I didn't hear a loud shout of mine. That would have cleared up any confusion.
They ran 2 as well. Can you believe they ran 2 to that?
He did hit it high. He did hit it very high. And That ball just hit back to Habib the bowler, and Habib looks up at the wicketkeeper and gives him a wry smile. I think there might be words after this game's done, but Habib Khan bowls his 2 overs for 17, and at the end of the 7th, the score is 82 for 2 for Tallinn United.
Yeah, it's a very good over there from Habib. This is where we are, of course, in these events. And, of course, Romania. I know Phil G will be making his way there. He'll start things off with me there on Monday. We've got the Medina Cup. England, Hornchurch, ready to go there. It's time to get horny in Hornchurch. And then also we've got cricket in Czechia and in Finland. Getting set to go here. And Arslan Amjad to bowl this, the 8th over, 82 then for 2. They've got wickets in hand to have a really big push in the last 18. Arslan, so it gets played away, should be stopped, and it's, well, not happy about something here. You can see that the wild thing, not really sure what. He's protesting about something, not sure what it is. And let's have a look at this. This gets played. I think he's just, it takes a nasty bounce. He still holds on to it, but yeah, just giving that little bit of a complaint.
Well, he stopped the ball, so he did well. Nothing really to complain about. If the ball bounces funny, the ball bounces funny.
Well, he makes a stop this time. And hey, here's one for you. 1877, the second lowest total in first-class cricket was recorded. Oxford University were sent tumbling for just 12 by the MCC at Oxford. That takes me on to a question, actually, and I'm going to put this out there for the chat. So we know that was, it says the second lowest total. It was 12, and it's when Oxford University was skittled there by the MCC at Oxford. So my question is, can anybody tell me what was the lowest first-class score? And you get some extra brownie points from me if you can name the match and the year. So we'll leave that out there. We'll come back with the answer a little bit later at some point during this match. He just leans the bat at this mark. Cody's lucky that he does manage to get this over the bowler, Arslan.
Yeah, Arslan really creating a big angle, and the batsman really had to reach for it. He just really paddled it over the top, just in the hole. There was never anyone there, so they managed to get through for an easy single, but it did look quite humorous from this end. But you see the big angle created by the bowler, and this one is slow and wide, and it gets hit over the boundary. Ramalama, far, far, far over the boundary for another Maximo, and Shaib continues on his merry way. And United need a few more from where this came from.
Well, Mohammed Shoaib, we know that he can get big when he has to. We've seen that before. When other batters around him do fall over, he comes back with some big hits. He's doing it here now at the moment. 32 of 10 deliveries. You've got to see him go on pretty early. This one is going to be worked away as well as Arslan tries to tuck him up. And the fielder, well, does the splits, does everything in the process of stopping the ball. Does Tarun Devala. He will eventually stop it, but the batters will come back for a couple.
And that's the end of the 8th over, 2 for 93. Yeah, there was some fancy footwork and some slip sliding away, but the fielder manages to stop it and keep it inside the boundary. And we can see there the worm graph, the wickets doing what the wickets do, bringing the run rate down. The United team trying to bring that worm back in the upward trajectory.
So once again there, we'll reveal the answer at some point during the reply from the strikers. So what is the lowest first-class innings score? I'll leave that out there with you to come back with that one. It was a few years ago.
I'm interested in the answer here. I mean, test match, I could tell you, but first class, no idea.
Here we go. Devala, a good choice to get Tarun to bowl this one. After stretching by doing the splits, he's going to bowl the next over. And he gets a good Yorker in here. Actually pretty well played. And, well, the fielder who's chasing after this, well, who is that? Because he's hobbling. It's Gul Zaman. He's hobbling all over the place getting there. So now he's warming up his shoulders, almost like saying, I can't run, Captain, but look, how about giving me a bowl? Well, it might do.
Well, he's warming up. He's definitely sending the signs. I would like to see a replay of that shot, actually. The batsman batter just playing a little French cut in between his legs, a little Harlem Globetrotter trick in a way, but well fielded behind square leg. Divala coming in for his second ball shortly. Shaib waiting ever so patiently.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah,
that's
the
a nasty
legs fall
fall.
out from under him.
That's a nasty fall. Tarun goes down here. I mean,
He looks
he's,
okay.
He's giving the thumbs up, but he goes down like a sack of potatoes. Get him a girgia. Oh, that was... Just look at the way that foot went there. Now, we have had a little bit of rain, of course, but that's the first. It's still drizzling a tad, but I see that the two umpires are now coming together here because, of course, look, the last thing that you want is an injury. That didn't look good.
No, and that is, the umpires do have to be very careful of that. It's the number one concern, is to make sure that the players are safe.
That's a very nasty fall. I mean, the good thing is he gets up straight away. You can see the umpires, they're talking to the captain, Habib, and I think that's very good umpiring. You can see that umpire Kroot having a chat, the two umpires having a chat with the captain. Habib is saying, look, we're okay. The bowler saying he's okay. The batters, of course, they're happy with it. So everybody's been asked to say, no, we're good to go. But that's got to be in the back of the mind now here of the bowler, Divala. He's going to try coming from the other side of the pitch to see if that's any better.
It'll be interesting to see how he manages. He stays on his feet. That's good to see. He looks fine.
It's an interesting one, Mark. I don't know about yourself, but I hated playing in the rain. I hated it. I think most bowlers did. I'm a quick bowler. I know you're a quick left-arm bowler. Me, right arm over, charging in. If the ball was wet, I just always struggled, and I always had a little bit of doubt in my mind about when I'm landing my foot. I didn't want to slip. I also had quite an unusual action. I didn't land firmly on my foot. My ankle was always slightly tilted. So if I was going to go, I was going to go. And then, of course, you're holding the wet ball as well, which gets heavier. You know, the old leather ball, the red ball, which you hardly ever see these days. Well, I don't. But I used to hate it. So I can understand that Divala must be really playing in his mind as he comes in again here.
It is uncomfortable as a bowler, and you don't want to have those thoughts on your mind. You just want to be concentrating on what you want to do. You don't want to be thinking about where your feet is landing. And look, growing up in Perth, I always hated playing in rain. In Perth, it hardly ever happened. But then playing 25 years in Vienna, it happened a little bit more often.
Yeah, a couple of answers there coming in the chat. We've had a 10, we've had a 6. Keep them coming. I will review as that one gets muscled away. And, of course, that always then starts the question saying, well, what about on the European Cricket Network? What is the lowest? And, Marco, do you know what it is?
Let me guess. 12.
It's a good guess, but you're 6 too many. It was 6. It was, of course, in Malta when it was the Malta Super Kings who batted first and put 200 on the board. And, of course, Gozo CC were bowled out for 6. High in the air, catching chance. The fielder has dropped it. Comes charging in. Probably goes a little bit further than what he had to. And then down it goes. That's Dana. Damarajan comes in. He was keen, wasn't he? I like the fact he was keen, but he actually runs too far. It's another opportunity to remove the batter, and it's not going to be taken. So it's, they take the single there as well. So Shoaib gets dropped and stays on strike.
Good to see Divala get out of that over after slipping over on that second delivery. So good comeback. Only the one boundary coming off it, and 10 runs off the over. So, or 9 runs off the over. 103 after 9. Yeah, good to see that there was no damage done with that slip.
Yeah, well done to him as well. You're right. Well done to him. Well done to the captain. Well done to the umpires. They deal with it well. But of course, look, I know it's not heavy. We keep saying that it's not heavy, and you probably don't see it so well on your screens back home. But if you take a good look at the side screen and keep an eye on it, you'll see that it's raining fairly, not heavy, but consistently. So as it continues, they will get to a point where it might just get too much. Oh, what's happened here? Has he hit this into the wicket-keeper? Because it certainly looked like a double deflection. Wide's been called, so it's probably not been touched at all by the batter. But, yeah, just gave it that illusion. But well done to the keeper there. That's Rashid Mahmood. At least he has stopped that ball going for extras, or more than the one wide.
It bounces quite hard off his chest down the leg side as Ashraful comes in to bowl the second ball of this last over, and played easily down just to mid-off for a single. Yeah, it doesn't look like much on the screen, but it does accumulate on the pitch. And yeah, I was lucky as a bowler. I didn't have much of a jump. I generally just ran through and had a quick arm action, so it didn't generally bother me too much, luckily. But here we are back to here, and Ashraful, a good delivery there, just ball coming in and getting past the batsman, and well stopped by the keeper. So
Chuvu, I like Chuvu, you know. When he gets it right, when he keeps his body nice and upright and doesn't collapse on himself, he bowls a good length. And there it is again, because it comes quite wide. I mean, left arm round, it comes pretty wide, darts that ball in. It's just one of those that batters don't like. They don't like that ball coming into their pads.
Well, he varies his pace as well. That one, it just came through a little bit quicker, and that just cramped the batter up, and he could only squeeze it through for a single. So in again, full toss, but low, and just hit down the ground, along the ground, and only a single.
Yeah, they're just fallen away, haven't they? I mean, they had that big over when Hassan got hit for 24. But fair play, Habib then came back with one that went for 3. Arslan's went for 11. Devala picked himself up and bowled a good one only for 10. And this is a good one here from Shuvu.
Shuvu again, yeah. It's only the one. Oh, and again on the feet, cramping the batter.
Yeah, well, it's one of those where, I mean, it's probably quite easy to criticise the batter where you say, hey, look, you know, why don't you leave those alone? And because I think if that's a wide, it's also one that I don't think that Mahmood is going to stop behind the stumps. But he spoils it. Let's have a look at this again. He does get the bat down. It stays down, so it's going to be just another run as Krup Patel checks that the stumps are okay from his end. And his partner in crime at the other end gets them nice and straight. The umpires, have to say, have done a wonderful job. Krut is out there, and he's got Dulutha with him as well. We saw Dulutha doing some of the women's games. It's a bit of a swing and a miss. And that will be the end of the innings. So it's not going to be a high-scoring chase again. Tallinn United, they do stick around. Apologies for the graphics. Just gone off for a moment. We will give you an updated score there, but I'm not going to hazard a guess at the moment. It will come up when we go through the scorecards. Just having a look now if anything's coming up here. I think 108 is the score for 3 wickets down. So they just weren't able to, even that expected score for most of the way through, was staying around that 112 to 118. At one point, it did go up to the 120, but they just weren't able to keep that going. And well done also to the strikers. They didn't have it easy out there in the field. The bowlers must have struggled with the ball. We know that we saw one or two of the fielders also slip and slide, but they restricted it well, and the strikers will be looking to go for the kill here. They're wanting 4 points, and they're wanting the Wolves to do him a big favour in the final match of the day when they take on the Tallinn Hippos. That, though, was a glorious shot, but that's the first time that we saw any signs of a bowler going down Habib. But he did come back with a great LBW, good delivery. He always comes back. And then, of course, remember when there was that massive over when we saw 24 come off Hassan. I think this was the brutal attack we saw in that over that went magical. Who comes back on? Habib. And what does he do? Yep, he knocks the stumps over. I think you'll see it coming up here now. He just always is in the game, isn't he?
Yeah, he just steadies the ship for the team. He leads from the front. That was a real mix-up. I'm sure there's going to be words said now that they're off the field, and so there should be. But yeah, we don't like to see that, but it was a really good comeback from the bowler after that slip. Thankfully, he wasn't hurt at all. Yeah, Habib leading from the front again, and just that one big over, and the Tallinn United couldn't get on top of the strikers bowlers. Uncomfortable conditions for the strikers in the field, so they did do well. And we'll see you in about 10 minutes with the reply. The strikers will be needing 109 to win this game. So see you soon on ECN.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So hello and welcome back. It is a steady drizzle out here, and it's uncomfortable for the fielding team, and let's think about the umpires as well. I'm sure they've had more comfortable days out there as well, but they've decided to keep on playing, and we're happy with that. I hope that the bowlers all stay on their feet and everybody stays nice and healthy. So we had some issues with the score at the end, but Tallinn United, it's official, 109 runs they put on the board. Tallinn Strikers will need 110. If they can they'll be trying to get that within the 7 overs. And if United can restrict them to 76, then it's all the bonus points. But the Strikers will be looking for all 4 points. That'll put a bit of pressure on the Hippos for that last game to make sure that there's no slip-ups. If there are any slip-ups from the Hippos, then they could miss out on that all-important second place, which of course gives them the extra chance of a game. And I'd like to welcome Rico back into the dry igloo. That's one of the nice things in the commentary box.
It is dry, but it's cold, as that one's come out completely wrong. And you can see the way that ball's come out of the hand there from the bowler. This is Mahmood Al-Manan. It's just trying to grip hold of it. Of course, they're starting with a new ball anyway, so you've got cold fingers, maybe wet fingers. It is raining, so this is going to be a real tough battle for the bowlers to try and get the ball in the right areas.
I hazard a guess it's going to be a tough battle all round for those in the field, but that El Manan bowls very well, kept up.
Yeah,
Amjad Sher just not really seeing that, getting to the pitch of it, not being able to do anything. So good start to the over by Al-Manan. Let's hope he can continue in that vein. It's not easy for him out there, that's for sure. But this one is hit high and mighty over mid-on for a big Maximo Ramalama, far over the boundary. And that's the first 6 for the Tallinn Strikers.
Yeah, big hit. I just don't know what the plan is here for Mahmood Al-Manan. So he's coming around the wicket, and the danger always there is that you can stray to the leg side on the pads. But also, I think it takes the LBW kind of out of the equation. So Amjad Sher is probably thinking, I'm just going to step down and hit through this ball. So you see, that's the oh dear, and the wicketkeeper doesn't want to get dirty. It's going to just sit there for somebody to get there. They quite easily could go for more runs if they chose to. In the end, they're not gonna. They're just gonna take the 2 wides. They quite easily could have made that 4, run 3, and take 1 for the wider side, because there's nobody there. Once the wicketkeeper puts that pretty poor effort in, that's Ansel Fernandez, I believe, is the wicketkeeper. Fernandez, that's correct. So he doesn't stop it. They'll run 2, 3 on the board because of the wides. But yeah, I think he's got to be thinking about trying to come over the wicket. You see there, that just easy hitting. You've got a quality batter out there in Amjad Sher. You're bowling round the wicket. Everything's going to be around that pad area. And all Amjad is going to do is put the foot down. There we go. Bang. Boom. Shakalagya. He's got to get a change of plan here pretty quickly, does Manan.
Yeah, he'll put that over the leg side boundary all day long if you keep bowling it there. And, I mean, if Al-Manan does want to keep this line, then he's going to just have to drag his line more outside off stump. So Sher will have to then reach for it a little bit more. At the moment, it's right in his hitting arc. And it's, yeah, you can see even the batsman trying to dry his bat. So that pretty much suggests everything. It's Al-Manan now. And again, every second one seems to go through, and again through the keeper's legs, and this to the boundary. That's 4 wides.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery, and you can see Fernandez, he's not getting his footwork very, very right here at all, is he? He can't get to it. That's going to go past him as well. And it's going to be more runs. And just not getting anything right here at all. And, well, maybe Fernandez in his spare time is a private dancer, but he can't get his footwork going at the moment, can he? Just another reference to, of course, a Tina Turner song. Of course, on a day that we talk about Tina Turner and her songs, because, of course, she passed away in 2023 in the age of 83. Well, it was a catching chance, and Manan would almost, even though the over's going to go magical, could have picked up the wicket, but the fielder on a cold, wet and damp day just didn't want to get his hands into it. Look, he was never going to take that catch, Bhupendra Verma.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to. He didn't want to be under it at all. And there's another chance, but this one is way over the boundary. Good connection from Captain Khan there. And Manan ending his over with a big 6 going to the Captain Khan.
I don't think it's over yet, actually. There's still more to come. So it could end up being a supersonic one. That's 28. There's still a ball to go here for Manan.
Oh, you can just sense all the fielders are like, oh, what are we doing here? This is hard. This is hard work. And Manan pushes it down the leg side as the batters go through for a single.
This time, I think this is where Habib says, all right, get down the other end. It's my turn to have a go at this. He said, come on, jaldi kar, bhaj, udhar ja. I want to have a go. And they will change over. So 30 on the board. It's gone supersonic as the over. It is still that one ball to go.
Share facing.
Oh,
a big swing, and that's Rama Lama Lama far over the boundary on the leg side, and that's another big Maximo. So supersonic and a bit. 36 runs off the over. So the Tallinn strikers well on the way.
Well, Manan is gone for 36. It's not quite the 6 sixes. If it was, it would have been a lot shorter. The over, it had a little bit of everything. It's what you would call not just a bowler's nightmare, but a scorer's nightmare as well. Trying to get all of that in a little bit of space they give you in the scorer's book. But anyway, I'm sure they dealt with it pretty well. 36 off the first, 96% to 4% in favour of the strikers here. There was a few questions in the chat. One was from Monty, was saying, can anybody tell me what's been the sort of average run rate per over? I'll give you an answer to that. As this is up and it's going to get over Shaquille. It's another one that kind of makes his way to where we are as young Henry Patterson comes across and does the fielding. Good afternoon to you, Henry. Henry, of course, probably warming up for their next match. Well, you better warm up because it's going to be cold out there. Yeah, at the start of today, the average score was around about that 12.6 here. So that's 12.6 per over, which is about more or less sort of what we've been seeing here today. We haven't seen any big score. And I think the reason why we haven't perhaps seen the big scores, Marco, is the teams that we know are capable of going big have elected to chase in most of the matches, and that's because I think they feel that that's where it's more likely that you can pick up the 4 points. And I think that's exactly because I was a little bit surprised that the strikers didn't bat first in this one, and because you can see the rate they've started at. Can you imagine to go at that rate all the way through? It could have been a huge score, but I think they just feel that if we can skittle a team out first, we know what we have to get and when we have to get it to get all the points. This is up in the air, and Manan, well, there he is. He does make the stop this time. I think the other fielders were having a look and probably didn't fancy it. And Manan, fair play to him after being smashed for 36. He does make the stop and stop someone going over the boundary. This is the bowling now of Vaikath.
Yeah, good piece of fielding in there. Vaikath comes in to share, and that one sounded very good off the bat. That's over the boundary for another Maximo. Rama Lama Lama far over the boundary into the dressing room sheds out there. It's a long, long shot, and Vekath in the batter's hitting arc. And another big 6. Yeah, their strikers aren't here for a long time. They're here for a good time.
Yeah, and just hitting it clean at the moment. Here's Amjad Sher, of course. We didn't see him at the beginning of the tournament. He's come over. The likes of Nicholas Sutherland and Jordan O'Brien from Helsinki, but he's enjoying himself. That's a slightly better delivery. It's fuller. You can see Amjad was already looking to latch onto it if it was anywhere near the leg side, but has to change his shot. And well done to Vikath. At least he gets that one right. So one more to come in the over, but it's still been a decent over. 16 off it. Have a look at the score. 50 on the board already with a ball to go in the second. So the strikers showing their strengths in this one, and that one's played out in the offside. Beautifully played, and that is, well, we like to call that, it is smooth and swift through the outfield like our mobility partner Microlino. Meep meep as it gets through. Lovely shot, beautiful placement. Cuatro carreras más. And that's Habib getting a boundary as well. 56 without loss after just 2 overs.
Yeah, nice stylish shot there from Habib Khan. And we were just talking in the break of, playing in this sort of conditions, it becomes difficult for the bowler because you just want to concentrate on what you have to do, and now you're thinking about where your feet's landing, how slippery things are, so it just makes things harder. Apart from being uncomfortable and all the rest, there's just more to think about from a bowler's perspective, and in this format there's enough to think about for the bowlers anyway, I would hazard to guess. But Amjad Sher now facing, and he'll be facing the first ball from Shaib.
Well, Shaib, at least he gets... Oh, that's a late call from the umpire. I must feel that's called by the umpire, Duluth, but I feel that this one, yeah, I suppose it could go either way. I thought it might have caught just a little bit on the line on the way through.
I think it was just on the outside. So you were telling me about your days playing. Who were some of the players when like the first players when you started that really captured your imagination? Because I always find that so important as this ball is hit down the ground for another 4 from Amjad. So he's not hanging around. It moves his score along to 32.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think I would say that I got into the sport of cricket not because of, other players that I'd seen or heard of. It wasn't the case of, I want to be like that person because he plays. With me, it's that one, probably another wide it will be, is the rain just starts to get a little bit heavier here. I think cricket for me was, I remember that one of my physics teacher when I started high school was basically a player, and his club where he played were having kind of an open sort of day for juniors to come along, and he just kept on going on about it in his classes for a week or two. And could be a run out. In comes the throw. That's gone. Brilliant play. Absolutely superb. Well, just hold the thought on my story for a moment, because we see something spectacular as it's going to be Habib Khan who's going to go. But just have a look at this. This is your 1xBet play off the match. That is just brilliant, outstanding work. Going to be run out. The fielding is top draw, just top draw. That's worth looking at again. It's a fantastic moment. Well, not too many bad things have happened when Habib's been out there, but this time round, well, maybe that's one way to get him. He's going to go for 17, but it's all to do with some top quality fielding. Let's have a look at this again as Habib makes his way back. That's the way it goes sometimes, but look at this. It's been hit well. It's a brilliant pickup. In comes the throw. That's superbly well done by Nazmul Haq. And then Shoaib does the rest.
And it was actually good backing up by Shaib. Good work, because the ball is slippery and wet. It's just coming off a slippery outfield. He manages to gather, hit the stumps, and get the wicket as this ball gets up and falls into the hole between 3 converging fielders behind the bowler. Doesn't get to the boundary, but good work on the ball before, and Shaib, you can see him there drying the ball And that is the challenge in these conditions. So well done on the run out and well done on that ball as well by the fielder down on the straight boundary. That one goes through everyone.
Yeah, well, it's once again Fernandez who's just trying to stop balls with his feet at the moment. He's the lucky one out there. He's got gloves on. He's not like some of the other fielders who ain't got the hand warmers on. He's got the gloves and he still doesn't want to use his hands. It's going to be another bye. Yeah, that last one went right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. I'll finish my story maybe after this delivery from Shoaib. He's been a bit unlucky. That's good areas. Started to ask the question, but Shoaib then looks around and sees that Fernandez doesn't take the catch. Yeah, so my PE teacher got me to go to the Open, even me and a few of the other lads. We just loved it. We loved the game. We loved playing the team sport, loved the environment, loved the atmosphere. And I think it was only once I started playing that I then started to watch the professionals play. And I think in those days, that's hit nicely down the ground. Watch the second bounce. Well done by Shaquille. Yeah, and of course in those days my uncles and that used to talk to me about the likes of Sunil Gavaskar and the likes of Kapil Dev. And then I was watching them. I used to like the all-rounders because I was a bit of an all-rounder myself. And then, of course, for me, I suppose somebody like Ian Botham was just fantastic. You know, he made things happen. But, yeah, I just loved the game, loved the sport, and just wanted to play. And every bit of spare time that I had, I did play. It was wonderful growing up. And, you know, I've said this before, cricket wasn't just a sport. Cricket became kind of a way of life, you know. It was the social environment, the environment at the ground, the way that everybody got on at the ground. It was a big family affair, and that's the way I like to see the game now. That's certainly the way that I see the game when it comes to European Cricket Network, you know, from everybody here at the ground to, of course, all of you folks at home or wherever you are watching in from. You're all part of a growing European family, and I just think we all together are doing a fantastic job.
Well, European cricket has always been a big family network, everybody trying to support each other. And with the introduction of ECN 5 years ago, that family has just become larger and bigger, and that's been beautiful to see. And the new bowler now, Rana Rashid, this one just short outside off stump, and the batter, Arslan Amjad, leans back and cuts it away behind point for a boundary. So the Tallinn Strikers now 70 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Yeah, and I think the family aspect is something I can 100% relate to. That's something I felt probably more in Europe, really, than growing up playing cricket in Australia. That was a different vibe. So Rashid coming in, second ball of his over. This one hit towards us, and that's going to be a big 6, a big Maximo, Rama Lama Lama, far to us. And that's another boundary for Arslan Amjad. He gets good connection on that. The bowler, Rana Rashid, just over pitching a little bit, and that ball going straight into Arslan's hitting arc. And this one played away, some nice footwork there in the mid-wicket area. Gets the ball in, and it's just going to be a single. So that brings Amjad Sher onto strike.
Yeah, he's gone well, hasn't he? He hasn't had as much as a strike as he would like to have, but hit the ball well. And he's going to get that in the gap between the two men on the boundary. It's going to be 6 more for him. Balle kinna sona shaka lagya 6 karera smash to Amjad. Well, we saw him get close to a half century himself, as he did get to a score in the 40s. But he hits that one pretty well. Has he got Tenduri written on the back of his shirt, by the way?
He does, yeah.
I just noticed that now. Tenduri, well, we'll have to find what's the story about the wild thing with Tenduri on his back. I like a bit of tender. You like a bit of tender?
Absolutely. It's been making me hungry.
I know it's not the last match, but we can talk Indian food.
So Rashid in again just a little bit short and swiped over the boundary for another 6, another Maximo. And Amjad Sher continues on his merry way, bringing his personal total up to 46 now off just 15 deliveries, and the Tallinn Strikers moving up to 89 and ever closer and very quickly toward the Tallinn United score of 109.
It's just, I've got to say, just hit me deliveries at the moment. They're not bowling to a plan, and there it is, and he will raise the bat as he will get to a 50. Amjad Sher. Well, it's only a short journey from Helsinki to here. He's made the journey, and now he's got runs on the board of 50. A fine 50 comes off just 16 deliveries. Shaba. Excellent batting. बहुत बढ़िया batting कीती आपने Amjad Sher ने, and he's done it in style, isn't he? 7 sixes and just the 1-4 on his way to that 52. It's the end of the over, and it looks like the Strikers are going to get there with ease.
With ease and very quickly, and I think even Tallinn United would be happy if the Strikers get there quickly so they can get off the field and get dry.
Here it is. So said that Oxford University were bowled out for just 12 by the MCC, and that was the second lowest score, but the lowest was, there you have it, there at the Oval. No, it wasn't the Oval, it was at Lord's, wasn't it, when it was the Bees who scored just a 6 against England. It was a 2 innings aside match. They did all right in the first innings, but in their second innings, they were bowled out for just 6. So that's very, of course, identical to the lowest score that we've had here on the European Cricket Network as well. Goes OCC, also only made 6.
So this is a new bowler I haven't seen this week yet, Faz Chitsa. So we haven't seen Faz yet. This is his first over. And the first ball just going for a single. A few wayward, or one wayward one since then.
Well, Chitsa getting a chance here, but I get the feeling that the Strikers are looking to finish things off in this over, and that's going to be, well, it's a no ball once again. Fernandez, who's can't stop it with his feet. And I've never seen a keeper put the gloves on their feet instead of their hands, and I think Fernandez could be one who could try to do that, because he hasn't tried to use the gloves at all there, and that will be, I believe that's going to be a no ball, isn't it? Because I think that was missing the pitch. No ball. Well, it's been given, is it given a no ball or what? Yeah, no ball it has been given, and that's worked away. There's nobody back there. It's going to be 4 more runs. They've kind of given this up, haven't they? Have Tallinn United. I think they're giving maybe 1 or 2 other players a chance. They've accepted the fact that tomorrow that they will, I mean, they are going to make it into the top 4, and we get the feeling, in fact, I'm certain that it could be the fixture. We can't say 100% sure, because there is still a possibility that the Strikers here, who are going to take 4 points, and temporarily it could be take second spot, the 1 point ahead of the Hippos. Hippos play later. They play the last match, and they play the Wolves. So as long as they pick up a point, because I think that the net run rate also for the Tallinn Hippos, if the team's on the same number of points, is going to be far superior to the Strikers, even though the Strikers are going to win this by a big margin. But it could be these 2 teams that will be playing in the eliminator tomorrow. Here comes Chitsa. Can he have a highlight for himself? A wicket, that will be good. And probably not going to get it with that one. The 2 umpires looking at each other. I think they're checking the height. And this is where I think Crute is saying, no, height is okay on there. So it's just going to be a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, that just drops below waist height. So no ball, just the wide. Let's see what Faz can do on this one. I get the feeling that we might be getting a catch here, Rico.
All right, you reckon? I'm ready. I'm ready.
Keep those hands warm.
I'm ready. save the equipment and take the catch. Let's have a look.
That's the one.
That's just been pushed away onto the leg side. It will go to the boundary, and that will be it. It's done, it's dusted. Aslan Amjad will get another boundary. He'll finish on 17 or 7, but, well, this innings belongs to Amjad Sher, who does finally get a half century, 57 unbeaten of 19 deliveries, and that match is done and dusted inside of the 5 overs. They'll do it with 32 balls to go.
That you could tell Thailand United wanted to get that game over and done with. You could tell just by the vibe of the wicketkeeper Ansel Fernandez. He watching the ball just go past him consistently, and unfortunately Thailand United just never had enough runs on the board. And yep, it's cold, and yep, it's drizzly and wet and all the rest, but the strikers in the end just too much. And we can see the next game coming up, the Tallinn Hippos against the Tartua Wolves. You can see the Hippos bringing in Rudesh Sekaran and Malcolm Sedgwick, and the Tartua Wolves bringing in Ali Raza and Mohammad Irfan for their last game of this tournament for the Wolves. And we can see here some wayward sort of bowling and some cold and wet fielding and some big hitting from the strikers as they consistently hit the ball over the boundary. There was some clean hitting from Amjad Sher, most definitely. There wasn't any moments of danger really. That was a good chop. This was the best piece of fielding. The good piece of fielding there, thrown in, well taken. And that left the batter short of his ground. And that was the one striker's wicket to go down in that innings.
Yeah, it's the one real highlight, Marco, that they got really. I suppose the batting of Shoaib, 42 or 14, was something that was good. It was good to see from Islam also came in and scored 34. But it has to be said, in the field, other than that run out, which, well, you never know, it might make it as HCL Software Player of the Day, because it was fantastic. That was Nazm al-Haq, who did a great bit of fielding. And when you think of all the other issues that the fielders have had out there, you know, I mean, most of the time it wasn't issues, it was the case of they didn't want to get their hands in the way. You know, a few people commenting about Fernandez behind the stumps, just, you know, you could see from his body language, they just didn't want to be there. But then Nazm al-Haq, he just pulls off that superb bit of fielding, great pickup, great throw, great run out. So that's going to be a highlight, but that's about it. For the strikers, their highlight is Amjad Sher, 57 of 19. They'll be happy that he's come good just before the start of finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. So they extend the length of their batting lineup with that, with Amjad getting his eye in there. We can see from the bowlers, not much to write home about. The first over going for 36, and it never really got better from there. We had Vakath 20 off 1. Everyone just bowled 1. Faz Chitsa at the end with 4 balls for 13. Rashid also going for 29 off his over. And Shoaib, the 1 over that went for less than 10. 9 runs. So well done for him. As you can see, the only wicket falling with the score on 62. So it was a difficult game, but the strikers just having too much for Tallinn United. And this puts the strikers 1 point in front of the Hippos in second position. The way things stand, with the Hippos still having one more game to play, the next game up against the Tartua Wolves. And barring any slip-ups, you would think that the Hippos will, in the end, get back their second place and get back that extra chance in the finals.
Yeah, that's the plan, isn't it? You can see that the strikers, they've done all they can do. They wanted the 4 points. They wanted to leapfrog the Hippos. They've done that. I think a lot of that was down to the Hippos not having the best of days yesterday when they lost both their matches. But they've got to come back strong here and at least get that win over the Wolves. And if they can do that, great. A point should see them through, so even if they go down to pick up a point, but if the Wolves can pull off something sensational and take all the points from that match, then it will be the Italian strikers that will be in that qualifying number 1 against the Stallions. So big match to come up. That's going to be coming up in about 35 minutes time. So I don't know about you, Marco, but I need a hot drink. I think we're going to get ourselves a hot drink. We'll warm ourselves up, and then we'll be ready to talk you through the last match of the day here. And it'll be my last match here in Estonia this time around, because tomorrow morning I'll have to pack up and via Riga make my way to Romania to start things off there on the Monday morning. So let's have some fun in the last match, and let's have some random questions, and let's talk about some of the lovely parts of this country, Estonia, and of course its capital, Tallinn. So join us back in about 30 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for the final match of the day, and it's the Hippos that are taking on the Wolves. It's a big one for the Hippos. They don't want to slip up. They definitely want to get something out of this contest against the Wolves. The Wolves, well, earlier we did see them go down, but they're a fighting side. They're picking themselves up and seeing if they can finish on a high themselves. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Telling Hippos to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
Heads. We'll have a bowl.
The Hippos will have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tyrone Peters and Stuart Hook out there for the coin toss, and a good reason for that. There's no Dave Robertson playing in the side. There's also no Stefan Gooch, and Nicholas Salonen also not playing in this one. So we're going to get to see a few more new players there for the Hippos as well. He's won the toss and deciding that he will have a bowl first. So he's fancying setting a score, then having his batters go out there and knock those off. That's his plan. Anyway, he's still got some good players in there. Jordan O'Brien has been in very good form. I'm expecting maybe Jordan O'Brien and Stuart Hook himself going out there to bat and try and get a good score or chase the score down, whatever it is. But their bowlers are going to be key. One thing I liked about the Hippos is they've got a number of options for bowlers depending on what they feel the need is. I think Malcolm Sedgwick has bowled really well. We've also seen Romeo picking up wickets in a player of the match performance as well. And that's what they're going to be doing here all the time. I'm also expecting somebody with conditions like today. Also, you can see it's still drizzling, it's a little bit wet. So I don't think the quick bowlers are going to be key. So somebody like Vislapu, it could be his day with the ball as well. The Wolves, the big news for them is they do get Ali Raza back in the side. Now, Ali Raza is not 100% fit, but with him in the side, maybe he can get a good partnership going there with Usman Senior. But one guy that's been great at the moment has been Sanu Marji. Remember, we've now seen him do 2 times back-to-back 50, so he's going to be a key player in this one. But can the Wolves cause a bit of an upset? Can they cause a surprise? Will they win another match, their second match, or will it be the Hippos go back to winning ways? Remember, the Hippos did lose both their matches yesterday. It's my last match also, so I'm going to enjoy doing this one with Marco. I want to say a big thank you to the Federation here in Estonia. Like they did last year, they've made us feel very welcome. Hospitality has been great, and certainly would like to go out with a very exciting match. So without further ado, let's go straight over to Marco for the start of the first ball. And it will be the Hippos that will be in the field having a bowl.
Thank you very much, Rico. Yes, welcome back. The last game of today. The drizzle has subsided, so it's a bit drier. It'll still be a bit damp on the pitch, so the bowlers should just be wary of that as the umpires and teams make their way onto the oval for the beginning. We have had a slight change. We mentioned that Stefan Gooch wouldn't be playing, but we do have a team sheet with him listed, so it looks like he will be there. And as I say that, the team sheets come up. So the Tallinn Hippos, we have Rudish Sekaran coming in for his first game of the day, and Malcolm Sedgwick also coming in. He bowls slow offies. And the Tartu Wolves bringing in Ali Raza, as well as Rico mentioned, he can be a destructive performer when he gets going. And unsurprisingly, the Hippos are overwhelming favourites. And they'll want to be, because they need to pick up at least 1 point to make sure they get that all-important second position on the ladder, giving them the extra chance in the games tomorrow in the eliminator final, or in the qualifying final, I should say. And the Hippos will be starting with Henry Pattenden, as they have for most of the week, and he's been very impressive, the young 14-year-old. And the batsman for the Tartu Wolves, as it has been for most of the week, Muhammad Usman Senior will be facing. And at the non-strikers end, it's Ali Raza, who the Hippos will also be very wary of. So things are drier a lot more comfortable than an hour ago. So that's all very positive, and the Hippos will want to make sure that they don't slip up, as does Henry Pattenden as he comes in for his first delivery to start this game. Oh, and just as I say that, over on the side he goes. Exactly what we did not want to see. I went up to the pitch in between the games just to see how damp it was, and there is dampness there, and what also causes extra slipperiness as on top of the wetness is just the bowlers bringing on grass and dirt, and that makes it extra slippery as well along the crease line. So Henry Pattenden looks okay, and that's what we want to see. And that's got to play on his mind though, and that's for a young bowler. That can be a bit difficult. He might just have to think about this while I bring Rico back into the commentary position for his last game. As he mentioned before, the last game we'll be calling together on this tour.
Yeah, and look, I think that's a sensible move there. Henry Pattenden, who has taken 9 wickets in the series, leading wicket taker Zishan Ali with 12 and Junaid Khan with 11. But he runs in there, and the way he goes down is very similar, you mentioned it, to what we saw earlier. And here he is. Look, it's just that foot, there's no grip, down he goes. And you can't really be risking an injury. I mean, the rain, when I was out there earlier, I was doing the intro to this match, it was raining fairly, you know, it was pretty sharp, pretty heavy. It was more than just a drizzle. Since then, it has slowed down. I think it's practically come to a stop. There's a few droplets around, but the last thing you want is an injury. So they're taking off the pace here and going to another bowler. It's a quick change, and Pattenden didn't actually bowl a delivery, and I think that's a good change. They're going to go with the Priyanaja here, Damaratne, who himself is not bowling his full pace. He's just keeping the pace off the ball, just keeping not so much the pace of the ball, but not running too much in. It's sensible. I think teams have to be sensible. One thing to definitely point out here is that the teams, both sets of teams, they do want to play. It's not the case of that, you know, the captains have sort of said, no, we don't want to play, it's unsafe. They want to play. They want to be out there. Of course, the Hippos definitely want to play. So it's just a case of, look, we're playing, but we've got to be sensible, and it's the same for both teams. That's up in the air, and that will go all the way. Balle, as Mohammed Usman Senior gets this one away. That's a good shot, but I think that's sensible captaincy there from Stuart Hook. The only thing that Stuart Hook didn't do, well, it was his turn to get me hook, line, and sinker, because he told me Stefan Gooch wouldn't be playing. So, well, Gooch, he is playing. I'm looking around to see where he is, actually. Yeah, I see him there, he's short mid-wicket. So, Stefan Gooch is playing. Maybe that might have been a late change. It's up in the air, but it will bounce a couple of times before it goes to the fielder. They've got the 2 fielders back. 2 fielders that are straight back, so long on, long off. And this is all about Damaratne just getting the ball full and straight.
Yeah, I think it was a good move by the captain, and just get an experienced bowler on. Henry's a young chap, and he's still learning a lot of his game, and these are trying, difficult conditions to play cricket in, and you'd want to give that to an experienced guy. Yeah, I think it's a good move.
Yeah, I think it's not just the experience, is it? I think if Pattenden is a young fast bowler, then that's going to be gone. It's a good delivery, that's a breakthrough, and Ali Raza, who comes into the match, we know he's not 100%, but the dangerous batter will go first ball here. It's going to be a golden duck. Raza, there's the stumps get knocked over. And good start. Well, maybe that change has worked well, as Damaratne has got the dangerous Ali Raza out. And without scoring, another golden duck in the day. And Raza has to make his way.
Yeah, it was actually a really good delivery from Damaratne, although he's only coming in off a few paces. We see here he gets a little bit of outswing, and it just clips the top of off stump. And there isn't a bowler around the world that doesn't love to see that.
Yeah, well, Ali Raza not able to make it a happy return for him. He's hit He said, I want to play. It's the last match we're playing. I want to play. That's what he said to me when I saw him. I said, are you okay? He said, not 100%, but I want to play the last match. And it's not going to be one that he remembers, not with the bat anyway. That brings this guy out who has had a good time lately. Sanu Marji, back-to-back half centuries. He batted very well earlier in helping his team to get 121. He made 76 of those runs. And he needs to be at his best here again. It's well bowled. Good Yorker length delivery. Played away. They will take a single. Asking the question. Going to go upstairs here. The umpire wants to check. The umpire's in a very good position. Look at him here. This is umpire Ravi. He gets down. He's watching. Is that batting down or not? I think he just puts it down. It's very close. You can see why umpire Ravi wants to go to the third umpire. In the end, I think they'll decide that that is safe. Looking at the replay, they have done. Not out is the decision, but it's a good start for the Talent Hippos. They get the breakthrough thanks to Damaratna getting the wicket there. Valley Raza. It is 8 for 1. As we have a look at some of our events in the 2025 calendar, we're getting through it pretty quickly. And let's take a look at where we go to after Finland. Now we go to Bulgaria. I'll be there. We also have Belgium on the cards. And this time a day series, Germany in Krefeld. We go back to Sweden, to Stockholm. And I know we're going to Hornchurch. We'll also go to Rains Park in Wimbledon. Croatia, Germany in Kiel also on the cards. And there will be the encore in Romania as well. That's just part of the way through a season. It doesn't look like the batter was ready here. I think it might have been because there was a fair bit of talking going on at the time here. There's some field changing. I think it might have been... It looked like it was coming there from the mid-wicket area. So, and Henry does come back in, and I don't know whether he's had a change of shoes. I think he has. It looks like a change of shoes. Up in the air, chance, and he will take the wicket. Well done to Henry Paddington. Well, he may have gone down earlier, but he picks himself up, and he does bowl the second over. I think there is a change in shoes, actually. They look different to me. This time, he's not trying to charge in either, just getting the ball in the right area. And that is the wicket. Sanu Marji. This is what happened earlier. Have a look at the shoes. They were white. Now look what happens. He comes in again, different pair of shoes. He's been to the pit stop. He's had a change, different threads, and he gets the wicket. Nicely taken there. And it's Damaratna that holds on to the get. And the dangerous Sanu Marji will go for 1 of 3.
Yeah, that was a well-judged catch, and Damaratni find himself right in the thick of things at the beginning of this innings. Yeah, Pattenden just coming in off a short run, and that's good to see. I'm glad, and I'm glad to see he's got some nice steady shoes. So this will be Danish Tor coming in for the Tartu Wolves.
Let's see what the Wolves can do here now. They've lost 2 of their key batters. Ali Raza wasn't able to get going this time. We've seen him absent because of injury. We saw Marji go. Oh, that's right through. How this hasn't taken anything is quite unbelievable. It's gone all the way through the batter, Danish Tor, and it goes for 4 byes. Henry Paddington would be wondering how that leg stick is still there. Have a look at this.
Yeah, he starts it on leg, on middle and leg, and it just swings and misses the leg stump by a whisker, and it even gets past the wicket keeper. So some byes there, but a very good delivery from Henry Pattenden.
Yeah, very good bowling. 10 wickets now in the series. This one's just a little bit shorter. It's one that the batter Tour doesn't quite get away. He'll get a single, and he will give the strike back to Usman Sini. Usman Sini here has got to put a really big knock in here. He's the only recognised batter that's left. Okay, you got Zazib Sawa. I think he can come in, and Iqbal, but they're all guys that haven't really clicked. They haven't scored runs. He knows he's got to go well here. It's interesting to go with Danish Tour to come in at number 4 ahead of those guys I mentioned, but they obviously believe that he is able to get something going. It's going to be down leg side. Good bit of work there from the keeper, actually. It's the keeper behind the stumps. It's Rudesh Sakaran. It's Marco Vake not behind the stumps, and that means only one thing. that Marco is probably going to be screaming to have a bowl. And the umpire nearly takes out Henry there with the cap. High in the air, another opportunity. Patterson wants it himself, but not able to take it. And it's going to be a dropped opportunity. Henry Patterson could have taken a second in the over. This goes a long way up in the air, though. I think it might be coming down with snow on it. Look at the wicketkeeper, though. I think having come all that way, I think he's got to call Patterson off it and Sakran take it, but he doesn't. This one's gone through the dive of Stefan Gooch, and that will go to the boundary as well. So a couple of things not quite going the way of the Hippos there. First, the corner bowl opportunity, and then the next ball gets hit away for 4. Let's have a look at this one again. He hits it pretty well. It's kind of uppish, and Stefan Gooch just can't catch up with it. 4 runs.
Yeah, I think with that caught and bowled, the fact that the wicketkeeper did get so close, I think Henry Patterson called it, but the keeper might have just put him off because he might have got into Henry's eye line. But either way, it's another delivery and another one hit up, falling in the hole this time.
That one is what we call right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. It's a slower delivery from Patterson. It's a bit of a full toss, really, but Usman couldn't get it away. It'll be a single. It's the end of the over. It's 21. 2 wickets down, a wicket falling in each one. That's good over there from Patterson. I like the way that he was able to adjust. And don't forget, there was those 4 byes in there as well, where he just couldn't believe that the ball didn't go on and hit the stumps. So nicely done, Patterson. Have a look at the way the field is set. We have a chance maybe also to look very quickly at the tables, and you can see what an important match this is for the Italian Hippos. They shouldn't have a slip up here. They should be able to, they'll be hoping that they should be able to win this match on the form that they're in. That's what the win predictor is thinking. But currently they are 3rd. So though they qualify for tomorrow, there's no doubt about that. They'll want to finish in the top 2 and get the double chance and play in qualifier number 1. The way it stands at the moment, it was they that will be playing the Tallinn United side. They'd rather play their Stallions first up in the qualifier. The winner of that one goes through to the final. The loser then plays the winner of the eliminator. And we'll see how that pans out. As Stefan Gooch turning his arm over, once again not bowling full pelt, just a couple of steps. That's well bowled, beautiful delivery, Yorker length, full and straight. That's where you've got to be. The only time that we've seen Gucci bowl before, I think, was yesterday when it didn't go too well. He went for 20 off the over, but that's more like it. It's full, it's straight, and Usman, it's time for him to go as well. So all the top batters just not clicking, just not getting runs here. And that's another one that bites the dust. He'll go for 8 of just 4 deliveries.
So that's the Tartu Wolves already 3 down. We're still in the power play. Yeah, Stefan Gooch just getting a little bit of movement in the air as well, but it's well pitched up and it cannons into the off stick. And he can celebrate and gets rid of the one batsman that you felt might be able to put this attack under a bit of pressure. So Mohammad Azman Senior this time not getting a go.
It's played away just wide of Stefan. It'll be single. He's got 2 men back there to stop any boundaries. But you can see, yeah, just sensible bowling. I think you got to adapt to the conditions. And the Hippos, they learned very quickly that they had to. And Patterson didn't bowl the first. Amaratna did. He took a wicket. It's 2 wide from Gooch. And then Patterson comes on to bowling with different treads on. Picked up the wicket as well. Could have had 2, of course. It was that quarter bowled opportunity that didn't get taken. And now Gooch, again, a couple of steps. Wicket to wicket, that's a little bit short. And it gets a swivel on this nicely. That's a nice looking shot there from Dinesh Tour. It was ill-directed actually from Stefan. He started with a couple of good pitched up deliveries, but he's just gone a little bit too short, drags this down. It's a nice shot from Dinesh, who's looking to make the most of the opportunity being in at number 4. And they go with Fakir Ali, who comes in at 5. So they're just holding back Mubashir Iqbal and Jazib Sarwar for the moment.
Yeah, the captain holding himself back, but they've got some keeping some in their back pocket for the rest of the innings.
Definitely are. You can add Manzur to that as well. He's also been held back. That's another good shot from Tour. Gets this one away as well. So they may have lost 3 wickets, but they're still throwing the bat around, and they're still scoring pretty healthily. That takes the score now into the 30s. Good clean strike of the ball. The 32 with a ball to go in the power play.
Yeah, they're still going at a reasonable click and trying to put some pressure on the Hippos. Those 3 wickets haven't really stopped the run rate, but let's see how this continues as it goes on. And that's the end of the 3rd over and the power play, with the Tartu Wolves now on 32 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, and 2004, back on this day, the perfect finish for Nasser Hussain at Lord's in the first test against New Zealand. On the final day, England were 35 for 2, chasing 282 when Hussain, whose place was under scrutiny, came to the crease. He ran out Andrew Strauss, deprived him the opportunity of twin hundreds on debut, but saw England past the winning post. Hussain smashed consecutive 4s to bring up his 100, and then spanked the winning runs through the covers as England made a daunting chase look easy. 2 days later, he announced his retirement from all cricket. 2004, there at Lord's, Nasser Hussain.
And Aditya Paul coming on now, a hat-trick taker earlier on in the week. So he knows how to get wickets, and it's from this angle that he did get his hat-trick as well, coming round the wicket. So he's going to try to replicate that, I hazard to guess. And there's going to be a change in the field, or there looks like there might be.
Yeah, just as we see the field change, unfortunately, we see the rain just starting to get a little bit heavier, as we can hear it falling on top of us on the igloo, and you can see it out there. Just starting to rain, just slightly heavier. Once again, it's no heavier than what we've seen in the day already. So hopefully it won't cause any issues. That's hit down the ground, and here's Jordan O'Brien, who watches that, stops again to the boundary, gets the throw back in, just a single.
Yeah, that was well judged fielding. It was one of those ones where you might think, oh, I can run in and take the catch, but if you do, the ball might bounce under you to the boundary. So he decided to take the more defensive approach, and I think, considering how slippery things are, that was a good way to go as Aditya Paul comes in for his 3rd ball of the over.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Well taken. That's the one. If he gets that right, that knocks the stumps over. Ali didn't know too much about that. And if you're just joining us, remember, it is International Women's Day for Peace and Disarmament. That's what we commemorate today. It's all about diplomacy, human decency, and a violence-free, peaceful future. So, of course, support the cause. That's hit well. But they've got the fielder. Oh, the fielder now there just slides. And that's Vislaput. Just slides and slips, but keeps his eye firmly on the ball.
And Aditya Paul bowling exactly the line where he had so much success a few days ago with that hat-trick, and that's exactly where he wants to keep it. This time with the left-hander. It'll be interesting to see where this one goes.
Well, it goes all the way to the boundary. That's where it goes. There's another good shot. So look at this. I mean, he started very nervously, I think, than his tour. But as he's got out there, he's just got more and more confident. That's a really nice shot. I mean, that is a proper slog sweep. And he's going to get another boundary to his name. So moves into the 20s now. I'm liking this from Tour.
Yeah, he is looking good. He's an interesting cricketer. He's the one who bowled that last
Yes.
over on the first day where he was bowling it a bit short. Didn't quite get it right.
Correct. And we've seen him, well, we've had some interesting times there in the field as well. That's good comeback from Aditya Paul. Gets this in the right area. Stop ball to finish. 4 overs done. 39 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good over from Paul. Good. He had good control and didn't let the batsman get under it. Nothing going to the boundary. So the Hippos have got things under control, but Danish Tour has looked good for his 20, and he'll be hoping that Fakir Ali can start getting going. You say they lost those 3 wickets. That just sort of stemmed the upward momentum of the worm graph.
Well, it's time for a little bit of love. It's time for Romeo, who we like very much. He's a guy who likes to celebrate in style as well. So Romeo Tanner coming on to have a bowl. We saw him take an unbelievable catch yesterday. We've seen that on the social media. What will it be today from Romeo?
And his celebrations are something to behold, let me tell you.
Well, it could be celebrating straight away. He will. He takes a wicket off the very first ball, and he's firing bow and arrows. He's doing his kung fu style celebrations as well. And Marco Vake is doing the moonwalk dance as well. It's all happening out there. Celebrations galore. I know that the celebration from Marco when he's doing the dance is for Rasmus. There's Marco, and then he says, hang on a minute, hat's come off. That reminds me, well, it's proper Michael Jackson style, isn't it? But this time he gets rid of the cap and then does the moonwalk. Normally it's the other way around. And there's Marco Vake. Pachung! And, well, it's, I thought for a moment he was going to kung fu kick Aditya Paul, who came a little bit too close to that celebration. Look here, Ali will go, and Romeo gets a wicket of his first ball.
Yeah, I like that Elvis live in Las Vegas sort of celebration from Romeo. He's done that a few times when he does his kung fu moves. And it's dancing hippo time. They get very excited. It's great to see the celebrations. Romeo's been doing that all week. No handstands though yet. And maybe.
And he wants another. Oh, look at him. He can't believe it. And look. Oh, it's the Titanic. Kate Winslet, come on, paint my picture, he says this time, Romeo. Well, he starts off by doing the cockroach dance. Well, I'm not sure I like the cockroach bit here. He goes down. He wants the OBW. And there's the cockroach. La cucaracha. And then he says, no, you know what? Why don't you just paint my picture instead? Thank you very much. Well, I think he must know that there's a camera around somewhere. And maybe Dana Oro's the ECM photographer has gone click, 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 smile, please. Mubashir Iqbal, he also, a little bit like Ali Raza, will go for a golden duck. This is it here. It's a bit of a nothing shot. I don't think the umpire had much about the celebration. Is absolutely fantastic. Romeo is on a hat-trick. Hat-trick ball for Romeo. They've got to be all in, ready for it. If he gets a hat-trick, they will never catch up with him. He'll be celebrating forever. In comes Romeo, hat-trick ball. Oh, just gets blocked out there by Furkan Manzoor, who's probably a good guy to come in at this point.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I thought he was going to take out a pair of sunglasses at one stage and put them on. But here he is, fourth ball in. And it's not far away.
Listen to the oars. And I think this is a chance, you know, looking at the reactions. Aditya Paul going for the catch. It's a good delivery. Watch this. And yeah, it's a one-handed attempt. It's in, it's out, it's down. No celebrations. Could have been a third in the over. Romeo. And this time, well, they will take a single as Aditya Paul ends up on the ground again. Tidied up by O'Brien. What an over this is. It's all happening out there. And Romeo making things happen. And now he's just having a little chat here with his, I think that's with his captain, Stuart Hook, who drives the ball up to him and looks like he wants to, yeah, he's making a bit of a change here in the field, of course, to the left-hander. 40 for 5, Romeo 2 for 1 with the ball to go in his first over. It's played down the ground. It's just going to be a single as Stefan Gooch tidies things up. What a start. And Romeo, great over. He's an entertainment reel, isn't he, whenever he's out there? He's always up to something.
He's always playing with a smile. He's loving it. And it's great to see. He's a real jack in the box and has been all week. And he's had success through it as well. I'm glad he didn't do the handstand thing today. That looked dangerous. And I think with considering how slippery things are, he took the better option of just lying down and propping himself up. And as I said, I thought he might have a pair of sunglasses in his back pocket that he might pull out. But maybe that's for a next celebration. Who knows?
Celebrations galore from the Hippos. A quick look at the Challenger division here. And of course, Estonia will be playing in Group 2. They've got Guernsey, Isle of Man, and Luxembourg in that group. And they will fancy themselves, though. They've certainly got the potential. All right, here's Malcolm Sedgwick, who's going to start with a good teasing delivery outside the off stump here to the left-hander tour. He hasn't been at his best in that area, and Sedgwick gets it on the spot straight away. Here's the next.
Well, with all the excitement down the other end, they're still Danish Tour there, hitting the ball well, with seeing it well on 21, and he continues putting it around the corner.
Yeah, well done. That's a good stop there from young Henry. Gets there, gets a slide in to make the stop. And I suppose that's the one good thing about the weather. It's good to slide around and make these kind of stops. Then he throws himself at it. Just going to be a single there. So good shot also there from Danish Tour. He does use all of his crease. Get that away. All right, this is going to be interesting now. Mansour on strike. I think he can bat. He's shown us that already. And it's going to be dragged to where Marco Vake is. There he is, makes the stop. Out to Rasmus, his son, who I think before Marco Vake played the last time, he did say to his son, I might bowl today. And his son said, well, if you do, will you do a celebration? And he said, what celebration? He said, do like a clown dance. And that's Marco Vake's impersonation of a clown dance. Right, down the leg side, he goes, yeah. Tricky one, that one from the umpire, but I think the umpire gets this right. I don't think it quite goes over that leg stick. I think it is a wide. See here, it goes over the leg and then misses the stump. So it's a tough call, but it's the right call.
It is the right call, but yeah, it is tough because the batsman's moving around a lot as well. He moved inside the line of that ball and it's not too far off from connecting.
And that's a nice looking shot. That's a glorious stroke, it really is. Well, we've seen a bit of everything in this match already, and there's always time for a shot like this. It's absolutely beautiful, just lovely to watch. Just gets that one leg out of the way, and he creams that through the covers. Delightful cover drive. There's Dave Robson in the chat, who's saying, Romeo, what a guy. Yeah, Dave, he is. He's a fantastic guy to have in the side. He just keeps everybody happy. He keeps smiling. He's a bit like the Duracell bunny in the side.
He is most definitely.
Or maybe the
certainly
Duracell
turned on today.
Yeah, or the Duracell hippo if they exist. Sedgwick down the leg side again, and not able to capitalise on this tour. He's trying to give himself a little bit of room to play it away, but they've got the field well set as well. 3 on the leg side, 1 on the boundary on the 45, and now another change being made here by Stuart Hook. He brings up the long on into the circle and pushes back the fielder on the offside where that dashing shot through the covers was played. And now he goes aerial, that's high, going, and gone. Seis carreras, manos, arriba on the arbitro, as that brings the 50 up. But it comes up at the end of the 6 overs, 54 for 5.
And Danish Tour with that 6 takes his score along to 32. And I did like that Sedgwick still put it up, and there's no pace on it, so it all has to come from the batter. And Danish Tour just waiting, as he did on that beautiful boundary that he scored through the offside. He just waited on the ball really well. And sometimes when somebody's bowling slow loopy as Sedgwick does, sometimes that can be difficult. I know for myself it always was.
But here comes Romeo. Get ready for it, everybody. He's got 2 to his name already. Could have had 3, could have had 4. High in the air. Marco Vake, get ready for the celebrations. Oh, he's dropped it this time. No celebrations. Blah, 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 blah. That's what the survey says. And he's got good hands normally. Look, he even gets ready for it. He wiped his hands, he's ready, he gets into position, and this time he tries to do it old crocodile style. And Romeo, no love for Romeo this time.
But he's there or thereabouts. He's always there in the game. It's another one that goes down, and it doesn't stop him from smiling. It doesn't stop the Duracell bunny from keep on keeping on.
It's played down the ground, scuffed at really. Just going to be a single. Well, Furkan gets a big let off. Can he make it count? Romeo, he wants another. He wants another. Remember, we saw him take a 3 for, I think on two occasions he's taken 3 for us now. On one occasion he did pick up the Player of the Match award. We thought he should have got it on both. But anyway, here he comes again. Leg side, played away. Is a fielder out there. Young Henry does the fielding. He hasn't been able to just find or go either side of that fielder as Tour. Makes good room for himself, but he needs to try to hit that in front of square where there is no fielder on the boundary. So they take a single. Romeo gets that ball dried for him by Adita. Oh, that's into the pads there. I think Manzoor's going to be disappointed he's not able to whip that away. I like the field that's been set here. I've talked a lot about not putting pressure on and not nobody close topping the singles. So I do like where Stuart Hook is here. Wonder if we can see that field maybe. If you have a look at it here, that's upwards. It's not going to carry to the fielder, but just have a look at this field. Maybe you can get a shot of it before Romeo bowls the next delivery. But you got somebody in there. There we go. That's a good shot of it. You got Stuart Hook in close there on mid wicket. Adita Paul's pretty close there on the offside, and then either side you've got the fielders around, and that's good pressure. That's a good leave and an excellent take actually from the wicketkeeper. That's Rudesh Sakran, because I don't think he's expecting this to be left, and he sees it very late. Good hands, good take.
Yeah, it's good keeping there. And he also judged the spin off the wicket well, and this one is hit over the boundary. Another Maximo Ramalama, far over the boundary. No celebrations from Romeo this over, unfortunately, but Danish Tour still going on his merry way, bringing his score up to 39. He's looking good.
He's looking good. He's played a good shot. That was a lovely shot. And, well, this is what we're looking to fill the gaps with at the end of this match. We will be able to do it. Italian Stallions, they'll be playing the qualifier, but who will it be against? Will it be against the Italian Strikers, who are occupying second spot at the moment, or will the Hippos get the win in this match and take second spot away from them and be playing in that qualifier, meaning that the Strikers will have to play United in the eliminator. Back in history, today actually was a day known for 10 firsts for bowlers. Have you ever taken 10 in a match?
No. Generally played one-day games, though, so if I took all 10, that would have been a very special occasion. That never happened.
Just a single there. Stephen Gooch, a one-handed pick up there. Yeah, so back in 1900, Johnny Briggs took 10 for 55 in an innings against Worcestershire at Old Trafford. And also back in 1923, Harry Howell became the first Warwickshire bowler to take the perfect 10 when he skittled out Yorkshire single-handedly at Edgbaston, finishing with 10 for 51. So a couple of 10 firsts on this day. Talking of Yorkshire, it's another interesting fact here. In 1927, it was the end of an era. More on this maybe after this one from Damaratne, who bowled that very good first over. And he gets a wicket. It's a horrible shot really from Tour. He doesn't use his feet this time round. Doesn't use his feet. It's full, it's straight. It's another wicket. High fives coming from all around. And the end of what's been a useful knock there from the left-hander. The first time really I think we've seen Danish Tour go out there with the bat, but his tour comes to an end. 39 of 20 bowled by Damaratne.
Yeah, Damaratne's looked good in both of his overs. He came on and replaced Pattenden after the initial slip to start off proceedings and started with a wicket in that over, and now he's got one in this one, and again hitting the top of that stump. This time the leg stump to the left-hander. So the Hippos get the 6th wicket of the Wolves, and the Hippos chasing the Wolves.
Safraz is next in. Well, just saying end of an era, and that was the end there off Danish Tour, but he does bat well. I'll go back to that in a moment and see what happens here for Safraz, the next batter. Well, that's a good lead down the leg side. Right, so yeah, 1927, the end of an era. Yorkshire lost by 8 wickets to Warwickshire at Hull. Their first defeat in the county championship for a record 71 matches and almost 3 years. That's hit well, and it skids across the surface. A good bit of fielding there from another man from Helsinki. And Jordan O'Brien, that's the way to do it. He gets there, and then he just pushes this ball forward and doesn't let it get past him or go anywhere near the boundary rope.
Now, that was an excellent piece of fielding, and he knew not to just dive on the ball, just pass it, get it in front of him, make sure it doesn't go over the boundary. And this one, a fantastic delivery, and once again, the stumps go over. And Damaratne, once again, a great delivery. And that is the end of Furkan Manzoor.
Yeah, Jugler for this style. It's fully straight. It's on the money. Furkan tries to give himself a little bit of room, but it's too straight. Can't get anything onto it. Down go the stumps. The stumps are going for a walk, and so must the batter. Furkan also now has to go, and they are falling quickly here now. The Tartu Wolves. Remember, we won't see them tomorrow. They will avoid finishing bottom of the table. It was a battle between them and the Italian Riders for that one. But the Tartu Wolves, looks like they are going to finish in that 5th spot. They would have loved to have finished with a win here. I'm not saying that they're not going to get that, but they're going to really have to recover from this. They're 7 down, and I think they're in danger maybe of being bowled out here. 3 for 12 from Damaratne. He still has 2 balls to go. It's a new batter coming in a bit lower than we would normally see him. Jazib Sawa. He comes in at number 9.
Yeah, the Hippos looking to try to clean up these last 3 wickets of the Wolves. Let's see if they can manage. It doesn't happen too often in these 10-over games. As once again, good fielding on the boundary. This time by Gooch. O'Brien throwing it back in.
Yeah, Gucci's a genuine slip here, coming across and just sees his feet just go from underneath him. And then he just little flick back to Jordan O'Brien to get the throw in. They put a genuine slip in there, by the way, to Sawa. Taking him out now to Safraz. And it just gets it over the infielder. They have the mid-wicket up in the circle, but that's sort of scooped over him. There will be a boundary at the end of the over. 76 for 7 at the end of the 8th.
Yeah, that was a good 8th over by Damaratne. 2 wickets falling in it, and just the 1 boundary scored. So the Wolves moving on to 76. Still 7 wickets in hand. And there's 2 overs to go. We're going to see Aditya Paul now bowling the 9th.
Yeah, good spell there from Priyanaja Damaratne. 3 for 17. Well bowled. And just remember, he wasn't meant to bowl that first over, and sometimes things happen for a good reason. Henry Patterson slipped before he bowled the delivery. Stuart Cook then made the change as Patterson changed his shoes. Damaratne did take a wicket, and then Henry Patterson on those new shoes picked up a wicket as well. He was a bit unlucky actually, he could have had more. So could have Romeo. Aditya Paul bowling his 2nd. And it's played in. It's an interesting one this. It looked like it was played into the ground, but the shout to catch. I think the noise was probably the bat hitting the ground, but the ball, ball goes straight up. That's why there was 2 noises. It's a perfect lob over Aditya. And Sawa.
Yeah, and Aditya Paul coming over the wicket.
Well, that's high in the air. There are men back there, and it will be Patterson who keeps it just to 1. You can see the batter there, Safraz. He's already got the hand up as in saying, that's it, only 1, not coming back for 2. I don't know about you, Marco, but I'll be more than keen to run out there just to stay warm. It has got bitterly cold right now. I can feel that cold is going right through me. My nose is running, and I'm starting to shiver. It's cold.
I'm shivering as well, and thankfully we're in an igloo. As Aditya Paul comes in, it's a bit short outside off, and this one will get to the boundary by Jaz Sawar. It's a good shot.
Yeah, just his Sawa. We know he can hit the ball. We've seen him batting higher than this, so that's hit pretty well. He gets 4 runs. Just trying to get their team just to score here at the moment. It looks like it could be in the 90s. They'd love to get a big finish here. Maybe 3 or 4 more boundaries to get to that kind of 100 score. Still feel that that's probably not going to be enough, and it will be the Hippos who, remember the Hippos, the way they started, they were hungry for big wins. That's actually picked up pretty well, and it's too much to be done there for Marco Vake. He tries pretty hard. Marco Vake ने अच्छी चंगी effort की थी, चंगी dive मारी, but चौका लग गया, 4 runs.
Yeah,
And
desperate dive there, just evading the hands. It was a good effort, but it just probably a bit damp as well, so it's skidding along, the ball scooting along pretty quickly once it bounces off this outfield.
Yeah, still, it's another boundary. Still got the eye set on a score of 100, but yeah, the Hippos, what I was about to say, when they started, they were winning and taking 4 points of everybody before they lost, and it was 4 points that were taken off them. Played away, kind of one-handedly, yes. The rain continues to fall lightly and cause issues for, I think, bowlers, fielders and batters alike, actually. Aditya Paul keeps the rug in his hand.
It's not. I mean, it's not a comfortable cricket day at all. So it doesn't matter what you're doing. It could be warmer, indeed. But Aditya Paul coming in for the last ball of his second over, and gets the wicket exactly as he planned. Coming in round, pitching it up to the batsman. Batsman plays all over it. Batter plays all over it, and Lukman Sarfraz. That is the end of him, and that's the 8th wicket down for the Tatul Wolves.
Yeah, it's just that he was walking before he even played the shot. Have a look at this. He starts to make room for himself. We've seen a number of batters get out in the same way. So another one goes. Adios to Sarfraz. And there's a long walk back, and they're still in danger maybe here of being bowled out. That's 8 down. As Aditya Paul takes a wicket right at the end of that. The 9th over, 11 runs do come from it, and it is 87 for 8. And there's the scorecard on the bowlers front. Damarante, 3 wickets there, then wickets for everybody apart from Malcolm Sedgwick. It doesn't look like Sedgwick's going to come back. They're going to go back to Henry Paddington. Why not, indeed? All right, here we go. Wicketkeeper wants it, has named it. He's going a long way to get there. This would be an incredible catch if he does get there. Well, I think he's might have been running it over the boundary. Meanwhile, the batters have run 6. No, they haven't. They've run 2, but it was felt like that. I mean, he's charging. Surely, is there nobody closer here? Have a look at this from Rudish Sakran. He's just going, and in the end, he keeps running with it, and he doesn't look behind him to say, hey, look behind you, they're still running in the end. Marco Vake gets the throw in.
I think Marco Vake only had to run 10 metres in to get for a chance to take that catch. But the that one goes
never in a million years. Well, Kale Vislapu, how big is the fine for this? Well, I know David Robertson's been on the chat. Well, David, what's the fine for fielding like this? That's a clanger.
Yeah, you can just see he loses his feet and slides as he just goes down to approach the ball, and that probably just put him off, and in the end it just goes straight through him, tunnel ball, and it goes over the boundary.
Well, they're now past the parcel as it goes through the batter to the wicketkeeper, who then Sakran throws it back to Paddington. Bit of the pass past the parcel. Okay. Paddington does deserve another wicket, but he won't get it with a ball like that. It's a Gundy full toss that gets whacked away. So that's going to be 6. I think the height is okay because there's no pace in it. Batter also outside of his crease. I think that's going to be just coming down here. There it is. I mean, he's played it from above the waist. The question is the ball on the way down? I think it is. The umpires are having a look. Let's see what the call is here. It's definitely 6. Is there going to be a no ball as well or not? That's what they're looking at. And let's see. Looks like they're just going to settle for it to be a bad ball that comes out wrong from Paddington. That gets blasted away by Josip Sawa, who's moved into the 20s now. 99, 2 to go. Getting to the 100 would be an achievement. And they will get to that 100. Vake does the fielding. 100. Sawa now moves to 24. And Sumran gets ready to face his first delivery. Can there be a good finish here from Patterson? He certainly deserves more than the 1 for 21. 10 wickets to his name so far. A leading wicket taker is 12. He's level, I think, at the moment here with Junaid, who also, Junaid Khan, of course, who's taken 10. And, yeah, so he's on 10. Top wicket taker is Zishan Ali. And that's straight through the left-handed swing. And it'll be 100 exactly on the board in what has been a very entertaining innings from the Tartu Wolves. They don't get bowled out in the end. They will get to that 100. But some of the highlights that we're going to see here coming up, folks, is going to be sensational. Don't blink or you'll miss them. That's all I can say. And it could have started off pretty nastily, of course, when young Patterson, he slipped. Then they made the decision not to go with him in that first over, and that worked out pretty well. So the Italian Hippos certainly have put themselves in with, well, not just a chance to win this match, but go back to what they like doing, winning it by 4 clear points and not allowing the Wolves to get anything from it. Let's roll the highlights. Let's go. And this is the way it started. With young Patterson, he went down. Then it was decided that he probably needed to change his shoes. Well, he would, but it did allow an opportunity for Priyanaj Damaratne to pick up a wicket in that over, and he would come back and take a couple more. Patterson then came back, and he would take a wicket as well, caught there, and it was Damaratne this time became the catcher. There was the opportunity to take another. I do feel, though, the wicketkeeper could have called him off it. That was Stefan Gooch. Just got the 1 over. Did take a wicket early on, but he then bowled a little bit too short then towards the end of his over. And he would go for 11 runs off it. And there were some nice shots there. Well, I must admit, I was very impressed with the innings from the left-hander, Dinesh Tour. It kind of came from nowhere. Then celebrations. First the hat comes off, and then he says, hang on a minute, Rasmus, this is for you. This is my clown moonwalk. And then this, oh, I love this one. This was the old Kokaracha, Kokaracha, and then the Kate Winslet, paint my picture. I love it. Oh, Romeo, he gives us plenty to smile about. And of course, there was almost a chance of a 3rd wicket in that over.
I think for his own benefit, he didn't get the 3rd wicket. Who knows what he would have done? Handstands, cartwheels, all sorts.
It would have been wild celebrations, that's for sure. Malcolm Sedgwick, he wasn't able to pick up a wicket himself in this one. He did bowl that 6th over, went for 13. Then there was that one that was dropped. That was Romeo coming in again. He could have ended up with 5 wickets and we would never have found him. That was just simple and straight. And good bit of bowling there, got to say, from Pinaj Damaratne. He does pick up 3 for 17 and Romeo Tanner 2 for 16. Couple of misfields as well that will cost the fielders a few fines later on. I'm pretty sure about that. Aditya Paul gets the radar right, knocks the stumps over, and that, well, ching, ching, ching. Big fine coming up there for Vislapu.
Yeah, Vislapu just letting one through there. But in these conditions, quite understandable. As the Tartu Wolves bring up exactly 100 for the loss of 8. So the Hippos will be back batting in about 10 minutes, and they'll be trying to get to 101 runs and pass that score as quick as possible.
Yeah, I'm liking this from David Robson. I knew Dave would come back. He says, yeah, he definitely owes Henry a beer in 4 years' time. Nicely said. I like that reply. There's the batting scorecard. Well done to Dinesh Tour scoring that fine 39. Joseph Sawa comes so low down the order. Don't understand that. Scores 24 off 10. On the bowling front, we've said it already. Well done, well bowled for Damaratne. 3 wickets for him and 2 there from Romeo Tanner, who just keeps on entertaining us. Wickets for everyone else apart from Malcolm Sedgwick. So we're going to take a short break here now, and then coming up to my final innings here, my final call in Estonia. And you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to invite you to come back with some random questions, and maybe myself and Marco will give you some random questions as well. So do join us back in about 10 minutes' time for the final innings of the day. Esta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to a very wintry Estonia, this lovely international Estonia cricket and rugby international ground. It has got very cold. I suppose the good news is that it has stopped raining. I mean, every so often we get a little splutter, a bit of drizzle, which just makes it a little bit more uncomfortable for the players. I want to say just a big shout out to the players actually, because I know myself and Marco joins me back here in the igloo, and it feels like the igloo. But we've been saying these are certainly not conditions that you or I would want to be playing in. I know that I have played in some cold days in England when I used to play, and it's no fun at all. So well done to the players for wanting to play and entertaining us all on what's been another fine day of cricket here in Estonia.
Yeah, it's a day more for Penguins and for other sports really, but the cricketers are out there because the cricketers just love it. And Sumran is coming in to start proceedings for the Wolves. Again, he stays on his feet. That's good to see, and it's played away. And the first run's on the board. It ricochets off the stumps, and the batters go through for a second.
Yeah, it's throw comes in. The wicketkeeper's a little bit slow getting to the stumps. He gets played away. It's a good direct hit. Stephen Gooch, he does get in quite comfortably, even though he's cradling the bat like a baby, but he relies on the fact that he's going to get in quite easily there. And
I think he's hugging it to keep it warm.
Maybe the wood is warm. Well, maybe it is. Wood is probably warmer than bones and flesh at the moment out there. Well, we've seen a lot of that. We've seen batters stopping the bat getting wet. And that one is going to get wet. Well, he gets another chance by taking two. That was gifted to him by the ball hitting the stumps. And now he gets this one out of the middle. It's the first boundary of the innings. And it's Jordan O'Brien that goes big. Boom! Shakalagya. And Ariva. That's a nice shot. He's a good focused player. I know that he was telling me yesterday that they've had a lot of indoor nets there in Helsinki in a new facility that they've got, which they were saying is top notch. And down the ground, this is going to be 4 runs this time. It's kind of almost makes its way to the igloo. Quattro Mas, O'Brien, 6 and 4. Yep, all together now. He is hungry for more. He definitely is. These two will on a good partnership, I think. O'Brien and Stephen Gooch.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to have a nice, big, quick partnership of all things. And well played, this one behind square. They go through for 2.
Well, another example of somebody who hasn't got the right thread on. There we go. It's all about your footwear and what you got on your soles. Well, some stay up, some go down. But fortunately, that doesn't get knocked over. Well, we've got more beanies out there as well. There's no surprise about that. That's probably Tour. I want to see where he is. He's on the beanie. Ah, that stings. Well, there's another beanie. This time it's Mohammed Usman Senior. I've got to say this, though. I have played in cold weather. I've never have played with a beanie. And there are probably some. And as this one gets played away, and this time he says, I ain't touching it. He said, man, he's touching it. There's the beanie clan coming together. There must be those. Remember that? I mean, you must know. There used to be those guys when T20 cricket started. And I don't mean old school, I mean new school, when coloured clothing came in. It was those core cricketers said, this is not cricket, coloured clothing. Can you imagine if they're watching and they're seeing players wearing beanies? What are they saying about this? 82 matches since a golden ball. And I don't think we're going to get one in this one. Yeah, those guys probably watching players in beanies are probably thinking, no, that's it. The game is done for me. But, hey, it's cold, and I don't blame them. 18 off that first over.
Yeah, I think the Hippos have played in the Switzerland St. Moritz Ice Tournament, so they've had a bit of experience in this in these climbs. As Gooch faces Sawa, plays it well and elegantly into the covers.
I think, I decided you're from a cold climate as well. I think if you're playing cricket in these conditions, it has to be compulsory to have a sauna. You don't have like players' tents. You should have a players' sauna so they can at least go in and out, warm up and go back out there. So all the batters waiting to bat now are in the sauna, padded up, and thinking, we'll wait a turn here. And fielders are allowed to go off at 30 seconds a time to run into the sauna, warm up and come back out again, something like that.
Yeah, well, I see the fielders around. There's a lot of hands in pockets, and that's very understandably so. So this second over is going to be bowled by Jazib Sawa.
Yeah, straight down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. 1988, by the way. England 3, West Indies 0. Yeah, it doesn't happen too often. But on this day, England completed their very own Caribbean one-day whitewash. More on that after this next delivery from Sawa. Let's see if you can get it right to Gooch. And that's played away. It's going to be 4 runs. I think you always got to be thinking of having a fielder. If I'm bowling to Steph, you know what you're trying to bowl. You're not going to allow him to come down the track and get you away. But you always want somebody there at square leg or behind square in the boundary. And also probably somebody out there at the deep long off. They've gone with 2 straight. That means that Steph, every time he makes contact with anything on the leg side, because he hits the ball so well and times it so well, it's just going to clear them with ease. So Sawa has got to try and get this ball a lot fuller.
Well, that's exactly where most left-handers love to hit the ball, down behind square leg. So you'd always want to have a fielder down there, as this time he keeps it outside off, and there's Gooch just plays it into the offside for a dot.
Good delivery, good comeback. See where he goes this time, and well, that's hit hard, and it's going to be stopped. Just going to be a single. So yeah, Caribbean one-day whitewash. It wasn't exactly payback time for the Test blackwashes of 1984 and 86, or consolation for the 0-4 thumping that England would get in the Test series that followed. But it was still pretty impressive nonetheless.
I think in that era, any success England had against that West Indian team was pretty good.
It was. Just listen to these figures, though, as O'Brien goes aerial. Oh, just gets it over the outstretched hand off the beanie maestro. And there is a slip in the outfield, which allows the batters to come back for 2. Yeah, so in that, this is in the Lord's Test, in the Lord's match, not the Test. These were the one-days, remember, it's a 1-3-0. West Indies stuttered tamely to 178 for 7. Desmond Haynes made 10 of 50 balls, and Richie Richardson 13 of 46, and that was quite crazy. And England breezed home with 5 overs and 7 wickets to spare, but they did and would get thumped 4-0 in the Test. That followed 28 then without loss after 2.
Sawa. Jazib now. And Gooch to face. 1 run, 1 over left in this power play, and the Hippos are going to try to take full advantage.
Well, Dave Robson saying that, oh, that's gone. It's the rash shot is joy for Usman Senior. Remember that it was Stephen Gooch that did get the wicket of Mohammed Usman Senior. He bowled him and rattled his timber, and now it's a sweet revenge for Mohammed Usman Senior. He checks his field coming round the wicket, and he just gets this one in the gap. And Gucci, I think he gets that little hop coming forward, but he puts himself in a position where he ends up yorking himself. He's going to be disappointed with that, Stephen Gooch. He'll go for 6 or 5, and he allows Mohammed Usman Senior to get his revenge. That's a nice moment there for the Wolves. Well, they certainly were howling when they got the wicket of Gucci. Well, Gooch goes, and Stuart Hook, the captain, comes out. Yeah, Robson saying that the Hippos are currently cricket on ice champions. I didn't know that. Thanks for letting us know that.
Perfect practice for today's afternoon game, as captain Stephen Hook plays it behind square, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, Stuart Hook, of course, you mean?
Oh, Stuart, yes.
Yeah, Stuart coming out. Just gets a single. He's had a mixed sort of series here. Sometimes he's been maybe guilty of being a little bit too slow with his strike rate. But he's still, for me, it's a very classy player. It's a good time for him to come out. Look, the rate they require is under 10, so you don't have to be super aggressive. I think this kind of innings would, or run chase, suits Stuart Hook very well. That's hit hard, and that's going to be another one that's going to be coming close to us in the igloo, but just stops in front. Good, solid strike off the back foot this time from O'Brien. 4 runs. Look, it's the last innings. I think we need to talk about some food talk. Now, you were telling me about a dish, one of the local dishes here. Tell me more about it, because it looked pretty tasty. And because, of course, one last night, as this one will go for 6. Jordan O'Brien mashes this one away as he moves into the 30s, 31 off 11. Well, it started with a smile for Mohammed Usman Sr., but now he's feeling the pain, as that's 2 boundaries on the spin from him, and it could be another one coming there as well. Yeah, so my last night, I think I tell you what, if they do a nice soup, you know, something like a Hungarian goulash, I'm all for that. Up in the air, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 more, so we'll finish with 3 boundaries. And the over will go for 15, but there was that wicket of Stefan Cooch, and the score at the end of 3, 43 for 1. Come on, give me something that's going to warm me up here, Marco.
Well, I think you should go for the mulga kapsad, which is sauerkraut with pork and pearl barley. And it is the one food that is added in the list of the Estonian cultural heritage and be considered to be Estonians' national food. And it is the only food that is in the UNESCO, or the only Estonian food in the UNESCO list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity.
Done. Sounds good. That's good. I've seen the picture of this now, folks. You can obviously Google it yourself. That looks nice. I like that.
It reminds me a little bit of a Schweinsbraten that would be the German version.
Really just lean a long way, doesn't he? Sonu Marji, when he bowls here. I mean, just look at him. And yeah, I'm surprised he keeps his balance there.
I'd be interested to look at the replay. I was looking at the pork and the sauerkraut.
Yeah, you didn't make my stomach was... Well, at least you stopped me shivering. Now you've just got my stomach grumbling instead. Or rumbling is probably the right word.
Oh, yeah, a bit of Schweinsbraten wouldn't go astray right now.
You know what is... Actually, all right, I know it's food. It's food and drink talk. I mean, we know that Estonian has some good local beers and has a long history of brewing them, by the way. Chance maybe? No. It's going to be 6 more as O'Brien is looking to finish his match pretty quickly as he thumps another one away to move into the 40s. So they've got different beers, popular ones. One is called the Baltic Porter, a dark, strong lager made with natural ingredients, including malted barley, and has got lots of different flavors there. But, hey, the one we've got to have is not the beer, the Varna Tallinn. That is like their liqueur.
Ooh, I do like a good local liqueur.
I'm telling you, that'll
perfect.
warm me up. So, yeah, Varna Tallinn is more than just a drink. It's a celebration of Estonia's capital city. This unique liqueur is a blend of rum, citrus oils, vanilla and spices, offering a treat for anyone with a sweet tooth. And it's got a fair bit of alcohol content in there as well, so that definitely would warm me up with that national dish. Just gets punched forward. They'll take a single. Random questions, anybody wants to give us some tips on what to eat. Come on, Dave Robson. Dave, come on. Stop talking about cricket and ice. And something warm and hot, maybe like a soup, a goulash. Oh, that's a glorious shot. Look at the way the wrists get involved in this one. As Jordan O'Brien is on his way to another half century, moves to 48. This one is top quality batting. Look at this. Look at the last moment. Ah, it doesn't get any cleaner than that. That is sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu there from Gordon O'Brien.
Well, warm it up and serve it hot. That's the way O'Brien's doing it. He looks very good. He's very good down the ground and has been over the last few days. So he moves his score just shy of 50 at the moment. And the Tallinn Hippos moving their score along to 58 after 4. And Captain Stuart Hook facing Mohammed Sumran now.
He's quite happy just to play that. I said at the time when Stuart Hook came out there, it's the ideal situation for him to be out. I mean, even he'll just push the single. He's capable of putting the bad ball away, but he knows that still allows plenty of time for the hard-hitting Jordan O'Brien to get the victory that they need. And 42 runs in just 35. And that will be the 50. Is absolutely crunched. Manos arriba from the árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande. Es un hombre muy grande también. As that is going to be 54 for Jordan O'Brien, and he does it in just 17 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been a good hard-hitting knock from O'Brien, and he's really seeing the ball well, and it's coming out the middle of his bat. And that is another 6, the 5th 6 of O'Brien's innings. And I'm sure he'll want to be adding to that. So Sumran preparing to come in. And he's moving around the crease, nearly gets himself in a tangle.
It's a good comeback, actually, that from Sumran, as he doesn't give the room that O'Brien was after, but O'Brien does the same. He keeps his eye on it, does drop the bat on it. The batters actually today, they've had the bowlers, fair credit to the bowlers. We've seen a lot of York-led deliveries. Some have been productive, i.e. Habib Khan with his hat-trick. All York-led deliveries, 2 bowled and then the LBW. But also batters have had to dig out a lot as well. Sumran tries the same again, but this time strays down the leg side to Stuart Hook. He'll have to bowl that one again. 67 now for 1.
And we're still in the 5th over, so lots of time still for the Hippos to get the runs they need. And this is played away nicely by Hook. But there's a fielder placed down there, so we'll just be the one. So he brings O'Brien back on strike.
Yeah, nice shot being played. I have to say that one, we're talking about food here. I know we just going to move away from Estonia just for a moment as we wait for a few more suggestions to come in. Well, I suppose we've seen a lot of bowlers that have used their legs to stop a ball. And if you want to keep them, the best thing to do is just hop over it. That's what Sumran does here. Because if this hits you in these temperatures, that will hurt. So, really, this does the almost kind of the click of the heels as that one gets through. But yeah, I just want to go to Austria. I've got to say, Gandhi, no ball for sure. That's going to be a minimum. That's going to be 5. 1 for the no ball and 4 to Hook, who gets his first boundary away. As the score now moves into the 70s, just trying to get out of this over here. Sumran gets it wrong, gets punished. Yeah, Austria for me, the best schnitzel that you can find anywhere. The schnitzel in Austria is absolutely fantastic, and you've got to have a bit of the horseradish to go with it as well.
Well, horseradish goes really well with the grilled or the roasted pork knuckle.
Yeah,
that's fantastic. When you're in Vienna, you have to have a schnitzel. Did you have a proper Wiener schnitzel? So a veal, veal one, yeah. Yeah, that's the traditional one with some potato salad and a big, large beer, generally. That's the way the Austrians like it. But
I remember when we were at the Sea Barn. Now, you haven't met Marzi. We call him Wolfie, by the way. He would have loved being here with the Wolves playing, the Tartu Wolves. When the schnitzel came, it came with the potatoes and came with what he thought was coleslaw. So Marzi just took a big spoon of the stuff, started chomping it, and the next thing you know, he was howling like a good one. It was like it was a full moon as there was steam coming out of his ears. And of course, what he did was bite into a spoonful of horseradish. So,
Oh, I've
yeah.
done that as well.
You've done it as
Oh,
well.
early doors, I did that as well.
So,
yes.
Marzi will always remember that when he's eating coleslaw, we'll check it is coleslaw first, as this one is going to fly over short third and go all the way. Thomas Martinez comes in with tripe stew with some spicy sauce. I don't know about, I must admit, I don't think I've ever had tripe. I just don't like the look of it. So, yeah, I think, though it might warm me up, it's probably not going to be on the menu for me, I don't think.
My dad always loved tripe.
Yeah?
As Italian, the tripe,
Yeah,
it's called
tripe.
in Italian. And yeah, my dad liked it. Not exactly my thing, but yeah, it is a very well-loved dish. And that's a big shot from Hook. And he plants that way over the boundary. Rama lama lama, far, far, far. That is a biggie.
Oh, this is a cracking hit. This is humongous. It's a Bizaway Super 6. Oh, he's got all of that. He's got it proper. And I think that's going all the way. Look at the pose. Look at the pose. Oh, you poser. Stuart Hook is now a poser. Oh, well, click, click, click. Smile, please. Many photo we get today. Says Hook. Oh, that was a hit and a half. Can he do it again? Well, now he gets a... that's got to be a no ball. It's got to be a no ball. Yeah, it's been called by both umpires. And the bowler here, Margie, is saying, well, what do you mean? Well, it's too high. Look at this. I think if we look at this side on, if we could. I always find these quite amazing because the ball does go onto the stunt. So everybody was saying, well, how can it be a no-y? Look at that. It's over the waist. It's when it goes past the batter, it's over the waist. That's the right call. It is a free hit. And they don't like it, but you got to just take it on board. You can see the camera. The camera confirms what both the umpires were giving. Free hit. It's got to be bowled again. It won't be out.
And the umpire called it straight away,
Yeah,
so there was no questions at all. But, of course, the bowler's a little bit disappointed. I can understand that. Happened to me a couple of times as well.
Right, here we go then. So after smashing a big six, he gets his stumps shattered by a free hit. And now he has the chance to go big again. The license to go the full Monty, and it's a Gundy ball, which means that now it'll be Jordan O'Brien who's going to be licking his lips as he's thinking, okay, it's my turn now to try and cash in on the free hit.
And he's been seeing it well, so he'll be liking his chances. Let's see what Margie can do about this one. And it's a switch hit, and it's missed. Could have been given a wide, but I think because he switched over the other side, or does it just go over the tram tracks? It's just on the other side.
I think that's probably still a wide ball, if I'm honest, because of where it ends up. But well, maybe him by trying to get funky does enough to put off the umpire, so it'll go down as a dot. And try to get funky with the reverse Malachi there. Did Jordan O'Brien, but misses out on it. Margie, it's 13 off the over so far, and he's going to go for another boundary. It's not a good ball.
Make that 19 off the over so far.
Yeah, just whipped away out of the middle. 6 more. Shaba, 6 carreras más. And they're going to finish this off pretty quickly. The heads from the Tartu Wolves have been down for a while. So we say goodbye to the Wolves. I just think they never really put their best game together, the Wolves. We saw them get a win yesterday against the Riders. But they're a team that I think, you know, on another day can be really competitive. But they just, a bit like the Riders as well, I feel, they never came together to play jointly at the same time. There was always little pockets of performances from different players. And, you know, they feel that they've let themselves down as this one's going to get played away as well. Where does that end up? It will be 4 runs that takes the score to 99 at the end of the 6 overs. So just a couple of runs required for victory. They will do this and take all the points, the Italian Hippos. And we can probably have, I think, the graphic. We can get that typed in now and be showing what their plan and the schedule tomorrow will look like. I know it's not done here just yet. They need 2 runs, but I think it's, yeah, there it is. Somebody else is reading my mind here. So it will be the Strikers taking on United in the eliminator. Of course, we had the pre-match of that a bit earlier here, and the Strikers won quite comfortably, chased that 109 with 32 balls to go. And in the qualifier as well, wide ball will finish it. And Mail, that will tie the scores. So this is Iqbal, who's, well, he just wants to get this done and dusted, doesn't he? There he is. He bowls a wide and then he gives the single away. That will be it. It's done. It's dusted. The Hippos go back to winning ways. And not just back to winning ways, they go back to taking 4 points. So it will be the Hippos who will be taking on the Tallinn Stallions in the very first qualifier. The Stallions are looking to make it 2 victories on the spin when it comes to the final. They are the reigning champions. The Hippos are looking to overturn the disappointment of being beaten in the eliminator last year. Well, at least this time round, it won't be the eliminator that will be their downfall, because whatever happens in that qualifier number 1, they will get a second chance in qualifier number 2. So well done to the Italian Hippos. And the Tartu Wolves just couldn't pick up another victory, but they will finish above the Riders. There's Stuart Hook, the captain. He's on his way to congratulate his other teammates on a good performance from them. And that's the look of what we have coming up tomorrow.
Yes, finals day tomorrow. I'm going to look forward to that, my first. And the Hippos have deserved that second spot. They have been that, I would say, the second strongest team, or in the top 2 over the course of the week, and they've deserved to have that second chance. And it's going to be a good one. I think we're also in for a bit of a better day weather-wise tomorrow. I think by the forecast, from what I've seen, it should be a bit, well, certainly drier and also a bit warmer.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you who picked a good day to be in the spa. Vinny Sandhu, he will also return tomorrow, as Vinny and yourself will be calling finals day, and I probably won't get a chance to see too much of it, as I'll be making my journey to Romania in the morning. So I know it's going to be I think it's going to be a great finals day. I think we're going to start to see the big runs again. I think up until now, I think certainly the last couple of days, the teams have played quite tactfully and putting in probably perhaps the weaker teams into bat first and then knocking the runs off, as the Hippos have done here, to take all the points away. But I think when it comes to tomorrow, I think tactics might change slightly and we might see some big scores on the board. Talking of big scores, well done to Jordan O'Brien. He picks up another half century, 58 of 22. And also, it's good to see, I mean, that was an absolute mega hit from Stuart Hook. Look at the pose, I just love it. Somebody click, there you go. Just for a moment, I thought he'd frozen. We were talking about how cold it was. No ball, and it's given not just by the 2 umpires, but Stuart Hook as well. I like that, because the bowler's celebrating, but the bowler can't see the umpire. So Stuart Hook then stands there and says, hey buddy, it's a no ball, you're going to have to bowl it again.
Go back, go back.
Yeah, bowl it again, and yeah, well done. Good win for the Hippos. They'll be happy, not just that they get the 4 points here, and then they're in the qualifier number 1 tomorrow, but they're back to winning ways. Remember yesterday, they did lose both their matches. So a quick look there at the scorecard, and Jordan O'Brien getting 58 on the board, and well supported there by Stuart Hook. Stefan Gooch, it's another low score from him. So the last couple of times he hasn't been going well. Of course, he was taken out by an absolute beaut from Junaid Khan yesterday, but this time round, once again, just gets himself in the wrong position and just allowed himself to get yorked. But there's the bowling figures there, a bit of pain there for Sumran. Joseph Salwa, he had an okay match. He did okay with the bat as well. Just gets that 1 over, goes for 10. But if we have a look at the match summary there, it's an outstanding performance all round, really, from the Hippos. Good performances there, once again, from Romeo Tanner and also Priyanaga Damaratne, who took 3 for 17. Don't forget Henry also bowled very well. Aditya Paul 1 for 18. And Dinesh Tour, probably the only outstanding batter really for the Wolves, even though Zazib Sarwar did put in a fine performance of 24 with the bat though for the Hippos. Good partnership there, a match-winning partnership between Stuart Cook and Jordan O'Brien. So we get the opportunity to welcome you into the cube. Me for the very last time. We are wrapped up warm because it is very, very chilly. Well, Marco, first thing I want to say is the first time I know that we've called some matches together in the tournament. We started it off with those it seems a long time back, doesn't it? The T20 Internationals, which of course the Estonian women won 3-0. Then we of course had the ECI W's between Estonia and Bulgaria, 7-0 to Estonia there as well. And then straight into this European cricket series. It's been a fantastic time with you. It's always nice to work with somebody new. And I can see that you're getting your own little calls in there as well. You have your own little call for the Maximos or the Balles, and you've got what?
Yeah, Rama Lama Lama, far, far, far.
There you go, and it's got a little, got a little rhyme to that as well. Look, it's been an absolute pleasure. Do enjoy your first finals day tomorrow.
Well, I certainly will. I think all the teams are really tight and they can all beat each other. So I'm really looking forward to some tight, exciting games. And let's see who ends up on top with that trophy.
Yeah, well, let's see. And, of course, that will be coming up tomorrow with this is your schedule. So the Tallinn Strikers will be taking on the Tallinn United side first up. One of those teams will be eliminated. The other one then has the difficult match against whoever loses that in qualifier number one. The Stallions against the Hippos. Whoever wins that match goes straight into the final. The loser has a difficult one against the winner of the eliminator. All coming up tomorrow. Vinny Sandhu will be here as well. I just want to say a very, very big thank you to everybody here in Estonia. Not just the players, not just the management staff, but of course all the helpers, the ground staff have been absolutely wonderful as they were last time around. It's always great to come back to Estonia. The city of Tallinn, where we're very close to where we stay, is a brilliant place. I just love walking those cobbled streets, and even though I've been here before, I still find things that I've never seen before. The food is great, as we've talked a bit about the food already. The hospitality is fantastic, and the people are just so friendly. It's a lovely place to come back to, and that is also reflected here at the ground. So big thank you to the Federation of Cricket Estonia for making me feel so welcome. And I know that tomorrow is going to be another fantastic day, and I know Vinny Sandhu at the end of the event will be saying some more thank you, so I'll let Vinny do most of that. But yeah, it's just been a wonderful event. I think the umpiring standard has been really good. We've been delighted to have the umpires here from Portugal as well. Of course, Miguel, Kroot, and of course Andrew have been superb. Nice to have them here, along with the local umpires as well. That's worked fantastically well. The ECN crew, has been a pleasure to work with them. And also, I think we've been really, really blessed with the crew that we've had here from Two Circles. I know we talk about the weather, for us, for the players, for the umpires, but we sometimes forget about our production crew, Two Circles, whether it's Dennis, whether it's Martha Maria, up in the tower when that wind is blowing. I mean, they are just fantastic. Remember, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't see half of the action that we see. So well done once again to Two Circles. You've been absolutely brilliant. And of course, big shout out to Chris Taps as well. Been marvellous. But also, I've got to say, all of you at home, wherever you are around the world, you've been absolutely brilliant, and moderators have been great. We've had a lot of new people coming on to the chat as well, and our family just keeps on growing. So thank you very much. Thank you for your support. And I know it's time for us to say goodbyes, because I can hear the music playing in the background. A little bit of back and forth. Well, you'll be doing the back and forth tomorrow on finals day.
Absolutely.
I'll be doing the back and forth with Bizaway, our travel partner, as they'll be taking me back and forth until I get to Romania. So have a good finish here tomorrow, and then don't forget, join me in Romania for day one starting on Monday. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta pronto, mi familia. Adios.
Arrivederci.
Back and forth. body.